just play the game and you prepare for it because you want to win.
Are you guys ready?
Really, really strong performance overall.
And coming in with a win gives a lot of confidence.
Trying to escape, flash finisher there, and a triple kill coming out for Darian.
It's time to go one step ahead and be the best of the whole world.
The question is, have they got enough this time around to take down EG, who just looks so strong?
Ladies and gentlemen, to the European League of Legends Championship Series. I'm Nyph, Sjokz supporter, and we're coming to you live and in HD from Cologne, Germany. Last week was filled with exciting matches, surprises, and a few upsets, and that was just the tip of the iceberg. The competition is wide open here in Europe, and any one of our 8 teams has a shot at esports immortality, the Summoners Cup. We've got 4 great matches lined up for you tonight, with EG getting a chance at revenge versus SK Gaming and the very first showing of Dragonborns and Against All Authority on this stage. But first, time for a roundup of last week's matches with our lovely commentators Joe Miller and Trevor Quickshot Henry.
Thank you very much, Sjokz, and welcome to the commentary desk for week 2 here of the European LCS. Joining me, of course, is the lovely man himself, Quickshot. Just a quick note, some of you are expecting Deman in this seat. He's actually ill today, so he's benched himself onto the analysis desk.
Yeah, he sent a little tweet out a little bit earlier. If you hear any dying animals in the studio, it's most likely Deman. So excuse that one, but we need to look at the results from last week. Week 1, day 1. Take a look at this. SK Gaming lost to Fnatic and Gambit lost to Evil Geniuses.
Yep, then we finished the day with Fnatic taking down Giants and SK taking out Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, Fnatic managing to get revenge for their loss against the Giants at the Warsaw qualifiers.
Yeah.
Moving into day 2, though, we had a couple of upsets. Opening up the day, you had Gambit defeating Fnatic, Evil Geniuses defeating the Wolves.
Yeah, but then that's where we saw the interesting stuff happen. Ozone Giants taking down Gambit, a real shocking result for a lot of people. And SK Gaming, maybe you wouldn't call it an upset, but certainly it went a way that I don't think most people expected, and that was with SK taking down EG.
Yeah, it's so true. SK, they seem to be able to find ways to defeat Evil Geniuses almost every time they meet up. They did the European Regionals, they did last week, and maybe they're going to try to do it again this week.
Well, after week 1, everything is very, very tight at the top of the table. Let's have a look at it then. Evil Geniuses, Fnatic, and SK all tied up there with 2 wins and a loss each. Then you've got Giants on 1-for-1 Against All Authority and Dragonborns. We didn't see them in action last week. We'll see them here in action today, though. And then Gambit down there, second from bottom. Who would have thought that at 1-for-2? Copenhagen Wolves at the bottom. They've got some work to do. Yeah,
so true. Gambit Gaming, nobody would have predicted them to be down there at the bottom of the ladder. Not after a week, not after 2 weeks, not after 6 weeks, but we'll see how they go. They had some losses last week. They've had some time to recuperate, to think about their approach to the games, and maybe we'll see something different out of them today.
Well, as you know, the first half of the season consists of 28 games, so it's much longer than any tournament that we usually see. We call with some of the players to see how it affects them and their mental strength.
Starting the season pretty good, starting the season with 0 losses and a lot of victories obviously makes the opponent feel scared about you,
I think it's very important to start with a win. I mean, coming into the season, we hadn't played any tournaments like a couple other guys have. Weren't 100% sure coming into it, but starting with a win is really important to us.
Second one of the game, and it's looking like the Nexus will fall here. Evil Geniuses just need to turn and burn on towards that Nexus. Gambit throwing one last throw of the dice for them, but it's not going to be enough. Evil Geniuses take the win against Gambit. Very, very nicely played.
I think it's definitely a motivational factor. While you only technically win 1 game out of the 28 games that you're going to have to play over the course of the season, it's still a very big deal for you and for the trust that you build in your own team, and also for the perspective that other teams have on you and, well, the fans as well. They just see what you're worth kind of right away.
I think it's important to start the season well, not even start, but it's important to win every game.
If you won all your games, you're going to be more confident. If you lost, you're going to be nervous. So it's going to be important.
If your mentality is good enough, it doesn't matter how you start because you will constantly improve during the season. I guess you just need to see where you stand and try to make the best out of it. But neither, if you go for good results, you should not rely on them and keep practicing as much as you can.
I think one of the most important things is to start off with wins, because you can snowball it and people are going to be more afraid of you and play worse against you because they're going to look up to you and other things, so it affects everyone.
Our only goal, my only goal, is being the best player of the world and winning Season 3 finals.
He's on towards ocelote, but ocelote is so tanky. He's going to run the opening of his own. He takes down Froggen. Krepo is taking low. yellowpete's the target. Krepo's going to go down. SK Gaming are going to take down the evil geniuses here. And wow, what a game.
Well, my expectations are to win, just to snowball the motivation, just to keep it up. But don't be sad like when you lose or something, because there are 28 games. You will have a revenge. So with the start of Season 3, I'm just happy it finally starts. Yeah, the battle can begin.
So we heard from a lot of the players there. Although this season is very long, the first half of the season even is very long, it's important to get off to that good start.
Yeah, you need to. They kept talking about how you can get the confidence for your team, how you can put a psychological disadvantage on your opponents, making sure you've got the points, making sure you've got that cushion, that safety barrier, because if you're at the bottom of the ladder, you could get relegated once we hit that halfway point.
Yeah, and that's something that obviously every team here is going to want to avoid. But that's enough about last week. Let's move on to today's action. We've got some fantastic games coming your way. Starting off, first of all, the debut of DRAGONBORNS. They'll be taking on Evil Geniuses. Moving in then to another rematch for today, Copenhagen Wolves versus SK Gaming.
We'll then see Against All Authority in their very first matchup of the League of Legends Championship Series, and they'll be challenging GAMBIT Gaming. And of course, to round out the day, it's the second rematch, EG versus SK.
Well, there should be some amazing, amazing games today, and hopefully we can continue off with what we saw at the end of last week as well. Well, there are our thoughts for now, but we also want to know what you guys have to say over at home. So, Sjokz is going to let you know how to get in touch with us over on Twitter.
Right, guys, as always, we want to hear what you guys and girls in the audience and at home have to say. This is our Twitter question to you for today. What champion do you think has had the most impact on the LCS so far, and why? You can tweet us at LOLesports, #LCS, and let us know what you think. And if you have a question for any one of us here in the studio, the commentators, analysts, or me, don't hesitate to tweet at LOLesports. We'll respond to your tweets later in the show. And now is actually the perfect time to log on to Twitter and tweet at LOLesports, as we're going into a short break before our first match of the day. Stay tuned, because when we come back, DRAGONBORNS make their LCS debut and take on Evil Geniuses. Don't go anywhere.
So, welcome back then. It's time for our first match of the day. It's going to be Evil Geniuses versus the chest-bumping Dragonborns. Bit of a mouthful there. With Quickshot, the biggest question that's on everyone's mind is, can the Snoopeh stare penetrate the hair of the Dragonborns?
I guess it depends who you're asking. Some people are going to love the hair, some people are going to love the stare. So, it's going to be up to them. See what I did there?
That was a brilliant line. That was a brilliant line. I'm torn because, you know, I used to have the hair, and now I don't really have the hair.
Yeah,
so, I'm kind of sitting on the fence for this one.
You lost it in dramatic fashion as well.
It was dramatic, and also a sad day in Joe Miller history. So let's take a closer look then at the two teams that we've got going on here. For EG, we have Wickd, Froggen, yellowpete, Krepo, and of course Snoopeh.
And of course for the Dragonborns, it is Spontexx, Shushei, HosaN, Muvert, and Malunoo.
Two amazing, amazing lineups, and I'm just really unsure what to say about Dragonborns. This is their first game in the European LCS. We saw them come through the qualifiers. A very emotional time it was for them. You have the likes of HosaN in there, their AD carry, who, you know, we saw him playing a lot of Draven. I'm interested to see whether that's going to come up here again today.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but let's have a look at the players. You can see Shushei is the one that we've pegged as the matchup for this particular game. There's a lot of questions. Spontexx did well in the top lane, HosaN did well in the bottom lane, but Shushei against Froggen, I mean, he's such a character. He's been around since the whole of Season 1, preseason, won Season 1 with Fnatic, and, you know, has been bouncing around teams over the last few months. And we'll see if settling his roots with Dragonborns is really going to help propel him to Season 3 victory.
Yeah, and obviously something else to mention in that lineup as well. No more Broken Shard. We saw at the end of the qualifiers, they now have Malunoo, former Curse, and LoL Pro player, or jungler, in their team as well. Well, let's have a close look then at their opponents in this one. Of course, Evil Genius is the former CLG EU. Everyone knows them. We've highlighted Froggen again, that matchup in the middle. Going to be really instrumental as to how this game all goes through. And, well, there's got to be an Anivia ban. We saw it last week. You leave Anivia open. It doesn't matter if you think you can counter it. I don't know if there is a Froggen counter, is there?
I don't believe there is any way to counter the Froggen Anivia. He knows how to play every single matchup. He knows how to do everything, you know, with that particular bird. I must point out that last week when Ocelote picked Anivia and Peke played Caitlyn to counter it, there was a bit of discussion at the back, and he said, well, I asked Froggen, what would you do if you were against Caitlyn? He says, probably suicide. So maybe there is at least some hard counters, but nevertheless, we'll see how the picks and bans go. The champions and the players, they're ready for this, and we're about to get this kick away very soon.
Well, we know both of the teams' lineups. Let's take a look at what they both had to say about each other before the match.
Playing Dragonborns, relatively new team.
We get excited very easily, but we're a very emotional team.
We're gonna watch all the matches that they're playing.
We have to keep practicing and keep watching Enemy.
Normally, if all goes well, when we play our game, this is all predictable.
We got this. We just gotta focus. Like, stop messing around and just get with it. We're Dragonborns!
So we hear from them there, and I think confidence from both sides. Dragonborns, as we said, they've not played yet. We don't know 100% what to really expect from them in the European LCS. We saw them at the qualifiers. they didn't slide through without any problems. Some of those games were really difficult matches for them.
It's true, and you know, they give off the vibe that they're a bit of a confidence team as well. You know, they have the ability to make plays happen early, and the question just comes in, once they get the advantage, what do they do with it? You know, I'm very interested to see how HosaN plays. When he was playing Ezreal, there was a number of arcane shifts that were extremely aggressive. He would go in, like on the front line, and he got away with it, he made it work at the qualifiers, but if you do that against the likes of Evil Geniuses, they know how to deal with the over-aggression, and they're probably going to blow you up.
Yeah, they are a team that we've seen time and time again can quite happily sit back and take up all the aggression and then push out when they know they can make it. We're into the champion select anyway. Let's have a look at the bans here. Vi taken out by EG. We saw Shushei use it in the qualifier. We've seen him in the jungle already last week with hyrqBot. Then you've got Xin Xiao, a very standard pick ban along with Kha'Zix, who is the third ban here for EG. And then on the other side, talk about picking up, banning completely against Froggen here. Anivia, Twisted Fate, Lux, 3 big target bans onto the man in the middle.
Very, very true, but what they have done is they've allowed everything else to slide through, and you can see immediately Evil Genius have locked in that Kale pick. We've seen Snoopeh running it in the jungle last week, and it was a step out of his comfort zone, if I can go so far as to say that, because we tend to see Snoopeh playing those support, those sort of utility junglers, those tanky, frontline, survivability type champs, and, he played DPS champs. He played Zen in the jungle, he played Kale in the jungle, and once again going to lock it away. So this is us assuming that's where it's going to go for this particular matchup, and a lot of respect from DRAGONBORNS going onto Froggen's mid play.
Well, let's have a look then what DRAGONBORNS are going to go with from this one. Jace already locked in there. We've seen how strong Jace can be. He's very versatile as well. Obviously, with the stance changes, you can play him in the middle lane. He's fine in that top lane. Hell, we've even seen him being played as an AD carry. That wouldn't be, the most shocking thing that we've seen so far in the European LCS. And a Shen. That's, for me, a pick that if he's gone through the bans, at some point, some team's going to pick him up.
Something that we do need to point out, we're up to the 4th pick already. Olaf has still not been secured. He's neither been picked or banned. We need to remind everybody we are up to patch 3.01, so it's live -1. So it's what we have been playing on for a little while. I think Olaf has had some minor tweaks. I believe the armor penetration, his ultimate has been nerfed just a little bit, but he doesn't seem to be the super high priority picks, and it does look like a Varus Sona. So this is going to be the first time we see a different bottom lane for the Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, all 3 games so far in the European LCS, they have gone with that Lulu Caitlyn combo. So this is a very much different pick for EG. Sona and Varus, we know, those ultimates can work very nice together with the chain in there, with the crescendo going across them as well. So interested to see how yellowpete and Krepo do with those 2 in the bottom lane. But what do we expect now from DRAGONBORNS? I mean, they are a team that have already shown they're quite versatile in their picks. They're definitely not going for the standard kind of build.
Well, I want to go back to the Olaf pick, because you've got the slow out of Kale, you've got stun, you've got snare, out of the different champions and slows, and I think considering Olaf would be a great pick here, purely because of Ragnarok, the amount of power that's going to give you in those team fights to get away from that crowd control, to get away from, the ability of being locked down. I don't know if it's going to fit into the rest of the comp, and it does look like they're going to put a complete spanner in the works right now, considering a Leona and a Kali combination. So it has been locked in, and, we said at the beginning, DRAGONBORNS, they're not afraid to try different compositions. They're not afraid to try different oddball comps, and it's looking strange right now because I don't know who's going where.
Well, the thing is, we've seen Akali already. Seems to be coming back to light a little bit more. We saw Wickd actually playing twice so far out of the 3 games that they've had. The other one, he played that Shen, where he picked up his famous Brickid name. By now, I think we could call it famous. But on the other side, EG, there's a Renekton. We saw him being played on Thursday night, if I can get my days right. That's the whole time difference thing for me. It was played so much over in the US, and we've seen the likes pretty much of Gambit, who have really gone heavily towards this Renekton.
Yeah, for the last couple of weeks, the Season 3 Renekton seems to have come back to the limelight. He's a very high priority pick. He's got the ability to shred armor, which is very, very good. He's got very good AoE damage once he throws on his ultimate, and he's allowed some time to run back and forth. We've seen during the replays and talking about the matchups when they played against Fnatic, Darren just committed with their Renekton, threw on his ulti, and just chunked everybody's HP down so quickly. So it's a scary champion, scary lock-in. With Cho'Gath being secured, this makes me think this is going to be AP Kale in the mid, and Snoopeh's going to pick up his Cho, who everybody knows how well he plays that champion.
Well, that would be, we talked when we first saw that Kale locked in about it being jungle Kale. Obviously, Kale is one of those champions as well that you can switch around all over the place. Cho'Gath, for me, will be with Snoopeh. There's no doubt about that one. Over on the other side, guess what? Draven.
It is going to be Draven on the bottom lane. So HosaN is bringing it out. We've seen Draven a couple of times at the NALCS, which was awesome because he was used to such great effect. I'm a cutie pie, if I remember correctly, going, godlike with him. So it's a powerful champion, extreme, early game power. And against a Sona, if Krepo's a little overstepped, a little bit past that safety zone, those spinning axes are going to hit really, really hard. Combo with some of the CC, and I think that's a first blood risk potential in that bottom lane.
Well, we've seen that HosaN can play Draven. We've seen him play it time and time again at the LCS EU qualifiers over in Warsaw. It was a fantastic champion to the point where teams were banning it out towards the later stages. So I think that could be a real dangerous one right now coming in for EG. But we've got the two lineups in here. You can see Evil Geniuses on your screen there looking very, very focused at this point. They were here quite early on, actually. I was sat with them eating a little bit before we got started here, and they are ready for today. They said that they've not had the most time this week to really practice. It's been a lot of theory crafting, but also I did hear, we could be probably happy to hear, that Wickd has been practicing being aggressive, which might mean that Evil Geniuses, even when they're ahead, finish the game before 60 minutes.
Well, we can only hope.
Or not.
We can only hope. Looking at this composition, though, from the Dragonborns, it reminds me a lot of the composition we've seen from Evil Geniuses last week, where they actually lost to SK. They ran that Jace in the middle lane. They ran Akali up in the top lane. It was obviously the Kate Lulu, but they tried to play super, super aggressive for early towers and for early map dominance. And around the 10-12 minute mark, they tried to push the top lane tower and failed. And that was really where they lost that steamroller effect. I wonder if the Dragonborns are going to try something similar because they have the comp to do so. You've got some early, good, reliable CC from Leona, good early damage from Draven, and of course, all the pressure they can put down with those shock blast combos from Jace.
So here we go then. First game of the LCS Europe Week 2. It's EG versus Dragonborns. Let's see how this one gets underway. Trevor, with the compositions that we've got here coming out of both teams, do you fancy any action at level 1?
You know what? It's very, very risky, and I think with having the ability of either the Rupture, from Snoopeh, Dragonborns have got to be very scared of it. They do have the on-hit stun from Leona and, of course, the taunt from Shen, but it would really weaken their early game presence on the map, in the jungle, in the lane. So you can see Dragonborns, they've placed an early ward and they immediately backed away. So I don't think we're going to see any fights unless Dragonborns get caught up. Both teams moving as a solid 5, though, so if anything does happen, it's going to be very explosive.
Yeah, we saw the pink ward being placed down by Krepo to get rid of that Dragonborn's ward on the top side of the river. You saw EG moving in towards the enemy red buff. They've put a ward down in that side brush as well. And down on the bottom side, you can see that Dragonborn's done exactly the same, very much mirrored right now. But that one ward there in the river is giving full vision for EG. They know that Dragonborns were on this bottom side of the map, and that might mean that they will take away this red buff here right at the very get-go.
So we'll see if they can seal that buff. If they do, it will be a great success. You can see Akali now just moving towards this brush, going to walk into danger range. Yeah, there's a ward down. Spontexx runs into trouble.
This could be bad news for Spontexx as he does get knocked up. He's forced to flash away. That's a very, very early flash used by Dragonborns, and that's going to be something that Snoopeh thinks, all right, that's brilliant for me. I'm going to bully this top lane out.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to pick up some buffs, immediately put some pressure on that top lane, try and keep Spontexx down, keep him behind. And a champion like Akali, it's definitely somebody you want to be stomping on early. Don't allow her to farm. Don't allow her to pull ahead. Wickd used it, I think it was against the Copenhagen Wolves, and it just became this unstoppable, immovable object, and they cannot let Spontexx do it, because if he does get ahead, he can stay there. We've seen it at the Warsaw qualifiers when he was playing Olaf.
Right now, Shen is working his way towards this bottom lane. There is a blue ward in that tri-bush, so they know that he's gone up there. You can see Leona has gone to join him, and they're trying to counter that whole losing the red buff on the top side of their own jungle. They're only there with 2, though, so they need to be a little bit careful here. You can see that Krepo's coming around, and this may just be enough to actually force them to back away from it. Look at Krepo, he's right in the middle of them, actually taking a lot of damage. Snoopeh now going to come around and try and force them away as well, as we are going to see Jace and Kale getting involved. Snoopeh down to below half HP. Kale was forced back away from that one, so some very, not even hands-on, it's more of just taunting each other going in there as Jace and Darius are going to join in there. Darius? Draven is what I'm trying to say, getting in there as well. Those Ds catching me out for Dragonborns. But in the end, they've managed to take that buff, which is going to be the important thing.
Yeah, they stole the buff away, and, we say stole, they equalized the buff. Let's put it that way, because his own red buff was taken. If we have a look at the CS1 damage-wise, Draven a little bit ahead. I mean, it's tiny, right? So you can't really equate gains and losses right now. They simply made even what was taken from them. So good play from Dragonborns. They reacted very well, which was impressive to see. You know, they invaded the jungle. You've seen the bottom lane moving up, maybe a tiny bit late. If the bottom lane had been there a bit earlier, they could have saved more pots, done that a little bit quicker. But nevertheless, it's good coordination, it's good calling, and it's concise, planned team effort from Dragonborns. It makes me, you know, think very highly of them at this early stage in the game already.
Yeah, and one thing that Dragonborns have certainly got in this bottom lane is aggression. Leona to get right in there, then Draven just to absolutely hammer away on them the whole time, and that's something that is going to force EG to be that little bit more defensive down on this bottom side. Obviously, Krepo is just hit level 2. We know Sona is very, very squishy. If she gets caught out by this Leona, could spell some real danger.
Huge damage there with the spinning axe and just one auto attack. Krepo only has, what, 6 bars of life, and he loses a full chunk from a single auto attack. If he does get stunned up at all, 2 or 3 auto attacks and, you know, the exhaust, etc., is going to be enough time for him to chunk him down. Krepo has returned to lane already with that regrowth pendant, and he's going to be allowing that health regen over time to really make dividends. Snoopeh's trying to sniff something out, but Spontexx under the tower, don't really think he's dive worthy right now.
No, and Wickd knows that he has to be careful there, as I said in the pre-game, and forget that because they're actually diving in towards this bottom lane.
Yeah, every single time they deal damage into Krepo, he's forced back. You can see that spinning axe, the passive. Oh, up in the top lane, though. Spontexx forced to go, and it does get jumped on. Ignite is not available. Heal's out there, and he manages to survive.
And look at that. You see how low Wickd has gone from it. That was a real dangerous situation for them. That Shen coming across, really helping out. Spontexx was feeling safe in his position there, as Wickd is currently recalling. Malunoo is going to come through. Wickd will get away safely from that one. And, I mean, if Shen had been able to spot him in time there, that Shadow Dash probably would have spelled the end for him.
Yeah, for sure. Interesting, both Flash and Ignites are available here. I mean, Spontexx burned his earlier, but Cho did Flash to get to safety a moment ago. No Ignite from Wickd. The Fortitude pot was drank by Spontexx. That was where that HP burst came from, and I was wondering where on earth the heal came from, and I was just looking at his items. So with the Fortitude pot done, he's got no advantage in the early game. It was literally just there as a life-saving effort, but it did save his life. It prevented him giving up first blood. And look at his itemizations, 2 cloth armors to return to lane, really feeling the pressure of Wickd's Renekton.
Yep, and we'll see how he can deal with that one. His flash will be coming back up, though, in a little while, which is something that he burned very early on. Here you see in the middle, Shushei and Froggen. We've not actually really looked at this lane up until now, because it's been busy all over everywhere else on the map, but this lane could be a really interesting one. You know, Froggen, known as one of the best in the world. Shushei, he was known as one of the best in the world before. Then he, you know, got dropped from Fnatic, and everyone was saying, well, he's past his sell-by date here. But Shushei, in the qualifiers, the whole meta change that's allowed for a bit more versatility in this middle lane, I think has really helped Shushei out.
Yeah, it's so true, because now that we see a little bit more non-standard champions being played in that middle lane, it's almost allowed Shushei to come back into it by playing, you know, champions like Jace, champions like Vi. A few months ago, he was also playing a lot of Eve mid, even after she took some nerfs, etc. You know, he's playing slightly different champs, and it's just working into his favor, especially being a very aggressive player. It was one of the problems in Season 2, you know, in the early stages. He dives often. He pushes beyond the safety lines, and that was ended up costing him a lot of deaths, because the game was a lot slower back then. Now that it's much faster, it just fits his playstyle, it fits his aggressive nature, and you know, he's doing well, and they're holding their own. He is a little bit behind on CS, but nothing really notable right now.
Yeah, we can take a quick look at the CS actually. 49-31 in this top lane. Good lead so far from Wickd. We saw him doing brilliantly in the farm last week as well. Middle lane, 56-45. Not a superb difference there either. In this bottom lane, it's going the other way. It's really the only place, to be honest, where it's really working out in terms of the farm for Dragonborns, and that's 50-35. You can see there in that top lane, Wickd certainly not lying to me at dinner when he said his practice being that little bit more aggressive.
And hasn't been afraid at all. We've seen Malunoo, he was up in the top lane a few moments ago, sniffing for a gank, trying to set something up, but you know, with not a lot of damage on Spontexx, he doesn't have any additional ability power or attack damage right now. It's going to be difficult to kill a Renekton. Shen, not really well known for being, you know, a super high damage ganker. They're going to have some crowd control, but you know, wisely, Malunoo backed away. He's going to wait for Spontexx to get some more items before he decides to go aggressive, or maybe even ask for, you know, some help from Shushei with his teleports.
Yeah, we've not really touched on that, but obviously the teleport for these mid laners has been a critical thing in the past. The question is, can you use it enough early game to get your lane snowballing? That's one thing that it's there for at the end. We can see in gold now, it's pretty much even. It's switching between, it must be like around about 150 to 200 gold right now, as we are seeing once again Malunoo coming into this top lane. Wickd maybe in a spot of bother here. He does, however, have his flash still available. He's obviously up to level 7, so he has that ultimate to give him that extra survivability. The question is, will Malunoo even realize that Wickid's still there? He'd gone away back towards his golems, and Wickd says, well, I'm just getting straight out of there.
Yeah, just getting to safety, making sure he's not overextended. The lane is now pushing in his favor as well, so he can now make Spontexx overextend. And my thinking, or the thought process probably there is just, well, let's see if we can make Spontexx step a little bit past that river safety point, make him come onto our side of the map and allow Snoopeh to set up a gank. We're approaching the 10-minute mark, and there hasn't been anything too exciting right now in terms of the ganks or the lane pressure. You know, one very early gank from EG, but both teams playing relatively passively, and you just get the feeling that they're actually feeling one another out. They're just seeing how are they playing this, what do they want to do, and where can we go with it. But HosaN's Draven now a 30 CS lead in this bottom lane. It is a significant difference at this stage in the matchup.
Yeah, and he's got, you know, to counter that whole sustain that you have with a Sonar in the opposition, he's gone straight in towards that vamp set. So he's getting plenty of health back here just from attacking those minions. We can see in the top lane, Akali picking up the Seeker's Arm Guard, obviously a new item coming in there. Actually a perfect one in this scenario as well, giving you the armor, giving you that AP as well.
And it works against every single champion on the other side. You know, Kayle, and you know, auto attack reliant. Keep in mind there's a lot of magic damage, but there's a lot of auto attack damage. Renekton, Varus, all auto attackers. Even Cho'Gath, if he can get in range, you know, those feral spikes, he's focusing around the auto attack. So it's a smart pickup, smart item, but he's very far behind. 30 CS, he does have a massive creep wave, so we'll see how good his mechanical skill is and how well he can farm with the pressure of Wickd here. But, you know, Dragonborn's just falling a little bit behind in this middle and this top lane.
But we still, 10.5 minutes in, don't have a first blood just yet. As you said, about a 500 gold difference currently for EG. Malunoo not been too impressed with him so far. He's actually been quite a lot in that top lane, but not really been able to do anything with himself in that top lane. Bottom lane for EG, you know, they knew that they were in they had dangerous opposition in the form of that Leona, who's going to get in there, use those brilliant crowd control effects that she has to really lock down a kill for this Draven. But so far, you know, yellowpete and Krepo played this one textbook.
And the mechanical skills from HosaN are so good here. I've been watching him catching these spinning axes the entire time we've been in this bottom lane. And we do see Krepo does get caught. A beautiful stun comes out. He's going to get caught up.
Yeah, they're going to go in on towards HosaN. There is the Stand United coming down. And this could end in nothing once again, as both teams went pretty much all in. Ultis popped all over the place. Actually, the crescendo from Krepo was saved there, I think, to maybe lock down one Snoopeh had got there. See Malunoo still on this bottom side around by the golems. Has to be a little bit careful himself there that he doesn't get too aggressive. But again, you've got HosaN, who the little bit of damage that he did take has already taken back thanks to that Vamp Scepter, and they're just going to keep pressuring here.
Yeah, huge creep wave once again. So yellowpete forced to farm under the tower. That solar flare from Krepo, from Muvert was very powerful. It just zoned out the Evil Geniuses players, prevented them committing, because if they did, they were going to get stunned up, and it just bought Malunoo the full time to get the channel and that Stand United. Malunoo's been sniffing around these double golems for a little while now and just poking, keeping Snoopeh at bay. But, you know, Dragonborns, they're holding their own. They're going toe-to-toe. They started that engagement on the bottom lane, but, you know, unfortunately weren't able to convert it to a kill.
Let's have a quick look through then what we've got in terms of items in the last couple of moments. There's a Hex Drinker finished up there by Wickd. Pretty standard to what you'd expect there in the top lane against an AP-based champion. What else have we got? Boots of Mobility on Cho'Gath there for Snoopeh. The tier finish for Jace, obviously spamming like mad there, as we see Froggen use his ultimate there on himself. Obviously he's very worried still about what Shushei can do with that single Doran's Blade in for the damage.
Yeah, playing very you know, interesting. He actually used Reckoning there to pick up a last hit. I don't know if that was a misclick or if that was intentional, but, you know, using his spells just to farm. Wickd has overextended a tiny bit, but it doesn't look like Spontexx wants to pick this fight right now. Malunoo level 7 to the level 10 of Wickd. He's literally just going to walk away. With Renekton's ultimate and with Hex Drinker, the damage shield and the health that he's going to gain, I don't think Spontexx will ever be able to 1v1 kill Wickd, because it's just going to be so hard to get through, you know, the 500 extra HP or shield damage that he needs to get through.
Yeah, but I think that's the beauty of it as well in that comp, that they can have Shen come straight in on top of him, try and get Wickd to really commit to taking that Akali out, and then call his bluff by coming in there. We do have Brutalizer now done there for Jace, as we are going to see the ultimate coming out in that bottom lane just for that extra little bit of farm for Draven, as he is actually working himself back. Snoopeh now in this middle lane, and they are going to be working in towards this tower. You know, we talk about how the metagame has kind of shifted to these very early aggressive pushes to getting towers down quickly. We've not got a first kill yet at 13 minutes, 50 seconds in. There's no towers gone down. The gold's still very, very even. This is a super close match. I'm
going to be very interested to see how these first couple of team fights match up, because there's such a weird matchup. You see Froggen going very low from Shushei's poke there. There's not a lot of ability power on Froggen just yet, so he'll start hitting a little bit harder as he starts working towards some more AP items. But you've got a very AoE CC focus from Evil Geniuses. The Rupture, the Feral Scream, Chain of Corruption, Crescendo. On the other side, you've only really got Leona for large-scale AoE CC, and then the Taunt from Malunoo, which is very situational and very dependent. So Dragonborns may be trying to play a bit of a poke game, get somebody low, then all in onto one champion and try to roll over, 5 versus 4. If they get collapsed upon, if they get caught out by the Chain of Corruption and Crescendo, I think the amount of time that it's going to buy Renekton's, ultimate and those Righteous Fury, the AoE splash damage from Kayle, it's going to shred that very, very squishy lineup's HP bars.
And we have to look at the CS here once again, because this bottom lane is getting a little bit dangerous for yellowpete. They're 136 to 95, so he's got a nice 40 CS lead here. It's not often that we'll say that against someone who's playing against yellowpete in this bottom lane, as we are going to be seeing Malunoo here coming on towards Wickd. This could very well be first blood.
Oh, it does manage to flash to safety after using the slice and dice. And talking about those CS numbers, the CS that yellowpete is missing has been picked up by Krepo. So, he's managed to earn himself a good amount of gold, at least ensuring that doesn't get lost to tower or to other minions. And we'll see how that's going to help Krepo in terms of the support versus support, because he is very, very squishy. He's got a Doran's shield just to help take the damage from Draven in these early exchanges, and it's going to help him out, especially against the shock blast combos of Jace as well.
Yeah, and I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to see that support player taking that CS. If it's going to go to waste, obviously you're going to take it, but even if he's taking some that probably yellowpete would want it to have himself, I don't think it's a bad thing. And Spontexx here going to get engaged upon, but Wickd will back away.
And we see down in the bottom lane, the Chain of Corruption comes out of Crescendo's locked them down. yellowpete's low. The Stand United comes up from HosaN, as now Krepo's forced out of the fight. Shen, actually no, that was Barrier. Now we see yellowpete flashes forward, throws out those hail of arrows, picks up a kill. Up in the top lane, Wicked's managed to secure one as well. Shushei forced to use that teleport in this bottom lane. He's going to at least even it out now. It's 2-1 as Krepo's trying to get to safety. Malunoo will be able to pick up this kill with the help of the turret. 2 for 2 at the end of the day. But, HosaN with this massive CS advantage and even the item advantage wasn't actually able to win out that trade.
Yeah, and I think he got a little bit too clever for himself there, actually. I mean, it was a great move in the end for yellowpete to get his E off and pop HosaN down. I mean, he would have got away if that hadn't happened. We can see in the meantime, while that's all gone down, EG have pushed their first turret in this top lane down. Middle turret has gone down as well. The problem that Froggen now has is that the entire Dragonborn team is going to try and close in. He's headed up north towards the safety of Cho'Gath and Renekton. We'll see how Dragonborns can really switch around and react to this one.
It does look like they're just going to decide to back off. They didn't really have the ultimates to pick that particular fight, so wisely they start to back away and play it safe. They got a dragon, at least, so, they trade 2 kills for 2. They lost their both middle and top towers, and other than that bottom lane, they haven't put too much damage on, the Evil Geniuses towers. So EG are going to be happy with that trade. Even though they gave up the Drake, they've now got such a huge amount of map control in that top area of the map if they do decide to go aggressive, if they decide to, push quite heavily, etc. And yellowpete, if you take a look at the way he's maxing his champion, 5 points into Hail of Arrows and then 3 into that Blighted Quiver. So no points into his Piercing Arrow just yet. And it's just interesting to note how these players skill their champs.
Yeah, and that's a great thing. It's always good to see, to watch Varus because of that blight stacking up there. And you saw the flash to get his E off to finish that kill there was pretty impressive stuff, to be honest. But as you said, leaves us 2-2 on kills. But EG, that middle outer turret, even if that was the only thing that they've got in response to losing that dragon, they would have been happy. But taking the top outer turret as well is a great pickup for them. I think they did decent damage to the top inner turret as well, if I'm not totally mistaken. Yeah, it's below half HP already. So overall, great stuff coming out of EG. We've got Wickd actually invading in towards their jungle now, as he's going to walk straight into Malunoo, and he's got Shushei off to the side. Wickd needs to be very careful from this. Froggen actually coming in will put the ultimate down onto him, and I'm not sure that Jace will be able to chase up for a kill. No, he's going to back off.
Shushei's little knockback did push him a little bit to safety. Snoopeh now tries to put some pressure on this bottom lane, but HosaN is just going to be able to get that little movement speed boost and just sidestep the rupture, so no real danger there. He's got that Bloodthirster, which is starting to be stacked up. It is actually at full stacks already, and the bottom lane tower, you can see the HP at the bottom left there. It's not going to be long before Evil Geniuses lose that tower, and we're going to start seeing these team engagements. We're going to start seeing these 3v3, 4v4, 5v5s, and DRAGONBORNS need to win them. They're a little bit behind in gold, and I think their straight up 5v5 potential might be a little bit weaker than that of Evil Geniuses. So these first couple of team fights are going to be very important for them.
It's going to depend a lot, obviously, on who can land those spells. I mean, Snoopeh coming in with a Rupture, if that misses, that's one large amount of AoE CC out of the equation completely. So, going to be interesting to see, once they do start to stack up for those kind of things, who comes out on top. As we see yellowpete here being gifted that red buff by Snoopeh, and they are headed again down towards this bottom lane. The tower still alive, only hanging on by the skin of its teeth for now, though. And DRAGONBORNS, to be honest, from Draven, probably only need 2 hits to take it.
I imagine EG want to slow down this tower being taken. They want to give yellowpete more time to farm himself back up. He is behind. He does have a kill to the 2 assists of HosaN, but 40 CS is a noticeable difference. And I think they're just trying to get him back into this matchup before they're comfortable pushing fights. And we know Evil Geniuses can do that. They can stall until that they want to pick a fight. All of this slowing down of pace, though, means Malunoo starting to fall a little bit behind in his farming. A few moments ago it was a slightly higher number. It was around about 20 CS, and he's starting to pick it up as he's in the jungle right now. But the amount of pressure they're putting onto him as he gets jumped in the middle lane.
This is bad for Malunoo. He's going to go down there. And you see the power that can come out of that Renekton with Froggen hammering away from that backside. They're now going to make their way off from that, as the Draven ultimate did come across to try and do some damage, but just a little bit too little, too late. That will give EG the kill advantage, and they may try and squeeze in for a 3-man gank on this bottom lane, but that would be countered. Leona's there. Shushei is waiting inside of the brush, which they've now just seen since he threw his Q through the acceleration gate. There's the Rupture just to force him to back off, and that will be it for now. As I say, that Froggen and Spontexx going head-to-head here in the middle. We can see that Froggen did actually use his ultimate. Spontexx is not finished here. He's going to dive in there. He can't quite get him for that last charge, and that will be a flash away. Froggen survives.
The flash away, so powerful. Got him away from Spontexx's Crescent Slash, his E, and I think if that damage had hit, it may have just been enough to pick up the kill. I'm taking a look. 5 ranks into the Crescent Slash, it would have hit for around 220, 230 damage, and I think that would have been enough to kill Froggen. So, an amazing flash. There's literally no other word to describe it. The very millisecond it needed to land, got him out of range, got him to safety, and he survived. But that does bode well for DRAGONBORNS. Spontexx fell behind in lane, was under a lot of pressure for very early, and at least you can see he can still go toe-to-toe with Froggen in these 1v1 situations.
So let's take a look now, after a couple of crazy minutes, how things are looking now in the grand scheme. 3-0 in turrets, all the outer turrets now down. I'll tell a lie, there's a bottom one still there. In the middle of the top, it's the inner turret that went down in that top lane, which, all credit to Wickd again. He's doing a fantastic job with this Renekton, actually going in again on towards Malunoo, forcing him away. Got that Sunfire Cape built up after the Hex Drinker earlier on. In terms of other items, we've got the Aegis of the Legion now finished there for Snoopeh, Locket of the Iron Solari for Shen. The AD carries, Bloodthirsters for them both, but we see that HosaN with that extra BF sword in there. A Zeal just being picked up there by yellowpete on Varus. The mid lane, we've got that Gunzo's Rage Blade, plus the Nashor's Tooth done for Kale, and Bloodthirster Brutalizer for Jace.
Evil Geniuses are playing very, very smart now. For 20 minutes, we've just seen them pushing lane, but like individually, you know, they've been forcing Dragonborns to react to their aggression, and Dragonborns aren't really committing too many members to counter-pushing these lanes. So because they've lost that early map control and they lost early towers, it means they're falling a little bit further behind the longer this game goes. We're talking about Wicked's Renekton, and we touched on it as the game starts. Wickd has not played a mana-based champion once in the LCS now. He's played a Kali twice.
Doesn't like mana.
Yeah, doesn't like mana. Kali twice and Shen, so 2 ninjas. I was making jokes saying it would be awesome if he played a 3rd ninja, but he played Renekton, just cool down, you know, rage-dependent champion, so, or Fury rather. So interesting that he's playing slightly non-mana based champs.
As we see that the dragon was taken away by Evil Geniuses. They lost that last one, so that's another big pickup for them after losing the last one. They got the timer down it, however, and they were able to pick this one up. The question is here, can they defend this middle turret? The minion wave made short work of there by 4 of them, and that's a good sign for them. They should be able to hold onto this turret without too many problems.
The amount of wave clear that they've got, AoE, you know, AoE damage from every single one of their champions, even Sona to a lesser extent, if she starts throwing out her Qs, you know, hit a couple of champions at once. It's going to be difficult to siege towers against that lineup. You know, you're just going to get those the AoE splash from Kale plus the piercing arrow from Varus, which is going to start hitting a lot harder now. You can see working towards the static Shiv as well. So it's going to be difficult to siege towers, but they do have Jace, which is going to be very nice for that the long range poke. If they don't get enough poke and commit quickly, Sona's just going to heal them all though.
Certainly some very interesting moments still to come in this one. Gold is sitting at a 3,000 difference in favor of EG. We can see that Dragonborns there, always scary when you're alone and you see that acceleration gate go down, and the sound of people going through it is more than 2 or 3 men. That's a good sign to get away from that one, because they're coming and they're coming quick towards you. Snoopeh and yellowpete have defended their turret, and we see that the bottom outer turret has gone down, so I can now finally say all outer turrets down for EG.
Yeah, you know, that's just so much map control. They're crawling into the lead, you know, pulling ahead little bit by little bit, increased that gold lead to about 4,000 now, just shy of it. And the fact that they took that previous dragon just tells you that they've now stamped control on the entire sort of 50-60% of the map, up to the river and just past it. There's no towers for Dragonborns to fall back to. They've got relatively good ward coverage. You can see some vision there around the river entrances of the DB players. And you know, Dragonborns, they've just got defensive wards. They have no idea what Evil Geniuses are doing on their side of the map. And they're playing reactionary. They need to make something happen. They need to push a tower, or they need to pick a fight on Dragon to be able to close this gap that EG is pulling ahead from.
Certainly looking very good. Looking EG style right now, EG. Yeah. I mean, this is typical Evil Geniuses play. This is the whole, you know, get your advantage and slowly but surely push that advantage home for a win. It's still open to errors. That goes without saying. I mean, this game is definitely not over by now. It's not just a long drawn out one-sided definite. This could still be won by Dragonborns, but it's going to take some brilliant play from them.
And, you know, Froggen is just pulling further and further ahead. We've seen him falling a little bit behind in the mid lane as he goes aggressive onto Malunoo.
This could be bad for Malunoo. We'll see how he's able to deal with this one. Will Shadow dash away? Froggen quite happy to let him back off from that. He'll take the CS that was there, put down some damage, and wait for the rest of his team to come around. But, you know, you can see the top side of the jungle, the ward coverage, they're starting to get good vision there. You can see that Krepo now got that Oracle Elixir, that 5-minute timer, using it as much as he can here to get ward after ward in position, clear out what's being put down by Dragonborns, just to give them that even more map control, certainly over this top side of the jungle, as well as we are going to see Wickd going on Spontexx.
And we'll see very aggressive from Evil Geniuses. They come from the backside, put down the Rupture, which did catch HosaN up, but nobody else from EG decided to commit to that engagement. They weren't 100% sure where the rest of the Dragonborns members were, so wisely they just back away. Wickd eats that shock blast to the face, and it does nothing. With the amount of HP and armor that he has, Jace is not a threat to him right now.
Yeah, that Warmog's obviously been finished up by Wickd on the last time. I think he might have even bought it outright. I don't remember seeing the different parts of that Warmog actually being picked up there, but we are going to see EG now coming in towards this inner middle turret, and you can see that Dragonborn's not really able to do too much about it. Is Muvert going to get hit there? We are seeing Froggen up on that top side as well, being engaged upon by Spontexx, but the rest of EG coming in. Spontexx going to try and get away. He'll flash over in towards his base. No kills coming down from that one, even though Shushei did fall very low. Muvert obviously did die on the right-hand side on the tower.
Yeah, you know, it was just Evil Geniuses once again saying, look, we've got enough damage, we've got enough crowd control that even if somebody gets targeted by the turret for an extended period of time, just throw that intervention onto them, prevent the damage, block it out, and carry on pushing. So, you know, smart play from EG. They're just using every single strength that their team comp has to their advantage. And interestingly, look at the upgrade, the tier 3 upgrade for Froggen's Kale. He's decided to go for the Fura, which gives him the movement speed buff as DRAGONBORNS contest.
HosaN, they're getting hit by the crescendo. Baron has been picked up here by EG. What can DRAGONBORNS do? They're doing decent damage in here, but you see Spontexx just being absolutely destroyed. HosaN, though, going through. This is dangerous for EG. Jace getting involved in it. Wickd going to get knocked away. The Rupture will land onto Malunoo. Will EG turn and fight this one? Yes, they did for a brief moment, and then realized that they had to back off. Snoopeh goes down to HosaN. Wickd going to dive into the back, gets himself the Shen kill. They focus down HosaN. He will die up the top side. They've all just literally fell to pieces there, DRAGONBORNS, as they came chasing. It looked promising in terms of health. But, you know, even just 10 seconds running away with that Baron buff on gives you so much nice regen on your health that you just turn around and go at it again.
And what great play from Renekton there. You could see DRAGONBORNS was moving and both teams moving as solid units. They were, you know, sliding through the river, getting towards that blue buff as quickly as possible. And Wickd just said, I know I can get that kill onto the back line. I know I can shut him down. Use the slice and dice, dive through everybody, and that caused the confusion for the DRAGONBORNS. HosaN continued chasing. I said at the beginning of the game, he's an aggressive AD. He likes to be deep, you know, behind enemy lines, and that was what he was chasing. You know, he carried on chasing as the rest of his team got split up. Shushei ran left. Malunoo got shut down in the back line. HosaN was, you know, up a creek without a paddle and got shut down. And an absolutely perfect fight for Evil Geniuses.
We can see there that Kale, obviously been played by Froggen here, finishing off that frozen mallet. So, you know, we talk about Froggen and his builds can sometimes be a little bit funky. You're not going to be able to escape from a Kale who's got that down. Look at that. Pink ward placed down on top of Spontexx. Froggen losing no health.
Absolutely nothing at all. Started the fight. Pink ward down for vision. Intervention on himself. I don't know if Spontexx even seen that pink ward was down. He couldn't really go anywhere, to be fair, either. There was no flash available, but he pretty much just resigned himself in that fight. HosaN's picking a battle with Froggen, trading a lot of damage, throws out the ultimate, but Froggen seems to be surviving it.
Now he could be in trouble, though. We see Shushei coming in there, and that is the kill for HosaN. But look how low he went. That was without the intervention, which it would have been a dead one, that's for sure. Is EG going to get engaged on here?
Yeah, it does look like it. The solar flare is out from Muvert, but there's no attack damage to back it up. HosaN is trying to get back as quickly as possible as Shushei moves in from the top lane. Now Muvert lands a very nice stun onto yellowpete. They're going to carry on fighting as Snoopeh is up in the top lane trying to duel on Shushei. They've lost Muvert first. Now HosaN is left without protection. There's nobody to keep him alive. He gets dropped low. The rest of DRAGONBORNS fall. Shushei picks up 1 kill, but a triple for yellowpete.
Yeah, triple for yellowpete. That's just showing you, I mean, he's died at the end, but still, the power of them. Look at the health bars still on EG. Krepo didn't die in that. Snoopeh's full HP. Wickd full HP. Managed to get double buffs. I think it was HosaN who had the double buff on him there from that last one. So just an overall, you see the difference there between EG and DRAGONBORNS. When they get into these big fights, EG can out-tank them and then out-damage them.
And also the focus is a lot better as well. You see EG, they pick one single target, jump onto it. So the in-game calls just seem to be a little bit more on the same page. DRAGONBORNS, you know, Muvert, he threw out his ultimate, that solar flare, before anybody was even there. It was just him and Malunoo. You know, Shen and Leona, you're not really going to stop an inhibitor. Then HosaN joined the party late after Shushei came in around from the side. They came in from different angles, weird positions, and were able to get singled out and focused by the Evil Geniuses members.
Well, I think Wickd enjoyed being called Brickid last week because look at his build again. He is so tanky. 5-0-6 now on this Renekton. And people might think about banning Renekton out against Wickd here as he sat in that brush. Shushei just going around the side. Malunoo actually comes in, puts a ward on top of him. Wickid's got the Oracle on, just clears that one out. Not even scared of Malunoo and Shushei there. He's still hanging around. I mean, he's got Baron buff on. He's triple buffed right now. Is just too strong. They can't really do anything about it.
Yeah, there's nothing that you can do against that crocodile. And even if you do, you know, get him relatively low with his ultimate with intervention, it's just gonna, you know, be completely unstoppable. You've even got Krepo in there with the Locket of the Iron ShLaYa. So any damage you do put onto him, it's just going to be immediately, you know, negated by so many different routes. DRAGONBORNS do pick up a dragon, but when you're 10,000 gold behind, it's not a huge difference right now.
Yep, and I saw Jason having a bit of a smile about that one, reminiscing on his awesome puns from before in the qualifiers with the Dragons.
It was something about a team kill. Yeah, team kill when they picked up the Drake.
No, but that's something at least for DRAGONBORNS. Like you say, it's a lot of gold that they're behind, but it's something to give them a half shot maybe of staying in this game. I mean, it's 13-5 in kills, 6-1 in towers. They've got control of the entire map here, EG, and they're now pushing in for the final inner turret, which stands in this bottom lane, but it's not standing for long.
And something that I haven't noticed at all until this very moment, Muvert doesn't have any boots at all. Ruby, Sightstone, Philo, and you know that's it. There's nothing else there. So the movement speed is very, very lacking on his Leona. It's only 335, so he's not going to be able to react very quickly at all. You consider everybody else in the opposing team has their boots completed with the exception of Krepo's Sona. She's going to throw out her Song of Celerity, her E, give a movement speed buff to everybody, and it's going to be difficult for Muvert to land that dash and that stun onto the target that he wants to.
Yeah, and you can see the difference that CS has made. Obviously, the 10 assists probably shouldn't be underestimated there either. But that Locket of the Iron Solari in there, offering so much to the team. And Leona's really got none of that, but she does have that CC to offer in there. So we'll see if DRAGONBORNS can hold on to anything more. They've got super minions coming up the middle. Froggen is actually going to split this top lane off now, and they're going to be pushing with 4 men in towards that bottom inhibitor turret. Draven going to be the one that goes top, but we've seen it before. If Froggen turns around here, see, he puts the ultimate on himself, absolutely rips HosaN to pieces.
Completely destroyed. HosaN could do nothing in that engagement. Froggen not afraid to blow the cooldown and intervention, using it early in a fight, avoiding the damage, allows him to continue pushing and secures that inhibitor turret as the rest of Evil Geniuses now continue the siege in this bottom lane. Shushei thinking about picking a fight. He's gone aggressive on Froggen.
He's gone and actually flashed his way in there. This could be very interesting as Froggen not quite going to be able to escape from that one. But what does it allow? It lets EG put more pressure down on this bottom lane as Muvert actually going to get knocked up there. Shen going to shadow dash right into the middle. Solar Flare comes down. There's a crescendo to counter. The ultimate came out of Varus as Spontexx gets destroyed. I think it was nommed in that process from Snoopeh as well. They focus in towards Malunoo. Muvert is still alive somehow. And now Jace coming in as well. But it's EG who pick up those 2 kills in that bottom lane and then take the inhib turret as well.
Yeah, they knew that, you know, HosaN was still, you know, he was dead from that previous engagement. They knew that Shushei was low. So at best, it was always going to be a 3-man defense for DRAGONBORNS, and they just brute forced their way onto that tower. So no towers with the exception of those Nexus ones still up. Every single inhibitor is exposed. The mid lane inhibitor will be respawning soon, and DRAGONBORNS are going to have to defend every single one of them with their lives if they have any hope of stopping Evil Geniuses. But look at that, 2 Radiant's Omens completed on the side of EG. When they do commit to the fight, when they have Snoopeh and Wickd behind enemy lines, it's just going to be so difficult to do anything at all.
Yep, and the interesting thing now coming in is Baron, who, as you can see in the top left there, is up and alive right now. And EG obviously taking that last one, have that timer down. Not too much in terms of vision around the Baron itself currently. So we'll have to see how that's all dealt with. You can see that Krepo getting himself in there. He's got a stack of wards after putting down, I think, 3 there. Has got 4 still in his inventory. So he's going to be stacking wards up all over the place as HosaN just has a bit of a peek just to make sure that Baron is there, because they can't really even afford to put wards down right now. They know that they're going to get cleared out as soon as they do. There are 2 oracles running on EG, so whenever they put either of these wards down, they're just going to be gone straight away, and they're going to end up in the same scenario, having no vision.
Yeah, there's nothing that you can do. Once a team can, you know, spend a lot of money on those oracles and simply negate any map vision you have, you need to have that game sense, that 6th spidey sense, as it were. This is what they're doing. This is where they're going. Wickd takes a little bit of poke from that shock blast combo. It actually did a little more than I was anticipating, but still not necessarily a huge amount, as Snoopeh's going to land this rupture. If it does catch anybody, they're going to be in trouble, and Muvert seems to be the target.
Yeah, they've gone in on to Muvert. We are going to see Stan United coming in. DRAGONBORNS going to go for one, maybe last fight here as the ultimate comes out of Varus. DRAGONBORNS decently tanky. Crescendo comes across. Shushei starting to fall low. The targeting a little bit weak here from EG, but slowly and surely they are working their way through. There's another kill for Varus. Triple kill in the end coming out for yellowpete. That leaves a very hurt Malunoo. HosaN, who's in all kinds of trouble. Krepo going to flash over in there. Can they pin him down? Do they even want to pin him down? Do they care about pinning him down. No, they don't. They're going to go straight through the middle.
HosaN got zoned out and left that fight so early on. The DRAGONBORNS had no consistent damage dealer, and they spent so much time focusing Snoopeh. Look at the HP bars of the carries. yellowpete is untouched. Wickd is untouched. They blew everything they had to try and kill Cho'Gath, and you're not going to win fights if that is your target. So the DRAGONBORNS forced out of that one. They've lost their mid inhibitor, and EG might try to finish the game up right here.
I don't think that they've got the damage here between the two of them to stop this push coming out from EG. At the end of the day, they're all 5 men. First Nexus turret is already down. Second one will fall quickly afterwards. Intervention put on there by Froggen. They're hammering away on the Nexus, and Evil Geniuses going to be taking down DRAGONBORNS here to win their 3rd game in the European LCS.
Great play from Evil Geniuses. They were in control of the matchup from the very early phase. They gave DRAGONBORNS the respect that they needed, and after 10, 12, 15 minutes, they turned the pressure on, and they didn't let go until they won the matchup.
Not the start that DRAGONBORNS were really looking for here in this season, but that's enough for us here at the TheTess. For now, we're going to throw it over to Deman and Jason, and they're going to break down all that action.
Yes, thank you very much, Joe. And well, we are here on the TheTess. As you may know, I'm a little bit nasal. I'm sounding...
Sound lovely, like Barry White almost.
I'm not quite down that low right yet. Oh, yeah. I could possibly get there after a little bit, but... interesting game there to start with. Not a bad showing for DRAGONBORNS, their first game here in the League Championship Series, and they didn't do too bad. I mean, it was 10 minutes, the game was looking still very even.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, they had a huge CS lead in that bottom lane. They kept up in gold the entire time until that one moment where they traded that dragon for those 2 turrets, and it kind of started to slip out of their hands. But yeah, I completely agree. Very strong showing. And I mean, DRAGONBORNS, they're not looking weak at all for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, to the point that our highlight probably wasn't really until the Baron fight, which was... what, 28 minutes into it, 30 minutes into it? Well, I mean, does that sound like a typical EG game? Yeah, I know it does. The highlight doesn't come till about the half-hour mark. But Jason, take us through it. I mean, this was the fight really that we need to build up to this one because Muvert had already been picked off, so he wasn't really involved in the key fight. Yeah, so it's pretty much a 4v5 this situation. EG already picked up the Baron. It was 4-2, and the goal lead, it was 43.3 thousand to 37, so it really wasn't too far out of the favor of DRAGONBORNS. They had a chance to come back, but let's go and take you in the replay and just show you how it kind of slipped away here as we will go ahead and start this off. And you see, they have this Baron, and the big problem, actually, let me take you out real quick, is to show that Shushei not really in position to help. We have Muvert currently sitting in the middle of a space, and then we'll see this fight break out right here. And the real problem is when Spontexx goes into the back line right here, he's 1v5 pretty much at this situation against a Krepo who has an Oracle, so when he does try to stealth up, it won't matter in any way, and he just gets blown up. And as Deman and I were watching this, we're kind of confused because DRAGONBORNS, they continue to chase this fight. They have EG, pretty low on the back foot trying to run away, but the thing is that they didn't have all the damage they really need to. EG had that Baron up to get that sustain to keep alive, and we'll see it just kind of develop here in this situation. And one thing that really Wickd does, he kind of goes for a man mode play right here. He kind of sits back, he kind of heals off of these off this blue buff here, and he goes straight into the backline right for Malunoo, who really didn't expect that slice and dice to come through. And then you have yellowpete going head to head against Shushei, and he gets a really nice sidestep right here, sidestep, I mean he just stops moving for an auto attack and picks up that kill, but stays alive. They get 4 kills for nothing. And it just gave him that huge lead to keep the game going. I thought it was quite good the fact that they used that bush by the blue. And as soon as they got into it, Wickd just turned straight, went for the back there, straight for Malunoo, just completely split them apart. So really nice place, and EG really picking up another win there. Something, obviously at the end of last weekend, they ended up with a loss against SK Gaming. How do you think that would have affected them? Obviously going through the week, do you think that motivates them? The fact that they've ended up with a loss? I know I went out with them that night, and actually both teams, SK and EG, were really in high spirits, so they were enjoying their time here in Cologne, but they seem to have doubled their efforts. I know they've got their apartment sorted out here in Cologne. They seem to be settling down now into the League Championship Series. Yeah, that's really a big thing, is that they finally have their place. They're finally all together. They have the ability to practice. I was talking to Snoopeh last week, and he was mentioning they didn't really get to practice much as a team. They kind of just theory-crafted their entire setup for that weekend, but now they have that ability to practice. They want to show everyone that they're a very strong team. I'm sure they're looking forward to the game versus SK to really get their revenge on them. And I mean, I'm kind of happy to see, Wickd playing some new champions. We saw him playing pretty much a solid 3 last season. Now he's playing a couple of different more. I even have the Sona Varus play, which, I mean, the entire last weekend they played Caitlyn Lulu every single game. So they're kind of spreading out a little bit, showing the power of other AD carries. So, EG looking very strong. Well, talking about how settled they are, of course, I do know that through various tweets that Krepo got the biggest room in the house. So let's pass over to Sjokz on the stage, who is there with Krepo.
All right. Hi, I'm here with Krepo. Hi, Krepo. Now, going to Champion Select against the Dragonborns, they immediately banned out 3 mid-champions. Can you take us through that Champion Select process from your side?
Basically, coming into the game, we knew they were going to target at least 2 bans on Froggen. We didn't expect a TF ban, but that kind of indicated that they didn't want us to have any globals. And we were looking for first pick Kale, so that we ban our other like OP champions. We targeted Shushei's Vi as well, then the Xin Zhao to stop Dragonborns from their like signature early pressure momentum type of play. And we actually forced them into a poke comp then with a lot of global presence. And it actually worked out. Like the Kale pick we got, we predicted that they would go Chen. Then we thought they would go for a Taric, so like an aggressive bottom lane. But it ended up being a Leona lane. But all in all, we predicted pretty much everything, and we managed to pick a pretty safe bot lane early, so we could counter pick both top and mid, and then like deal with it that way. And it'll keep Kale open as long in multiple positions.
All right, thank you. Now that was obviously a great showing. Now later you're going to play versus SK Gaming again. How did you prepare specifically after that loss last week?
Basically, it was a new strategy we were trying, something different. I don't think we needed that much like analyzing of the game afterwards. We pretty much knew where we went wrong. We have made some tweaks to that strategy if we ever use it again. And we're just more ready for them. I hope so, and I think it'll be another close game tonight.
Thank you very much. Now that was Krepo from EG. After the break, we're going to have a short break. We're going to see the Copenhagen Wolves get a chance at revenge versus SK Gaming, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for our second match of the day, the Copenhagen Wolves versus SK Gaming. Quickshot, I've always got a question for you at the start of this one. This time, can the puppies of Copenhagen Wolves get out of that cage that SK Gaming put them in last time?
Well, we'll have to see, because let's be very honest. They were locked inside the cage, but SK took a long time to get through with that game. You know, they dragged it out for much longer than they needed to. They didn't make the plays when they needed to. And maybe the Wolves will say, well, look, we were outplayed, we lost the matchup, but we know what we did wrong. We need to make more plays more often, and we'll see if they've learned from their mistakes.
Well, let's have a quick look then at the teams that are going to be facing off here, of course, for Copenhagen Wolves on the top side. We have NeeGodBro in the top lane, cowTard in the middle lane, TheTess and Deficio in the bottom lane, and of course, Svenskeren in the jungle.
And of course, for SK Gaming, Kevin up in the top lane, ocelote mid, CandyPanda and Nyph down bottom, and hyrqBot in the jungle.
And ocelote looked very much like a lion in that photo, you know, very hyped up. And he is one of the most emotional players around in League of Legends. All those great videos that we see from, you know, events past and present always have an ocelote in there, whether he's screaming and shouting, whether he's crying of, you know, tears of joy for actually qualifying here into Season 3. He's a real character.
Yeah, that's true. And, you know, we caught up with SK Gaming. We chatted to them a little bit about their matchups and how they've gone so far. And ocelote said he gets bored. If they're farming up a little bit and he pushes, he gets caught out. He's like, well, I want to go, let's fight. And his team will start saying, no, don't fight and whatnot. So there's a little bit of parity between the teams and some of the calls in the mid to late game. And we'll have to see if he's figured out how to control himself.
Well, we saw from him, you know, against Fnatic, and we talked to him after day one had happened, and he was like, well, we just do this often. We throw games which are ours, which are rightfully ours, because we just lose patience, because we get bored, because we try and force things too much almost in that one. But either way, we asked both teams what they were thinking about each other before we got into today's action. Let's have a little look and see what they had to say.
We don't know much about them. We have this issue now where we kind of focus on one strategy when we go into the game. So, of course, we have to take them seriously.
We're gonna pay way more attention in both Champions Select and pre-Champions Select.
They are a really good team. Obviously, they are one of the 8 best teams of Europe.
Yeah, the battle can begin.
The battle can begin. What are your thoughts on this game as a whole? Because we said it before, we said it last week, that Copenhagen Wolves, you know, we called them puppies jokingly, but they weren't that bad. They didn't look too bad in that game. The question is whether they've had the time, that's for sure. There's a week in between their last defeat and today, of course. But have they been able to sit down and really hammer out what went wrong and how they fixed that here?
I want to see how they want to play it out, because, you know, we've seen them playing against Evil Geniuses, and they, I believe if I recall correctly, they got first blood, they reacted to the Twisted Fate Destiny gank of Froggen in the bottom, and actually picked up a kill off that as well. So the individual play and those sort of small micro skirmishes in the early stage of the game, they can do it. They can, you know, fight with the best of them, trade and pick up kills. The problem for the Wolves comes in once they get to the team game. I think because they haven't played at this level for prolonged periods of time, the decision-making seems to be a bit lacking. And, you know, we've seen last week when they're facing against SK, they had a poke comp. They got, you know, they sat on their tower. They didn't land very, you know, they didn't land too much poke successfully. And they didn't try commit fights. Now, fair enough, if you don't have a team fight comp, you can't. But they didn't know what to do once they fell behind.
And that can be the problem, you know. You set yourself, your whole week's practice coming into a game is set up on a certain comp, and if it doesn't go right at the parts that you've kind of banked on it going right, that's when it can be really hard. And that, I guess, separates the good teams and the best teams, the ability to really switch your whole mindset in a game from this is how we were going to play, but this has happened, so we have to now go ahead and do this. We've actually got quite a few stats, which you guys can obviously all find by going over to lolesports.com. Don't forget button at the bottom to hide the spoilers there if you've not seen the results from the North American or even, I guess, from the European games last week. And there's some fairly interesting ones. Obviously, 2 games played so far for Copenhagen Wolves. They're 0 for 2, bottom of the table right now, technically. And then you've got SK 2-1. So the stats don't quite match up in terms of how many games they've played, but interesting nonetheless.
Well, you can take a look. Let's have a look at the average goal per minute. For example, for the Copenhagen Wolves, 1,300 1,500 gold per minute for the entire team. On the other side, SK Gaming, 1.6 thousand gold per minute. So they're in there. They're up near the top. And you've got to remember that the Copenhagen Wolves, they're 0-2 in both of these games. So they've fallen behind a little bit, and it becomes a bit more difficult to itemize and get that gold. You know, the Copenhagen Wolves, they've got a number of key players to look out for. And let's have a quick look at the full roster of the Wolves.
Yeah, obviously we've got some very big names in here for the Wolves. We've highlighted TheTess here. He's played in both games so far in the European LCS with that Ezreal. We saw him being brilliant on it in the qualifiers as well. He's most certainly going to be influential in how they do in this one. Deficio, on the other hand, we've looked at him, I think in a video last week, they referred to him as the noob in the team, obviously technically the manager, but they've had these problems just from the fact that they can't have their normal mid laner playing for this one, which, you know, once Bjergsen finally gets to the glorious age of 17, which I think is in a week or two.
I think it's tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
I think it's tomorrow, and I think he's going to be playing next week. I stand to be correct on that, but within the next week or so, he's going to be back. And it's exactly like you said, the synergy, the team comp, practice with one player, attend the tournament with another, come here. You know, it's really difficult to sit down and really buckle down and train and practice when your roster is going to be changing very, very soon.
Is a little bit all over the place indeed. Let's have a look at SK Gaming then in depth and see what they've got to offer. We've highlighted Kevin this time around because he's been a real solid player in this top lane for them. Up until now, played Olaf twice, which, as we said, we're playing on 3.01, which has had Olaf's taken a bit of a hit in there. He won one game with that Olaf out of the two. He's also played a Shen, which he has, you know, one game, one win with 100% ratio, which is after one game, you know, maybe not quite the telling tale. But this SK lineup, we've said it before, they've got some very solid players. They've got that new old bottom lane, I guess we can call it, CandyPanda and Nyph, the two Germans that stretch all the way back to Season 1 in Game D. They were kind of split up, but magically reunited here again for Season 3.
Yeah, rejoined to make the golden team. You can see the players there. These are the ones that we've been, you know, we're going to be watching and keeping an eye on the middle lane. But, you know, SK Gaming, the matchup where Kevin was playing Shen was actually against GodBro's Needly up in the top lane, and it just became this bruiser battle. Neither could really outduel one another, and it was just a farm fest for the entirety of that matchup. So it was a little bit of a dull affair, if we can, you know, go so brave as to say that. But eventually SK pulled ahead. Middle lane, cowTard and ocelote. This is going to be cowTard's possibly last few games, today and tomorrow. And there's a lot of pressure on him. You know, he needs to, you know, stand up, and he's got time to shine. And I wonder if he's going to be able to do it against ocelote.
Yeah, and ocelote, we've said it before, he's a very emotional player. If it's going well, you'll hear him screaming and shouting, and he's playing better for that. You know, he's a very momentum-based player. On the other hand, especially if he dies for first blood, or if something in his team doesn't quite go his way, he can fall off very, very quickly. It doesn't matter what champion he's playing in terms of mid-late game kind of fall-off ability. New word for you right there. He could just do that himself. In his own mind, ocelote can rip himself to pieces really quickly, and that's something that I think he knows as a person, but they have to work on that, that's for sure.
Talking about ocelote, the champions that he's played so far, Anivia, Orianna, and Kassadin. The Anivia was against Fnatic, where they lost because Peke played Kaplan in the middle. And it was just, you know, there's nothing you can do. The amount of auto attacks, the range, he was just completely shut down. And it was just put behind. But his Orianna and his Kassadin have been very, very good. Kassadin was against Evil Geniuses, if I recall correctly. And, you know, when we've seen them playing the Wolves, they failed to close it out effectively. They failed to do it fast. But when we seen them against Evil Geniuses, they got that lead, they got the gold and the item advantage, and they actually pushed home the win around about 38 to 40 minutes, if I remember correctly. So over the period of a day, they were able to step back, calm their nerves, think about what they did wrong, and fix things. So I wonder if they've done something similar for this matchup.
Well, one thing that we didn't really touch on here as well is the jungle situation. hyrqBot obviously coming in. He didn't qualify for Season 3 with SK, obviously. That was another Spaniard, Aranea, who is not actually with us for this event, obviously. But hyrqBot's come in. We saw him first on show at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. Wasn't as amazing as people would have, certainly as he would have hoped, I guess we can say. However, we did see him play last week, that jungle Vi, which got him... He was amazing with that jungle Vi. Early levels, managing to get into the middle lane for the early ganks and first blood. He was a real menace.
Yes, such a powerful champion, so much damage at those early levels. The burst they can put out is just, mental. We've seen, I think there was a vibe ban in the previous matchup, if I recall correctly. Almost certainly going to be something similar now, In terms of the other junglers, he has played also Shen and Cho'Gath. I'm having a look at his, opponent in the jungle, Svenskeren, who has played Lee Sin and Cho, and there's a big disparity in their gold per minute. Svenskeren has averaged 214 gold per minute to hyrqBot's 267. That's a big, big difference. And, over a 30, 40-minute game, which is how long they played last time, 50 gold per minute on average adds up to many, many hundreds.
Yeah, it does. And one thing, I don't think we even mentioned this last week, that Svenskeren obviously did used to play in the jungle for SK Game, and there was a little bit of drama when he got kicked out of the team or left the team, or I don't want to get into the whole politics thing, but there's certainly a nice little rivalry. He's only 17 himself, very, very young player, and that surely will drive him on to do well here against his former teammates, at least some of them.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of bragging rights, a lot of things on the line, a lot of pressure. Sven played Lee Sin last week, a KDA of 3, so he did very well with his Lee Sin in comparison to Cho, but he hasn't really stamped a massive authority on the matchups. When we've seen the Wolves playing in the previous games, their individual lanes and the teleport ganks from cowTard have really what have set them apart. And I think Sven's going to need to get a little bit more in the faces of his opponents if he wants to start pulling a little bit further ahead and helping his team secure some early game advantages.
And one thing that, one part of the team which I think never gets enough love, in my opinion, is obviously the support player. We can see Nyph there on the right-hand side of your screen with his AD carry CandyPanda there next to him. Nyph, yes, last week played 2 out of his 3 games with HosaN, and he was hitting every crescendo. There were some amazing crescendos that came out of Nyph last week. And if he's even in half that kind of form today, hitting those skill shots, specifically if he ends up getting his hands on the Sona again, then I think that Copenhagen Wolves, just from that, could be in a lot of trouble.
And we've seen a lot of Sona so far in the European LCS. Almost every single team has run Sona over the course of last week and this week, and exactly like you said, those crescendos were game-changing. Locked up so many members of the opposing teams. I think he had 3- and 4-man crescendos pretty much every single time he casted it. It was literally pixel perfect. And comparing him to Deficio, who has of course stepped into the support line relatively recently for the Copenhagen Wolves, there's a massive difference once again there. The stats, we keep pointing them and looking at them, but 244 gold per minute on Nyph's support to 171 gold per minute for Deficio. He has also played 1 game with Sona, 1 game with Lulu. The kills, the fact that behind they're not getting the kills means you don't get that assist gold. It all adds up. But again, a massive disparity between these two teams.
Yeah, and you could see there in the kind of background shot there on the camera that some of the players are in fact in game, and that's pretty standard stuff. Obviously, as the teams switch from the last teams that were sitting there, the new teams come in. They obviously want to sit down and have themselves a little bit of warm-up time, making sure that everything's to their feeling. You can see there hyrqBot just adjusting his monitor, making sure that's close enough or far away enough, at the right height. These kind of things do make a difference coming into a game. There's not one team in the world that's been successful in the past in any game that's come in, sat down and just played. That just doesn't happen. There is obviously a practice room here. The teams, they don't come completely cold into this. They're allowed to sit down and play some games on the live realm. Which definitely helps them out. You have to come in warmed up and ready to go.
Yeah, each of these players, they need a little bit of time, 5-10 minutes, just to get their key bindings, get their graphic settings, really customize and get set up. I think it's, is it Diamond Prox or Genja from GAMBIT that plays in the windowed mode?
I think quite a few of them do, actually, yeah.
Used to playing at that specific small resolution because that's what they're comfortable with. That's what they're there about. And, at the end of the day, we're here for the tournament, so we need to respect the power of this warm-up session. You can see there just Nyph just really getting ready for this and playing a Taric. I wonder if we'll see a Taric this matchup. I think, is that Ocelot's little playbook with the little sunflower on the right of your screen? That must be worth a pretty penny.
Well, I think it is, to be honest with you. We saw in there writing a few notes in there, and that's something that you've always you got to have, in my opinion, as a team. Writing stuff down makes a big difference. Yeah, you can have everything in your head, but there's nothing better than coming in with a game plan written down on paper and saying, this is what we're doing. This is what you do. This is what I do. Nothing left to chance. It's all there. They know exactly what's coming down. Just got to keep an eye on it, because you don't want any teams sneaking around and having a quick peek on your playbook, do you, before you get going?
That actually happened a little bit earlier. Deficio, just as we were setting up for the show and about to go live, Deficio was sitting in the player warm-up area. He had his notes sitting on his lap, and as Krepo came up, he immediately flipped the paper and sat on it. He's like, no, this is our game plan. I don't want anybody to see this. I don't want anybody to know what's going on. I don't know what the plans are. And, you know, SK, they look relaxed. They look focused. ocelote, big smiles. And, you know, you got to think they've come into this. They've got a game plan. They know what they want to do. And it's going to come down a lot to these picks and bans and who gets any, you know, advantages.
And I want to clear this up now as well, because I think every single week questions about why are they wearing 400 pairs of headphones. And I can clear that one up for, like, kind of finally. If anyone else asks, then you guys can tell them at home. But obviously they have in-ear earphones, I guess they're technically called, in the ear. Then they've got the soundproof headset over the top of it, which actually is just a big ear protector, basically. And then they've got their normal headset around their mouth, so they've got the microphone to talk to each other. So that's why they're wearing so many different pairs of headsets, and there's so many wires all over the place.
Just to make sure they can't hear our lovely voices, you know, while the audience is listening in. So yeah, they're busy getting ready for this one. The favorite has to be SK Gaming. They've won. They won last week. They won against Evil Geniuses. You know, in the opening video, we've seen the momentum and how important it is to get that leg up in the tournament and just make sure you can use that to your advantage. And the Wolves, the thing that they've got in their pocket is that they're the underdogs. There's not too much expected of them, you know, without being too rude. So they have less pressure on them in that sense. And if they can use that to advantage, if they've got that comfort zone to play maybe a cheese strat or, you know, just be a bit more relaxed in this matchup, maybe it can help them out as well.
And that's the thing. People talk about cheese strategies and how you should play in this league format, because we've said it before, it's 28 games that each team's got to play. We heard it in the video earlier that some of them are like, it's all about the first games. These first games so important. For some teams, you know, it's not like that. It is a more drawn-out thing. It's not a loser best of 3 and you're out kind of scenario. So you've got to take everything week by week. And I think that's the reason why we're seeing so many of these quite one-sided games, if we're honest about it. But they take 40, 50 minutes to get completed, because no team wants to step out of line when they've got that advantage and risk throwing, you know, a victory out of the window when we're only, well, 2 weeks in now.
Yeah, this is the 3rd day of games. I mean, this is game number 10 in the grand scheme of things. There are going to be so many games to come. And it's also a shift in this mentality. The teams are going to need to start understanding that we're not in the situation where you get knocked out. And once we start to get more settled, we'll get into the swing of things a little bit more. We are into the picks and bans, and the Copenhagen Wolves immediately removing Vi. I don't think anybody is surprised by that.
No, and the Twitch, actually, we did see being used last week by CandyPanda and Nyph in this bottom lane. So that Twitch is a dangerous one. I said that, and I'm pretty sure it was CandyPanda who played Twitch twice last week. So yeah, that's obviously aimed at him. Zyra, Deficio, and cowTard in the middle has actually played as well. You're right with that one. There's a Shen ban, which is a bit more, you know, bog standard Shen.
A little bit more standard. It's also interesting to see SK Gaming banning it out as well. GodBro did play Shen last week, but Kevin had some very good Shen games as well. So they've decided they wanted to get rid of it. That Twitch mention as well. CandyPanda, a KDA of 8.5 on that champion. So he didn't just play the little rat well, he played it very well.
There is Olaf taken out. We said it earlier on that Kevin played a brilliant Olaf. Olaf has been hit in this one, but I don't think it's to the point where teams are saying, no, we're not going to play Olaf anymore. I think that Olaf is still very much a big part of League of Legends at this level. So what are SK going to go with here for their 3rd and final ban? Obviously, TheTess, he's played only Ezreal up until now. We've seen it, obviously, in the last couple of weeks, but also at the qualifiers as well. But they went with a Xin Shao ban instead.
And I was going to say this as well, you know, for that very last ban, the high priority ones was going to be the Kayle and the Xin. You know? Kayle, a champion, we said in the previous game, could go anywhere. I initially thought it was going to be jungle because Snoopeh ran it last week. It ended up being, you know, Froggen picking him up in that middle, in the middle lane. But now we can see Renekton and Sona once again being picked up. They've given that to Nyph. I think he's going to be very, very happy with that pick.
Yeah, and I think people underestimate that fact as well, that if you've got a champion that you're so comfortable on, Froggen and Anivia is probably the best example of that one, doesn't almost matter in some cases. If you feel so confident on it, you're going to pick it whatever's coming your way. There's a Renekton, as you said. We saw it in the North American LCS on Thursday, been used in every single game. It featured last night, I think, as well. It got a little bit late for me, with having to be here today. I had to go to bed halfway through. But we saw it in that last game. Wickd playing Renekton. If Kevin can get half of what, half as good and strong as Wickd did in that last game, it's going to pay off for them.
Yes, so true. Such a scary champion. Elise and Caitlyn is what the Copenhagen Wolves are considering. They are locked in now and secured in there. So, again, they've got this ability to put Elise sort of anywhere. We've seen Elise run in the jungle a couple of times by the Copenhagen Wolves. I think DRAGONBORNS did it about a month and a half ago as well. So, I don't really think it's super possible to be in the jungle, but it's a possibility. And having that Kayle and the Elise there, being able to throw them top lane, mid lane, jungle, SK Gaming will be guessing a little bit, and they've left their mid lane pick until the very, very last one. ocelote has said, I'm not sure who's going to be there, so let's play this safe, let's lock in the Misfortune, lock in the Jarvan, and we'll counterpick who we think is going to be the most likely mid laner.
And over for SK, they've picked up their AD carry, Misfortune, very, very strong in this patch as well. And the Jarvan, good old Jarvan. I'm guessing going to be in the jungle. Obviously, again, that could switch around. It could be different from that point of view, but I'm imagining that's going to be hyrqBot actually playing it in the jungle itself. Wolves taking that Caitlyn away from SK Gaming. I mean, as we said earlier, CandyPanda played Twitch and Ezreal last week, but we all know, if you've been watching League of Legends long enough, that CandyPanda's Caitlyn. In fact, Deman used to call Caitlyn CandyPanda most of the time because that's how often and how well he used to play that champion. So always a good thing to take it away from him.
I still remember when Caitlyn was, rising in popularity again with the Season 3 changes. Deman was actually saying, where is CandyPanda? Why is he not playing Caitlyn as much as he used to? But the final lock-in for the Copenhagen Wolves is going to be that Cho'Gath. So most likely going to be Kayle mid, Elise top, Cho'Gath in the jungle. That's going to probably be the setup. We'll see how they decide to do the swaps once ocelote has picked his champ, because he's going to need to start countering. The Copenhagen Wolves have got a little bit of everything. They've got tank ability, they've got CC, they've got fairly good poke. They've got a well-rounded team comp. Unlike the last time they faced SK, where they had an almost all-in poke composition. Now they can do a little bit of everything.
And I'm wondering what SK are going to go for here at the end. I mean, you've got Jarvan to lock everyone, and you've got a crescendo, the AoE damage coming out from Renekton, bullet time, of course, from Misfortune. So if all those things come together, that's a lot of power for SK. What are they going to finish off with here in the middle? A Kassadin.
Well, it's not too surprising. He's got good lane presence. He's going to be able to get away from some ganks. He's got great mobility. And if you look at the team, Misfortune, Jarvan, Renekton, they're all damage dealers as well. Jarvan and Renekton are going to build a little bit tanky, so they have the ability to deal, good DPS in these team fights. And it's just going to be up to ocelote to really just single out a target and pick them off. He's got the Rift Walk to get in and out to some AoE. If they do decide to go super aggressive and super deep, he can go in and hit everybody as well. But more importantly, I think he can just stop those spell casts from Elise, silence Cho, silence Kayle, get those small, couple of seconds of inability to cast spells, and it's going to swing things in their favor.
So, who do you fancy for this one? In fact, no, you know what? I'm going to go first, because I always ask my co-commentator first who they're going to go for. 9 times out of 10, they say exactly what I want to say and pick my team for the win. So I'm going to go first this time, but I think SK's combination here is very, very strong. If they line it all up, if they're on point in terms of teamwork, I think they can take down Wolves here.
I like their teamfight composition. I want to see how they handle it when they don't have their ultimates, though, because that Cataclysm, that bullet time, and Renekton's dominance are very, very important for them. I think they have the ability to win teamfights without it, but Cho'Gath, his ulti only gives damage. His ruptures and feral screams. If Svenskeren is on point with those spells, they can single out and blow somebody up. Kassadin, Misfortune, Sono will go down very, very quickly if Elise and Sho jump on top of them. So I actually like the Copenhagen Wolves lineup. I like their composition. I think they've got a good mix of survivability and damage. So I'm gonna go opposite here. I think the Wolves are going to surprise everybody in this matchup.
Well, maybe I should have just asked you first then, since we went for different teams in the end anyway. But we are going to be getting into game here shortly. Of course, SK versus Copenhagen Wolves, our second game here in week 2 of the European LCS. Obviously with Wolves over on the blue side, SK is starting on the red side. But my next question coming in for you, Quickshot. Level 1, what are we going to see, if anything?
Well, you know, you've got quite a lot of level 1 presence from both of these teams, but I don't think SK are really going to do anything off the wall here. I don't think they have enough crowd control to really put pressure onto the Copenhagen Wolves. So if we see anything, it'll be the Wolves that'll be playing aggressive. Just before this pause came in, you can see SK, they were going very, very defensive on their minimap. They were just covering the entrances to their jungle. And I think in terms of the play, we haven't seen super aggressive level 1s from any team, so I'm not going to be surprised if nothing happens once again.
Yeah, that's almost the sad part that we don't have Meet Your Makers here, because at level 1 they were always the kings to you know, get something kicking off there, but I'm sure we will see that from others throughout. Actually, the problem seems to be right now that Kevin doesn't have chat. I don't know if he's turned his chat off or moved it out of the screen somewhere or what he's done there. But the Wolves actually talking about the weather here, so that's obviously some kind of mind games going down, trying to catch SK off. But this is a team with I mean, you can't even compare the two when it comes to playing at tournaments and the experience that gives you. You just can't compare them. Ocelote, before League of Legends, was winning titles in other games. You've got Nyph and CandyPanda, they've been all over the world together. Kevin as well. hyrqBot to a lesser extent, but I think the fact that he's with so many experienced players can really carry him through. It looks like the pause is in fact off, so we can jump back into it then and kick things off here in the early stages. As you said, SK looking pretty defensive, got that good old line defense set up across the map.
Yeah, and you know, just making sure they don't get invaded, making sure they don't lose any buffs, and if somebody does move into their jungle, they'll be aware of it and they'll know about it. And you know, you cannot count out how important it is to have that voice of calm and that voice of reason on your team. When you've got so many players that have been at so many events and LANs and tournaments, and they're perfectly calm in the situation, it lets you stay calm. It lets you just focus on the job at hand, focus on the game at hand. Let's have a look at the items. Fortitude pot in the top lane for Elise. So going for that in case of emergency, drink Fortitude pot to survive. May be afraid of some early aggression from Kevin's Renekton.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it either. I mean, he's gone for the 9 pots ward start for this one, so wants to make sure that he has that vision, not going to get caught out early by Svenskeren getting in there. We could see Ocelote helping out with the Wraiths. On the other side, hyrqBot here starting off on the Wolves. Svenskeren has already taken his Wraiths. It's going to be a red buff start for him.
This is going to be really, really awesome for Kevin. If he can get to level 2, you know, very quickly, he can put some aggression onto GodBro's Elise and just keep him on the back foot. He's got more potions. He's got the ability to sustain with his Q, so he'll just stay in lane and start to stamp some control a little bit earlier on.
So if we look at the AD carries, what have they got in there? Longsword and pots coming out for Caitlyn. On the other side, that Doran's Blade, which in this scenario makes perfect sense. You know, you've got that Sonar in there to heal you up. At the end of the day, you've got the on-hit heal as well from that Doran's Blade. And the thing is, with Misfortune, because of that early game power that you've got, it can allow you to be that more offensive as well.
It's going to be quite an interesting matchup here, because Caitlyn will be able to outrange Misfortune, obviously, but MF with a double up, if she gets some good poke down, it's going to keep TheTess a little bit low. He's played Ezreal in the past 2 games, and he's picked up now Caitlyn for this matchup, so we'll see how well mechanically he knows Caitlyn. It's a similar sort of style. Their Piltover Peacemaker and the Mystic Shots have got similar sort of ranges, and you know, it's a similar type of champion in that regard. If TheTess can get ahead, he's the danger man for this matchup, because he is such a powerful AD carry. Once he gets the lead, he can hold on to it. And I think the Copenhagen Wolves are going to need to try and set that up, put some pressure in that bottom lane, and get him into that carry position.
Yeah, really interested to see where the junglers really focus on this game as well, where they're going to try and lock down. Obviously, Jarvan coming out of the jungle has that great, you know, the combo to get the knock up as well. So cowTard has to be the man that needs to be really, really careful about that. And we can see a ward actually just to the south of River put down by him, which means he just knows that he has to be real careful, as actually hyrqBot is coming through the backside, and this could actually turn out to be a pretty genius move. If Ocelote's seen him put that ward down there and has called that out, that could be what they're going for the setup.
Yeah, really great positional play. They've predicted that ward. They've said, look, the communication is there to say cowTard has most likely not got vision here, and it looks like he's coming in for this gank. Let's see if he can land the CC.
Silence comes down there from Ocelote. cowTard, where is he going? He's taking a risky way. He's going to probably flash over the wall here, or flash away once the flag comes down, and that's exactly what cowTard does. Should be enough to keep him away. Nice, patient, and very, very coordinated play. You know, not rushing, not being scared, but look at hyrqBot. It's almost like an instant replay.
He's going to try set up again, exactly like you said. cowTard, 100% aware what's going on, 100% aware of where everybody was, and knowing when to use that flash. Got away from that knock-up combo of Jarvan, but so Svenskeren sniffing around. He doesn't know that hyrqBot's there, and hyrqBot's found him in the jungle.
He's a level behind him. We can see they're pushing. hyrqBot going to slide his way through. That one will actually get him away from the rupture in the end as well. That was just after his blue buff ran out. But look at the damage that's been done in his bottom lane again to the Wolves. TheTess having to burn through those pots that he had there. He's got no pots remaining whatsoever. Neither does Lulu. Got 2 wards in their arsenal as well, so they need to be careful. And that's what they're trying to do now. They're trying to alleviate this pressure by pushing Svenskeren down there to trouble them.
Luckily, though, even though the pressure is on the TheTess, he has not fallen behind in CS, and that's very, very important for him. Even if he's on the back foot, he needs to hold his zone. hyrqBot has once again come to camp out cowTard, and there's no flash available for him this time. Will he be able to get to safety?
This is going to be very, very interesting. I'm not surprised. I'm quite surprised that there's no rupture coming in. cowTard's going to get knocked up. There is the first blood coming out. It's Ocelote that picks it up right in the last second before he tries to get away there. And, well, once you run down towards Dragon without a flash, you know you're not getting out.
Yeah, and I wonder why cowTard didn't try to use his teleport. He had it available for a little while. I mean, obviously, if he got knocked up by Jarvan, it would have cancelled it. But now on the bottom lane, the Wolves are in trouble. Double up catches Deficio, but no kills just yet.
Oh, look at the damage coming out there from Nyph as well. Power cord just at the right time, but again, not quite enough to take them down. But that, again, will be enough for SK. They'll be happy with the fact that this Caitlyn is now out of lane for a while, gives him that time to free farm without being harassed, and maybe even more importantly, will deny quite a bit as well for the Caitlyn.
Yeah, that is so true. If she can start, you know, if she starts falling behind in terms of levels, in terms of items and farm, it's going to be so, so good for Nyph and CandyPanda. Nyph currently has no mana, though, so we'll probably see them recalling very, very soon. They've just shoved this lane down, and you can see they've got, you know, a decent amount of farm. They've been in lane for 6.5 minutes, and as soon as Sona starts to run low on mana, that's when you need to play aggressive. You know, you need to force her to spend the mana on heals. It prevents her from getting poked down, and obviously if she's low on mana, you can win those engagements. Turn her into a little munchkin, hit her with glitter lance, prevent her running away, and you know, Caitlyn's got a lot of good damage if she can make it stick.
And you just saw SK actually going home for a round of buy-in there. Look how many wards they picked up. Actually 5 wards, plus a pink ward as well for Sona. So they really want to get a commanding position here for that. I'm guessing for Dragon at this stage of things, they want to make sure that vision is there, on obviously on all fronts, to stop the Svenskeren getting in there, getting involved, as they are going to try and pin down this Elise in the top lane. hyrqBot actually stood on top of a ward here. You can see he's just starting to recall. Either way, GODBRO got complete vision of him.
Yeah, he knows exactly what's going on. He's not going to overextend further than he needs to. Does still have that flash. In the middle lane, cowTard is jumping onto Osa, going to carry on chasing, and Ocelote's just going to walk away. Didn't even use his Rift Walk there to get to safety.
Yeah, just walk away from it. And we know from past events, Kassadin, not really a new champion into the league, and we've seen Ocelote play him so often in the past. He is a very accomplished Kassadin player. We are seeing hyrqBot again coming towards this middle lane. cowTard going to get silenced up. We do have Svenskeren in there. The knockup comes onto cowTard. He's already used the intervention, and now are they going to be able to chase hyrqBot down? No, more a case of just being safe.
Yeah, the rupture were completely missed there. Didn't manage to catch absolutely anybody, and cowTard maybe a little bit defensive there. hyrqBot was not level 6, did not have Cataclysm just yet, and Ocelote was backing away, so he burned intervention. Fair enough, better safe than sorry, but I don't think it was absolutely necessary. You know, hyrqBot wasn't going to be able to jump on him with that Cataclysm and follow it up, as GODBRO's been caught up by Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin just slicey-dicing his way away. And now we have 3 men trying to steal away this red buff, but hyrqBot coming in from the side. He's going to get hit very hard. cowTard is going to take him down. Ocelote's down to below half HP as well. He cannot afford to be sticking around for this one. And Wolves with a successful invasion just about there, Ocelote. Svenskeren actually getting it in the end. Actually, we know it was GODBRO that got it in the end, sorry. But either way, they've got a kill and they've taken the red buff. That's nothing but success for Wolves.
A very, very good coordinated invade. That's exactly what we were talking talking about a little bit earlier on. You know, the Copenhagen Wolves, they have the ability to win individually. They have the ability to make these plays in these early game moments. The question is, can they still do it once we hit this team phase? Can they still do it once the towers are down and once they start pushing those lanes? With GodBro having red buff, it's definitely going to help him against Kevin in this top lane.
Now Svenskeren taking, or at least starting off his blue buff. Kale going to be coming across for that one. hyrqBot actually just took the blue for SK's side of things. Obviously, Ocelote saying, I don't need no blue buff. My cooldowns are low enough for me all right now. Obviously does have the Tira and the Catalyst in there as well, so that helps out in terms of how much mana he's going to be able to hold onto himself. This bottom lane continues to be a lot of pressure for SK. You can see the pink wards down from either side in their respective bushes. And bang level on CS, 80 to 80 there or thereabouts. We've got a Brutalizer actually first picked up here by CandyPanda. Vamp Scepter on the other side for Caitlyn.
You know what, if Jarvan does come to gank this bottom lane, and you know, with the Crescendo, with the Cataclysm, with the Bullet Time and that Brutalizer, it's going to hit very, very hard. So it's a very aggressive opening to the matchup. You know, you tend to see MFs going either the Brutalizer or that Vamp Scepter first, but with having Sona in your lane, he's got the sustain. You know, he's got the ability to heal up, got the ability to stay relatively healthy. And to be very fair, the Wolves haven't really been playing the champion game. TheTess is happy to sit back and just farm under his tower, has been keeping up and remaining even, but we haven't seen them going too aggressive onto Nyph or CandyPanda throughout the entirety of this first 10 minutes.
Let's have a look at the items in that top lane. 84 to 70 CS, by the way, in favor of Kevin right now. He's got the Hex Drinker in there. On the other side, Tira the Goddess, plus that Giant's Belt. So already a pretty tanky Elise. Not going to be easy for Kevin to take her down instantly. Bottom lane is still very even, as we see NeeGodBro and Kevin actually going head-to-head. There's a repel use, but Kevin able to walk away.
Didn't even use his Dominus. Ultimate was still available, so if he needed that spike in HP, he would have had it. And don't forget, Hex Drinker is available as well. hyrqBot and Ocelote are sniffing the blood of Svenskeren. The question is, do they have what it takes to pick up the kill?
Well, he's missed his combo there, which was pretty much the opening that they would have had if they could have gotten a Svenskeren. Well, just put down the Feral Scream onto them, but again, not really too much to write home about. Ocelote just rift walked away just to make sure he was safe from that. But look at the damage that SK have done onto this bottom tower. I'm willing to bet there's actually no damage being done to the SK tower in this bottom lane by now, and that just shows the pressure that they've put on.
Yeah, hyrqBot is moving around the back here. He's going to steal away those double golems, and if this next wave they decide to go aggressive, either picking up a kill, a flash Crescendo comes out, the Wolves have been locked up.
This is bad news for Wolves, and we can see hyrqBot on that backside. Where they're going, straight in towards TheTess. He goes down to CandyPanda. Teleport is coming down into this bottom lane, but honestly, I don't think they can do anything about it. Ocelote had come down there as well. The ward in that tri-bush able to warn them off early enough, but Wolves were just a little bit too slow to react to that.
Yeah, they needed that teleport a little bit quicker. As soon as that Crescendo went down is when it would have maybe been able to turn the tide. But a great Crescendo once again from Nyph. We said at the beginning of the game, we said how important and how invaluable that ultimate is, and he sets his carry up to pick up the first kill for CandyPanda.
This top lane looks like NeeGodBro now that he's got that Giant's Belt in there and is a lot healthier, is starting to cause a few little issues for Kevin in this top lane. Kevin still does have that CS lead. Not much of one. You can see how defenses are having to be in there with a full HP Elise harassing him away. He's finding it difficult to get in there for that CS, as well as a Cocoon actually is going to land here. Kevin could be in trouble.
He's going to be able to back away, though. A stun onto NeeGodBro takes one tower hit, and he's immediately just backing off. But there's neurotoxins, Q after Q after Q. It's just chunking down Kevin. And again, Kevin didn't even use Dominus. He's being very, very passive, very, very smart with his ultimate, and he's saving it for when he absolutely needs it, as cowTard gets jumped on.
hyrqBot coming in, he's going to land. No, he's not quite going to land it. cowTard flashes backwards towards his tower anyway. That was an interesting turn of events. Did have his ultimate ready and waiting if he'd have needed it. In the end, decides not, and then this bottom lane again, we are seeing the pressure coming down, that double up going onto TheTess, and look at that, that's pretty much all damage from Nyph there, apart from that double up at the end. That just shows you the power of this SK lane 13.5 minutes in.
And Deficio being a little bit slow with those help picks commands. You know, as soon as Sona's moving forward, if you'd thrown that shield up just a tiny bit earlier, it could have possibly helped out in terms of preventing some of that damage. Once again, hyrqBot and Svenskeren just sniffing around this middle lane. They've been trying to set stuff up the entire time, but cowTard's defensive flashes have been on point. He's gotten away from 2 of those EQ combos from Jarvan, and it's saved his life in both particular events.
Yeah, and I think, as we kind of expected from this one, a fairly passive game. I mean, we've seen hyrqBot camping so much in this middle lane, and that's the thing. cowTard, once that flashes down, is actually in quite a dangerous position. Yes, he has the intervention, but will it really be enough when you've got Jarvan there, who can knock him up and then pin him in with a Cataclysm? And also ocelote, who's going to be one of the best chases in the game, and escapers, as we see there, with that Rift walk away.
Yeah, just what gets to safety. Seen Svenskeren coming up and just, throws the ultimate, put some distance between him. He still even had a flash available, so in case of emergency, he can Rift walk and flash and cover about half the lane's distance in, a matter of seconds. So good play out of ocelote. He's actually got a CS lead at the moment against Kayle, which is very, very impressive as a Kassadin. It's notoriously difficult to, CS at the early levels, but to be fair, Kayle is technically a melee champion with the ability to go range from time to time. So, it sort of makes life a little easier for Kassadin.
Right now, GodBro is going to be pushing this top turret once again. It's on around about half HP with Kevin coming in. Did manage to just dodge that cocoon, but you can see, I mean, he's got no extra damage in there, no extra AP, GodBro currently, and he's doing good chunks of damage to Kevin, who's come back with this giant spell, and it's just a case of chipping down for GodBro.
It's going to make those neurotoxins a little bit more powerful, having more HP. Okay, fair enough, he's going to survive more damage, but each of the Qs in Spider and in human form will be hitting for harder because of the higher base HP. But it all turned from that kill in the jungle where GodBro was able to steal the red buff away, came back into lane with that red buff, and just started to take control of the matchup. Kevin is still farming well as SK have started this dragon, so he's not falling behind, but you definitely feel like GodBro is setting the pace in that top lane matchup.
That was a very nice dragon takedown as well from SK. CandyPanda and Nyph starting things off. hyrqBot came in. Lulu sticking a ward down in the back, but not really doing what they wanted. You can see there the pings going down, and Kevin actually backing right off this tower in the top lane. Svenskeren was coming around, so in the end, the call that needed to be made there from Kevin to back away is now finally fallen behind in his creep score. And if we look at the turrets, 0-1, now still a fairly passive, slow game.
Yeah, very, very true. SK now, they've thrown their AD carry and support into that middle lane to try put as much pressure as possible. hyrqBot is going to be able to flash over the wall, finds himself a choke, gets feasted up, will go down to one more Righteous Fury swipe from cowTard as Kevin's under pressure.
Kevin is under pressure. GodBro going to dive onto him. He flashes away. ocelote comes in. Oh, he couldn't quite get away from it. I thought Kevin had escaped an inevitable death there, but, well, ocelote came in, picked up the kill himself, but now Wolves may be able to take down this outer turret in the middle lane. It's down to below half. Yeah, there's nothing they can do. Rupture actually did land onto Sona. Silence comes in as well. CandyPanda has come across to cover it, but Wolves, despite getting that 1-for-1 trade in the top lane, have done a great job to get in. There's a crescendo. Bullet time coming across. Ultimate onto cowTard himself. He is going to survive. Ulti comes out of Kayle. Wolves are very, very low here. Flash has been burnt all over the place. They're going to make a run for it, but ocelote's not finished just yet as he rift walks in the shield, just about saving cowTard. The slow comes into ocelote, and look how low they all are.
What a good Rupture. The Rupture knocking Nyph up in there. He was low on mana. If he got in range for another Q and power cord, maybe could have got a kill. Copenhagen Wolves making a huge play there. They trade 2 for 1. They get the middle lane tower and do not give up any more kills while retreating. If GodBro can save this tower, it's going to be perfect, but I don't think he's going to be able to. Well, actually, SK start to back away as cowTard teleports in. He gets one, sticks onto CandyPanda, exhaust is out, make it rain, slowing him down. The movement speed buff onto CandyPanda. Is Strut going to come up in time? That's the question. Movement speed plus 1 more swipe, and cowTard gets a kill. 2 more kills for cowTard. That is how you use teleports.
Yeah, that is how you've got to use teleport if it's in your arsenal. He gets himself straight back in. Credit as well has to go to NeeGodBro on Elise for managing to hold that middle tower long enough that SK thought, okay, we can take this slowly, but surely, okay, we can't. And we're actually taking damage. And then cowTard comes in from the side. ocelote thought it was safe. Rift walking away from the spider, but that just wasn't enough for him in the end. And Wolves even managing to turn around and taking out half the damage, half the health away from that top turret as well.
Now, this is what we've seen the Copenhagen Wolves not doing last week. They had an advantage last week as now ocelote is teleported in the mid lane. The intervention comes out from cowTard. He's under pressure. Will he go down?
What a rupture again. Kevin and Nyph knocked in the air. That could be enough, and it will in fact be enough to keep them safe. And that's two brilliant ruptures in a row in important situations for Svenskeren. NeeGodBro, in the meantime, we talked about him defending in that middle lane. Now he's turned that into an attacking notion and has taken down the second turret of the game for Copenhagen Wolves.
Brilliant passage of play here for the Wolves. They've not only, picked up kills, they've picked up towers, they put pressure all over the map, and they've evened up. They've actually taken the gold score lead right now. SK Gaming are going to be thinking, what is going on here? The game has been so tight and so close, but now the Wolves have turned the pressure on and the psychological effect starts coming in. SK are going to be thinking, well, how do we react to this? What do we do? What went wrong? That mid defense where GodBro was, engaged 1v4, it's pretty apparent that there was a call. cowTard would have said, I'm going to teleport mid, I'm teleporting mid, and he just stuck around and went a little bit deep. I got a bit scared because I thought if they jump on GodBro, he's going to get shut down. But as soon as I thought that, you see cowTard coming in from the back and picks up some kills. He's 4-1 at the moment, and a Kale that's fed is very, very scary.
But that is only the Kale really that's in there. Obviously, Elisa's got one as well. There's 0-1-0 Caitlyn, which we talked about earlier on, that she's probably going to become going in towards that late game. Obviously, in the middle game is not really her speciality, her strong point. But the later we go, the harder she's going to be hitting. The problem is she's not really had any of that action to give her that little bit of a boost that you can really do with actually a Caitlyn 20 minutes into the game. But this is a really important time for those kills to come down as well for Copenhagen Wolves because he's been so close. It allows them, after that little spike of getting the kills in there, to go in and pick up some good items to come back for the next fight and try and snowball that advantage that they've made. And to be very fair as well, we have not seen a full 5-on-5 team fight from SK Gaming here. We've seen a good crescendo and a bullet time laid on top of it, but that was a 3 versus 4. That was just ocelote, CandyPanda, and Nyph picking the fight. CandyPanda's, going to be facing against 4 members of Wolves, but that rapture misses, and he gets to safety. But ocelote is waiting in the wings. Will we see that, ultimate combo right now? Here we go. They are going to go in there, and it all does pile up. But Wolves, they've tanked through that initial damage. Can they turn it around and pick up kills of their own here? Nyph going very aggressive. Ocelote goes in, will shut down Kale, but Elisa's joined the fight. Deficio will die, and ocelote actually getting a double kill there just before he dies, and that was a vital one for him. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of SK, but will they be able to hold this turret?
We'll see if they can. They are defending with 4 members, though, relatively low on HP. The call is not to because there's not enough HP, so they just start to back away. You have to think if you're Wolves, yeah, you lost the team fight, you lost an extra player, but you got the tower, and towers are always more important than kills. It's going to give you more gold, it's going to give you more map presence, and they haven't stopped the aggression. Cocoon goes out, just misses Nyph. That was so close to that Sona.
Dragon is up in 7 seconds time. Wolves are in position. They've got a pink ward down. They saw Jarvan coming in from that top side. And once that Dragon actually comes up and into play, they'll be able to get involved for this one. SK are in the near area, though, so this is definitely not a one-sided thing as Svenskeren looking to get a rupture in there over the top, and actually will land it in position. Didn't quite get in onto that blue buff, which was picked up, if my eyes don't deceive me. It's on ocelote there. Bit hard to see with the casting with his purple particles around him on the bottom. But Wolves, they are there in that area. Dragon is available, and if they could pick this Dragon up, that would be a massive 5 to 7 minutes for them in this game.
And crucially for them at this point in time, Cataclysm and Crescendo is not available, so they want to try to pick a fight while they've got this power position. They don't have the creeps to push this middle lane, so the Copenhagen Wolves have decided to take Dragon as SK thought they were going to push the middle lane, but there was no Wolves creeps there, so the Wolves made the right decision and started to back away. They're trading damage back and forth. GodBro doesn't really have a lot of ability power right now, so he's just working off his base statistics for that DPS.
One thing that Wolves need to fix here is that middle tower is completely open for the taking for SK, and we know losing a Dragon for that middle outer turret can be worth it in most cases. That extra vision that you get, you can see that SK actually putting a pink ward down in the middle lane, which was spotted and swiftly dealt with by a pink ward from Copenhagen Wolves as well. But let's have a look at the overall picture, because it's been coming thick and fast in these last few minutes. 3-2 in tower kills, 32.3 to 31.4 thousand gold. A very, very close game. You can see there the differences. 1,000 gold extra for Caitlyn over Miss Fortune. Actually, just about 150 extra for Kale in that middle lane over ocelote. They've got bang on the same score. That bit of extra CS, and that's what you see from the extra tower from the Dragon from earlier. That's really helping him out. Big shopping round being done here as well from the players. We can see their extras being picked up. Haunting guys on Elise Plus. Those the Sorcerer's Boots for that super penetration that she's going to have. Same coming out for Kale as well. There's a last whisper on Caitlyn being picked up. Miss Fortune finishing off that Bloodthirst as we get a pause. That allows me to talk about the items more, I suppose. And Ocelote here working his way up towards that Abyssal Scepter, just picking up his Negatron Cloak. So overall, some very interesting phase of this game, because like you said, a 5 versus 5 fight we've not 100% seen. I mean, down in that bottom one, Ocelote came in right at the very end to mop up. He wasn't all pile in and go for it, although you have to give him the credit of Crescendo, Cataclysm, Bullet Time were all in the right place. But I said it before, I think they pretty much tanked through that major amount of damage. But then they had Ocelote to come in and really deal it.
They did, and they were able to tank through with the use of their ultimates. They used their intervention and the wild growth to survive a lot of that damage and keep themselves going. So, you know, yes, they did well to survive it, but they still lost the team fight. If there was not a tower there, you know, as an objective to continue, you know, pushing, and SK felt a little bit more confident after losing Ocelote, maybe, you know, picking a further fight 4 versus 3, they may have had the ability to mop up more. So if we can find, you know, Kevin jumping in a little bit thicker, I also believe that was a 4 versus 5. If I recall correctly, Kevin only joined that, you know, fight to the tower fairly late. Renekton did not dive into the Cataclysm, didn't have his Dominus running. So that's another big chunk of that, you know, 5-man team fight potential, which SK will really want to get going in their favor. In terms of playing the objectives and playing the map, Copenhagen Wolves, I feel, have been doing a slightly better job than SK. They've pushed lanes a little harder, they've pushed dragons, they've picked fights on their terms a little more. But in the team fights, SK Gaming have been winning those engagements. So it'll be interesting to see who can pull ahead and who can actually win this sort of mid-game phase of the matchup.
Well, it looks like Deficio has reconnected back into the game. You can see the admins there behind him, giving him the assistance that he needs to fix any of those problems. But it looks like we should be able to get ready again in this one. Yeah, the team's just asking for each other already, and we are going to be getting back into this game. So let's have a look again exactly where we are. 23 minutes, 50 seconds in. 6-5 in kills in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves. 33.3 to 32.4. 1,000 gold lead only in favor, as I say that, we're not quite ready, it seems, in favor of Copenhagen Wolves. And I think it is Deficio again who's having a few little issues.
And this is difficult for the Wolves. You know, we said at the very beginning of the matchup, it's a team that's been together for a long time. They've been around. They've known each other for ages. I believe they used to play in the Winfact name many moons ago. They competed at DreamHack with many other players together. And the question is now they've come into this match. They've been doing very well. And even though they're all smiles, how much is this going to break the momentum? How much is this going to break the flow of the game? You know, they build themselves up. The adrenaline gets pumping. You get excited. You get pushing the lanes. Will they be able to bounce back from this matchup or from this pause and have that same level of intensity and focus? Well, that's one thing that you can only speculate really about pauses, and we almost bring this point up every time that one happens mid-game, 24 minutes in this case, that for the team that's winning, it can be a bad thing. So you get knocked off it, especially if it's you that's having the problems there. In this case, obviously, it is Deficio, the support player from Copenhagen Wolves, who's having some PC problems. From SK's side of things, it can work the opposite way. It can give them time to say, this is where we are, this is what they've got, this is what we've got, this is what we need to do. And it can give them that extra boost coming in. So the few minutes after the pause, obviously we're going to see how, if at all, this affects them, but you can see that both teams staying very focused. There's no alt-tabbing out of the game and checking the internet as you go and stuff like that. It's staying in game, making sure that your teammates know exactly where you are in the game, keeping the spirits high there. You can see TheTess is having a bit of a laugh, staring someone out, I guess, by the that gesture there to someone. I can see you. I'm watching you. I'm watching you. You know, SK Gaming, it's the picture of focus. Ocelote is, you know, obviously talking to his team. Let's look at this. What about this? What about that? And, you know, stern, serious faces from the SK Gaming roster. You know, the lead man, Ocelote, laying down the law a little bit maybe.
Well, the thing is, they've beaten Copenhagen Wolves once already so far in the European LCS. They are 0 for 2 in the league. SK are 2 for 1. They're in a great position after their victory last week as well over EG. They're in a great position overall in the league, and this is a fixture. And we talk about it in other sports as well. These top teams, top of the table teams who you're expecting at the end of the season to be fighting for the crown against a team who you would probably be expecting more likely, without any offence to Copenhagen Wolves, to be battling against relegation. They're the games that a championship team has to win every single time, because if you don't, they're the points that you kind of bank on going forward. Whereas when they play against EG, against Gambit, against Fnatic, those games can go either way. They're not quite safe enough to say, okay, we get our points from there and there and there, and if we beat EG twice here and we beat Gambit twice there, then we can win. So this is a really important game actually for SK.
And on the other side of the coin, the Copenhagen Wolves, they've learned from their mistakes. They're coming into this exactly said. They're almost the underdog, so they have the ability to surprise. They have the ability to be the upstart team that can topple this old stalwarts of the League of Legends teams and whatnot. They're doing very, very well, and it's very apparent that they've really thought about what went wrong last week. They're 0-2 right now. They lost in picks and bans the last time they played SK Gaming. They were talking about it a number of times throughout the last couple of days and saying, look, we need to think more. We need to step away from the game and really theory craft, really understand what went wrong, why it went wrong, and how do we fix it. And, for the most part, it's very promising for a new team like this to see how well they're doing against a battle-hardened and seasoned SK.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of the LCS being that season-long format. 28 games apiece in the first half of the season already, up until around about May time. You get better. You get better as you go along. You learn from week 1 to week 2 what went wrong there, what went right there. Obviously, you want to keep in mind as well. And you can change as a team the further you go through the season. Obviously, for Copenhagen Wolves, it's even bigger of a thing because they're not playing with their full lineup right now. They've got Bjergsen kind of waiting, no doubt so annoyed that he can't play right now, kicking things in his room, watching the stream, no doubt, and saying, I want to be there. I want to be that guy sitting in the middle and being able to, change the outcome of this game. For SK's side of things, though, they stay very, very focused. That's, I think, a very, very much from ocelote's side of things that he says, stay focused, guys. You've got to stay on this one. You see not one of them alt-tabbing out. It's a lot of them pressing tab to look down the scoreboard to analyze what what's going on item-wise in the game. They've got plenty of time to talk about that one. I'm hoping that Deficio's stuff is getting fixed. I can't quite see his screen, but
I think it's his reconnect.
I can see his reconnect screen. He's just pressed the button. So Deficio should be getting into the game here within the next couple of seconds, and we should be able to get this one back underway. See TheTess just sticking his earphones back in as well. So hopefully we've got the resolve to any problem there, and we will be able to finish off this game without any more interruptions, because so far it's a nail-biter. Close stuff, 24 minutes in, still up for grabs for either team.
Yeah, it's gone back and forth the entire time. Both teams have had really, really good moments, and both teams have created opportunities. It's not a matchup like a comedy of errors. This is teams that have made plays happen. They've created opportunities for themselves, and they've converted it to kills, to towers, to dragons, etc. So it does look like Deficio's back, and we're hoping his computer holds up and we can get this match underway. And as you say, we've rejoined the action. Shall we summarize this once more? 6-5 in kills, 24 minutes on the clock, 33,000 gold apiece, 3 towers to 2, and Copenhagen Wolves, what can they do now?
That's a good question. I'm really interested to see how this one all pans out. Could happen for us in the next 10 minutes. Could happen in the next 30 minutes. Who quite knows at this level how long those games are going to be taking? And Svenskeren there with a pink ward will clear out around Baron. And that's a bit of a power play as well, because it forces SK to come away from an area where they don't have that tower behind them to gain that vision back. You can see Nyph going in. They've put one ward in the back of that Baron pit as well to make sure they're safe on that front. But overall, I think we're going to see quite a passive 5 minutes. I mean, I hope I'm proved wrong from a spectator's point of view, and it's going to be a crazy 5 minutes. But I think both of these teams are going to want to, get back into the groove of the game after that 10-minute pause and really find their footing again.
Yeah, they need to find the right gear. The car stalled, and now they've just turned the engine back on, stuck themselves into drive, and now just trying to get back into rhythm of it.
And for God's sake, don't hit reverse.
One thing that I am noticing and looking at right now, you were talking about the wards. Look at the vision from the Copenhagen Wolves. There's a pink ward in the middle lane. You've got full river entrances towards their Wraith, towards the Dragon Half. Pink wards up near the Baron. SK Gaming have only got a couple of wards on the map, and actually very interesting lane wards down at the tri-bush, down towards the bottom lane, because of course of the pressure on that bottom lane tower. But the Wolves have turned the heat on, and they want this mid-inner turret.
Yeah, looks like they're not messing around, are they? They've come straight back into this one. Damage down again, using the poke that they've got coming out of Elise, out of Caitlyn. The Rupture being thrown in there as well. We'll see if they can manage to siege down this inner turret in this middle lane. I mean, that'd be a big win for them if they can have this turret away. We are going to see actually CandyPanda taking a lot of damage. Great move from Kevin, slice and dicing his way in there to block that one. Good Rupture comes across the entire team, and that's enough for Wolves to take the inner turret.
Landing skill shot after skill shot. The cocoon onto CandyPanda made him panic. He burned his barrier, so if they decide to jump on him again, if he gets caught up by a Rupture, he's going to be in trouble. NeeGodBro throws out that cocoon once again, very tentative, just trying to find something, making it happen. But in this mid-game, Svenskeren has been on point with those Ruptures every single time. He saved his teammates twice. Cocoon almost catching Nyph there. And now, one good Rupture allowed them to secure the inner turret, and the Wolves haven't stopped the pressure yet.
Yep, they are pushing on. There's another brilliant Rupture from Svenskeren. Gets the silence across a good couple of them as well. And that's the danger that SK face here. If the Rupture lands into the cocoon all the other way around, that's a lot of time for one man, obviously, from the cocoon to be out of the fight. If Wolves decide, okay, this is it, we turn on the pressure right now, we're going to go for it after this one. ocelote actually headed down south towards his blue buff. That is up and available for the taking. CandyPanda just going to be helping him out with that one, but it looks like Wolves going to go back, have a bit of a shopping time here, and we're going to get back into a bit more of a farming phase, get a bit more cash on board and get some more items.
Well, this is something that I was looking at as that siege was happening. The Wolves, they were very, very intelligent, very smart with how they play. They said, look, let's play aggressive, get the tower, and then, well, let's carry on pushing. We've got this bit of momentum, so let's keep it on. And they've got some good ward coverage as well. So, they had vision on the map. The problem that they had is their lanes weren't pushing. So as soon as one creep wave got up, you could see both the top and the bottom lanes. The creeps of SK Gaming was pushing onto their towers, and they were forced to fall back and defend it. SK Gaming immediately have turned around. You can see up in the top lane, Kevin is shoving creeps down. You can see in the bottom lane, the creeps are starting to amass again. SK's map control is just a little bit stronger right now, and the Wolves will need to get that rhythm, that flow of it in their favor if they want to try to make those prolonged sieges work.
cowTard just about coming in there to save that tower in the top lane. Almost falling. He's going to want to stick around a little bit because you can bet your bottom dollar that Kevin will come back in if he realizes that cowTard has in fact back away, which, well, he hasn't up until now. Muramana now is finished up for Elise, along with that Haunted Guys. There's a Runic Bulwark being picked up by Cho'Gath. Giant spell as well for him, so really helping out the team with that Bulwark and also himself with that Giant spell. He's going to be nice and tanky going forward in terms of the AD carries. Phantom Dancer now added into the Bloodthirster Last Whisper combo that Caitlyn had. He's a good 50 CS ahead there, is TheTess. He's done a great job with that one. Black Cleaver and the Bloodthirster on the side of CandyPanda. Abyssal Scepter is also finished here for ocelote's Kassadin, and also the Warmogs on Renekton as well. Dragon being started off. Teleport going to come down.
Yeah, so you see cowTard coming in with those home guard boots. He's got that massive speed boost, and GodBro was just able to completely solo them away. Just throws out a couple of spiderlings, tosses out the cocoons, and SK just decide not to challenge for it. They give it up for free, and I wonder if they're just not confident in their team fight potential right now. They were a little tentative. They didn't start an engagement early, and they've got a really good initiation from Renekton and from Jarvan, so questionable decision for me as to why they didn't challenge that.
Yeah, I think the problem is positioning for SK. They've got a very positioning-based team that needs to be in the right place at the right time and, well, hitting the right buttons at that time as well. So maybe it's a case of calling out, okay, leave the dragon, let that one go. We're good for now. Let's fight later. You can see here Ocelot waiting in the wings. If he needs to come in, will do. As a cocoon will actually land in there on towards Nyph, but Wolves unable to really follow that one up with too much damage. You can see that SK are able to clear out these waves pretty quickly, which is causing a few problems for the Wolves in terms of getting those hits onto the tower. It's lost about a third of its health with this next wave. Obviously, TheTess, their AD carry, obviously, he's going to be the one that just goes in there, gets a couple of hits off, they wait for the next wave. And that's going to obviously take time to really push through, but they'll be able to do it in the end, as we do see once again another rupture landing from Svenskeren, who's in a tanky enough position to actually take hits from the turret, and that could be a big thing for them if they're to take this turret down.
And this time around, their creep waves are pushing both the top and the bottom lane, so the longer they stall here, the longer they bait out this time from SK Gaming, the easier it's going to be for them to take more inhibitor turrets, or inner turrets rather. If those creeps get up to the top or the bottom line, you'll see the Wolves will just peel away from this turret. They'll be happy not taking it because they can take one of the inner turrets as Nyph eats yet another rupture. The amount of backline interruption that rupture offers is just really, really huge right now.
But they're unable to follow it through. That's the problem I think the Wolves are having. You can't say anything bad about Svenskeren. He's landed such a high percentage of those ruptures in these cases. I mean, maybe you'd argue it's not the hardest position to be landing them either, but still, he's doing that, and that's the big thing. More wards cleared out as they are put over the top of the wall. Another wave of creeps coming in, and again, SK are able to force them away, but not going for any engagement. Ocelot Rift walking over. Here we go, they're going to go in.
There's the Cataclysm into the bullet time. So much damage has gone down. Immediately remove TheTess from the fight, and that's a big chunk of the damage. The silence flies across half the map, catches cowTard out before or after the intervention is out, and they're on the run back. Ocelot Rift walks in, puts the force pulse down, slows Lulu. She cannot get away. GodBro's knocked up in the air, and hyrqBot carries on chasing Ocelot with another on-point Rift walk. Goes over the wall. Triple kill for Ocelot, leading the team from the front in a great, four-man kill. Turn their attention to Baron. SK are going to pick this one up.
And that's exactly what I was talking about in terms of position there. Wolves committed themselves a little bit too much. SK saw their opportunity. Ocelot had come in from the side, already done the damage that he needed to do, and they followed through with everything that they needed after that. And that's going to allow them to have this Baron away. Cho'Gath is not in any kind of position to really stop that from happening. He's only actually by his middle inhibitor currently, and that is going to be SK retaking the lead in terms of gold in kills. Not in turrets as of yet, but we just saw that when they fight on their terms, at their point, when they say go, it worked out for them. And that's something that must be scary for Wolves now.
And I just think the Wolves, they hung around a little too long. During that fight, they had a massive 2.5, 3 creep wave worth of minions down on this bottom lane. And I was expecting them to just back away. I was expecting them to run bottom, pick up the tower and back away. But instead, they stayed there, they got collapsed upon, and they don't have the ability to deal with that Cataclysm and with that Crescendo. I think 3 or 4 of them got locked up by both. And a full channel on bullet time with Black Cleaver shreds all of the armor. Any damage that Renekton and Jarvan are going to be dealing will just be, ramped up even more, because outside of that runic bulwark, there's not too much armor, on the side of the majority of the Copenhagen Wolves.
And that's the hard position as well for Wolves that they're in. You saw they're sieging the tower, but do they risk tanking it with Cho'Gath or with Elise even, I guess, could get in there for that as well? Because they know that if they do tank that, you've got Cho'Gath right at the front, and they're going to dive straight behind him in towards that back line and the AD carry. So I think it's a real hard position for Wolves to be in right now in terms of when do they go in, how aggressive can they afford to be when you've got the likes of Jarvan who's going to slide right to the back, you've got the slice and dice from Renekton to get in there. Ocelot, well, he goes where he pleases, doesn't he? And then the flash crescendo coming out of Nyph as well. So it's really, really difficult at this stage of the game, I think, for Wolves to say this is the time. And if they get it wrong, again, I think it could be one time too many.
They've got this composition as well that they have to pick somebody off. Elise, single target for the most part. It's got to jump and get those percentages out. Cho'Gath gets a feast onto somebody. cowTard's Kale is going to have splash damage, but he's going to put that Reckoning down. Almost got that death cap completed with Leandri's Torment and that Nash's. They need to blow somebody up quickly, and it has to be either Ocelot or CandyPanda. Ocelot goes forward. Svenskeren's very, very tanky. And I mean, if you look at it, he's only got a giant spelt in that runic bulwark, but Ocelot's not doing as much damage to him as you'd actually expect for a 7-2 Kassadin.
Yeah, the problem is though, it does a ton of damage to everyone else.
Yeah.
It's like, well, Svenskeren, you're very tanky, great. You're gonna feast, you're gonna nom someone,
but that's
and
it.
You've got that bit of crowd control in there with the knock-up and with your silence. But after that, you might be in a little bit of trouble if you can't, like as you said, burst that one target down that they're at this point finding it very hard to pick off, to get in onto, because Miss Fortune's going to be nowhere near the front, and when she is near the front, it's going to be because the rest of the team's crowd control.
We'll see if they're going to pick an engagement here. They locked up Kevin, put a bit of poke down into him, but it hasn't done too much. The Reckoning did hit pretty hard, and now that the TheTess is here, his 320 CS Caitlyn will definitely help turn the tides of this battle. They need to keep the TheTess alive. The wild growth and that intervention needs to go onto the TheTess to keep her landing those auto attacks after auto attacks after auto attacks, and ideally it has to be on either CandyPanda or ocelote, because you know, hyrqBot and Kevin have just got so much armor and so much health right now, it's going to be difficult to chunk them and burst them down.
There's a dragon being picked up. Wolves headed north towards the Baron side of things, as we are going to see those minions streaming in towards the middle. Obviously, they didn't manage to take down that inhibitor. CandyPanda here going to get a much-needed bit of farm down this bottom lane. Obviously, there's a considerable amount behind that of Caitlyn. He's currently 115 in kills, deaths, assists compared to the 120. So neither AD carry really having too much luck in terms of picking up the kills in these games. But again, he almost doesn't need to, as long as he's doing damage in there. You've got ocelote, who's obviously been the cleanup crew in these fights that we've seen. 7-2-0. He just waits off to the side. His positioning until now has been really good. He just waits until he knows he can come right in there, gets the E off, and slows and destroys everyone in front of him.
And every single team fight, Copenhagen Wolves have survived the burst. Every single team fight, they've survived the Cataclysm, they've survived the bullet time, and they've started to run away. And it's during that time that ocelote just comes in. So, you know, we said it right at the beginning of the game. Okay, Castellan's got picked up. They've got all this AoE, but it's because that's the composition. They've thought it out. They've planned it out. Get as much DPS down as you can, and while retreating, you're not going to outrun a Castellan. His Riftwalk is great distance. It's got a good cooldown. He's got that blue buff up. It's going to be almost impossible for him to run out of mana while chasing you down. And because you've been chunked by Jarvan, by Renekton, by MF's ulti, it's so easy just to clean house. So really well thought out team composition from SK, and they're playing it to perfection.
Caitlyn gone for the Warmogs, now finished as well, and that's what we were talking about. TheTess is going to be instrumental if they want to win this game, and as such, needs more health, needs that survivability when the fights come in. We can see there 2 minutes now until that Baron does come up. SK obviously got the timer right down. I don't think the Wolves actually had vision of that one as well. If obviously, I'm saying I don't think so because I wasn't 100% sure if they had any wards around there. I don't think they did, so they won't know exactly when that one's going to come up, but they're going to have to challenge, I think, for this next one.
Yeah, for sure. The game is slowly slipping into SK's control now. They've got the map control, they have item control, they've got team fight control. So the Copenhagen Wolves need to get some objectives back under their belt on their side of the coin. They see that ocelote was on the bottom lane, but teleport is available if they do jump onto him. So, you know, even if they do pick a fight, they've got to be very mindful of that ability and mindful of that possibility. The one thing that SK have done really well after winning that previous engagement is the amount of vision they have in the Copenhagen Wolves territory. Look at those little red dots on your minimap. They have complete vision of all of the entrances to the jungle, to the lanes. They know what's going on, and SK are trying to set up a bit of a siege here in this bottom turret.
Yeah, Kevin actually just pushing this middle lane through as well. Svenskeren forced to come across to play that one off. 45 seconds until the Baron comes up. You've got a 4,300 gold lead currently for SK Gaming. They've got a couple of wards down in that top side of the jungle. As I say, that CandyPanda actually putting one down of his own, so they're going to have a real stranglehold in terms of the vision of that top side. And with 30 seconds for Baron, I think Copenhagen Wolves need to start thinking about how they're going to get control of that area back.
It's going to be extremely difficult. Just Renekton alone, Kevin, he's making what looks to be a Guardian Angel. We'll see how he's going to spend his money as he goes back. You know, Warmogs completed, Sunfire Cape, Hex Drinker, and possibly what's going to become a Guardian Angel. You kill him once, he comes back again. There is just so much tankability on that champion alone. He's going to get an entire duration in his Dominus, plus that Sunfire Cape. So if they start picking fights, it's almost impossible to see how they're going to handle Renekton, let alone anybody else. You know, if they blow everything on Renekton, Ocelote and CandyPanda are just going to have free reign to land all the spells and all the damage that they need to win these fights.
So Baron is up. GodBro, Svenskeren, cowTard are there. One thing that SK really have in their arsenal here is that Oracle Elixir. They're able to clear out everything that's put down by Wolves. You can see in their inventories nothing really in terms of wards apart from that Ruby Sightstone. And we are going to see them coming in now on towards Svenskeren.
They're going to jump right in there. Cataclysm is blown. Ocelote has now jumped into the party, but he's a little bit deep, facing off damage. There's the crescendo, locks up 4 members of the Copenhagen Wolves. Deficio's waiting to use the wild growth, still not been blown. TheTess has been untouched in this fight. Finally, intervention comes up, but cowTard's the first casualty of the battle. The rest of SK turn the attention onto TheTess as he's trying to get away. There's 10 million pings on the minimap from SK. They're trying to pick targets, and Ace in the Hole does get channeled from TheTess, but they end up losing cowTard. Wild growth was blown at the end of that engagement. Crescendo was great, and Nyph guaranteed that team fight once the teleports had been used.
Again, Nyph and that crescendo over the top of the trees. We've seen it time and time again for him. Svenskeren going to go in. They set that one up perfectly, SK, and they say, well, now you've got no Nom and you've got no Smite. This is where we can feel a lot safer to do this Baron.
Yeah, without Cho'Gath trying to get in there with that true damage, it's going to be an almost guaranteed Baron. You can see a couple of the Copenhagen Wolves members on the minimap, but they're starting to back away, and you have to feel that with the last team fight loss, with the second Baron of the game going to SK Gaming, once they spend some of this money, it's only a matter of time before they close it out. And, you know, they can take their time like they did last week if they really want to.
Well, I think they will want to at this point. Let's see what items they're going to be picking up after that one. There's a giant spell for Jarvan. Another blasting one coming out. So Rabadon's Death Cap almost finished for Ocelote there. Misfortune, I'm guessing is... Yeah, she's going actually back right now. So going to be picking up something there. Actually, the BF sword it will be. She comes back in. And look at... I mean, he's brought that CS back now to 40, which is... It's still a fair amount, but to be honest, at this stage of the game and how it could have gone, considering how far TES was ahead, he's done a good job of getting back. Look at the gold, 14,000 to 13,600, 700. So he's done a really good job there, CandyPanda. He's got into those lanes where he could farm as often as he possibly can to bring that one back. And he's got 7 assists. I mean, both AD carries right now, they've got 2 kills between them, which is not really normal for a game like this.
It is very unusual, but both of the AP middles have been securing most of those kills in this matchup. Ocelote with 7 of his team's 11 and 2 assists. So 9 out of the 11 kills Ocelote has been directly involved in and directly around for. cowTard sitting with 4 of his team's 6 kills. So the majority, the higher percentage of both teams are sitting on the side of their AP mids. The one thing that the Wolves do have in their favor, Glitter Lance, Piltover Peacemaker, it's a lot of AoE. It can kill creep waves very, very quickly, or minion waves. So if they are defending on their turrets, they can at least remove those minions very quickly and draw out those siege battles.
Well, talking of sieging, SK now headed towards this inner turret at the bottom. Not sure that Wolves will really be able to defend this one. You can see from the position that they're stood in, they decide, no, we're not going to get involved in that one. We don't want to be caught out again against a team which, they've had Baron, they've gone home, they've picked up another bunch of strong items to come back in. Is Nyph actually going to get cocooned, gets ruptured here, gets hit with a Piltover Peacemaker, not even half health gone away, and he's the squishiest one on the team.
Yeah, so true, but Runic Woolwalk, Ruby Sightstone, Philosopher's Stone, Merc Treads, and another Ruby Crystal. That is the squishiest member of the team with 2,500 hit points. So, it's not something you traditionally associate with a Sona having a huge amount of HP, but Nyph 0010, no death to his name right now. He's had great crescendos once again. Literally team fight winning ultimates with that single ability. And it just seems as though the Copenhagen Wolves cannot handle the team fight pressure that SK are putting on right now.
And some teams are very much against, I think, banning out against supports. But I honestly think that Nyph, in the games that we've seen him play Sona so far, has actually had a lot of game-winning moves from his Sona, from those crescendos. So maybe that's something that we'll see more targeted later on in the European LCS. But for now, SK moving their way in towards this inhibitor turret. As you said, waves wiped out very quickly here by Wolves, and that's one thing that might cause SK a few problems. Item-wise, they definitely can tank turrets and get in underneath them for the dives.
But I don't know if they want to risk it. You know, the same thing happened. You know, we were talking to them last week and said, well, you had this massive lead against the Wolves. Why didn't you just push in? And ocelote was saying, well, we didn't want to throw it. We didn't want to mess it up. You know, they've lost how many games to Fnatic because they get this advantage, they play overly aggressive, and then throw it away. So it's this really difficult position to be in. They have the lead, they've extended it to a notable amount right now, and it's really just at what point does the dam break? You know, can the Copenhagen Wolves either put pressure back and force SK away and take some objectives, or if the the dam completely bursts, they'll lose an inhibitor, potentially the Nexus, depending on how many members of the team they lose.
We have the Guardian Angel, as you said earlier on, for Kevin now in play. So if he wasn't annoying enough as he was before, well, we'll kill him once. He's going to be back doing it all over again. Rabadon's Death Cap also done for ocelote and Cassidy, and the Randuin's Omen added in for Jarvan as well. And second Bloodthirster for Misfortune. So there's just 3-4 different items added in that are going to be all kinds of pain coming down for Copenhagen Wolves.
And that's a 5-item CandyPanda right now. He has no defensive items, and he hasn't needed to. Only got 1 death in the entire duration of this matchup. His team has been defending him very well. Nyph,
yeah, you can't get to him, that's a problem.
Exactly. You know, the engages from SK have always been on their terms, and it's been using their ultimates. Nyph almost walking into 5 members of the Copenhagen Wolves, but again, those spidey senses, those pro player tingles, allowing him to back away to safety before face-checking a bush.
Speaking of spidey sensors, the Cocoon and the Spiderling both not hitting him in that one, just out of range. Is cowTard and Deficio going to try and cover this bottom lane out? They are now pushing their way in towards that bottom inhibitor turret, though. The rest of SK all coming around, and as you said, it's all about not throwing now from SK's point of view. They can't afford another one of those games where they look so certain to win it. I think this is a slightly different case to what we saw earlier for them, but they're not going to risk it. This is about being safe and about getting the job done.
And they've played very well. You know, they were arguably losing the early game. You know, Copenhagen Wolves applied a lot of pressure to them, pushed them back to their side of the map. It actually kept them on their inhibitor turrets. But once they picked that one team fight, all of a sudden the entire, sense of the team, the entire pressure that they had changed. They started picking fights every opportunity possible wherever the Copenhagen Wolves grouped up. And I think that's been one of the downfalls of the Wolves. They haven't split up in these team fights. They've been caught by multi-man crescendos, been caught by multi-man cataclysms, and that is credit, full credit to Nyph and to hyrqBot. But the Wolves need to spread up, group, diversify their positioning, if that makes any sense at all.
Total perfect sense.
There we go.
No, but you're right in what you're saying. I mean, where do you fight against a team of SK's comp? Like, what position is actually good for you? Because they create the position in a way, SK Gaming, and especially when you're in the jungle going up towards Baron. We saw what happens before Jarvan sliding, getting the knock-up, and, Renekton diving in Cataclysm, Crescendo. Like, they're all perfect places around the jungle. Even in that bottleneck going into the base, SK have actually, that's a really good setting for them to get in there and set their combo. We can see that they've once again got all the wards down on this top side of the Copenhagen Wolves jungle, just in time for that Baron to spawn. It's up in 3 seconds. There's a dragon coming up at the same time, which Copenhagen Wolves certainly can't afford to trade for a Baron. And look at this, they're actually going straight up the middle here, but this is going to be a big trap.
Take a look at this. The SK Gaming team has jumped in there. Cataclysm has landed just onto cowTard, so that's not ideal. The Wolves have finally split up the way that they need to, so there's no multi-man crescendos, but with cowTard being caught out, he's dropped low. 3 members of the Wolves are locked up by their crescendo by Nyph, so a very, very good ultimate once they do decide to group up. ocelote has chased down TheTess. He's picked up the first kill of the game while cowTard has been taken out up at the top. Ignite is ticking down onto ocelote while the rest of the Wolves try to retreat. They try to run away. They haven't got any kills right now. ocelote jumps back in, picks up a kill onto Cho'Gath. That is an ace for SK Gaming to have creeps moving into this middle lane, and they're just going to tank up the inhibitor turret. Huge team fight for SK.
Yeah, Kevin again he's got no fears. He's got a Guardian Angel. He can afford to get in there, have that fight, even afford to die, and then come back straight in. SK, you know, they peeled off perfectly the men that were low HP. They came back into the fight. You saw hyrqBot running away towards the base at the middle of it, and then came back in at the end to get the knockups on the men that were trying to escape at the end. There are both Nexus turrets going down. The Nexus itself is going to fall, and SK going to go tied top of the table here with EG with 3 wins and 1 loss.
Really, really well played by SK. I thought I panicked for a bit in that the last fight. Now these Wolves split up, and Nyph just played so patiently. He just waited until there were a few lined up in his sights. And
he still got 3 in it, I think, in that crescendo right at the end there.
Yeah, and I mean, you see how they were split there with this half-moon positioning. It was absolutely fantastic.
Brilliant, brilliant play from SK Gaming. As I said, they go top of the table, joint with EG, which you know, kind of sets us up for that last match of the day. But that's obviously not it. We've got another 2 games coming your way. But first, we're going to throw it over to Deman and Jason, and they're going to break down all the action from SK versus Wolves.
Yes, thank you very much, Joe. And as you come over to me, I'm fighting off a sneeze, which is I could feel it coming. I'm like, don't. This is the worst time. But wow, what a game went on. And I just said to you, Joe and Jason, it's SK Copenhagen Wolves. It's going to be another 50-minute game again. Yeah. And they took their time. But SK were actually behind for a long time in that game. And it wasn't until that great aggressive play from Nyph, really. And you mentioned, I think it was Sjokz got down to about half health. And that's what turned things around.
Yeah, it was kind of funny because SK is normally not on the back foot like that. Like, versus Fnatic, usually the ones being the aggressor, pushing up and losing their advantage. But they turned it around. They showed really great composure, really great focus as well to last that game out long enough so they could actually turn that great fight around. And we actually do have a replay, which is exactly what you're talking about when SK finally gets a couple kills here. But just to set it up for you real quick, it is 6-5. We have Copenhagen Wolves pushing that middle inhibitor turret, and it is 43.2 thousand gold to 40,000. So let's go and get the replay on your screen and just show you why this kind of gives SK the advantage.
So if you check out the replay right now, you can see this was at the 6-5. Like you say, it was actually Copenhagen Wolves being the aggressor right now.
Yeah, it was very true. And the point is that Svenskeren, he takes too much chip right here, and because of that, it's pretty much SK's call to, hey, let's just engage this, let's give it a try. And one big problem that Wolves do is cowTard actually pops his intervention onto NeeGodBro, who actually just didn't really need it at that point. You see the nice crescendo, the nice ultimate out of Jarvan to catch Deficio, to catch TheTess, to catch GodBro there. But here comes intervention, landed on the wrong target. If it was on TheTess, he could have survived a little bit longer. But even with that, I still feel that Wolves would have lost that fight either way. They pick up 4 kills, and they ended up pretty much getting the Baron right off the back of that as well.
Yeah, so well, you can see that's really what turned it all around. Nyph managed to land that perfect crescendo, and the Cataclysm was just, it was perfectly positioned. It just hit the whole team, really. Fantastically worked out there. So really that was one of the big things that turned it around there. And of course, on the back of that, they managed to go get the Baron fight. There was a great bit of play at the Baron fight. Sneaky play, I think they could call it, around the corner there. They caught out Svenskeren, got caught out in the corner there. So really, SK Gaming showing that actually they've got quite a bit of maturity right now. You know, the fact that they didn't panic, they were behind, they didn't just lose it. You know, we've talked about SK being a confidence team in the past, but actually it seemed to work out for them. Maybe they've gone to that next level.
Yeah, they just waited for that moment to strike. They just bide their time as long as possible, farm up, and once they pretty much knew we have a great team fight composition. We have that Cataclysm, we have the crescendo right behind that. They knew they could win these team fights, but as long as they dragged it out long enough, they could pull an inner EG, I'll say, for that, just to kind of strike back and end up taking that game. So it was overall well played by SK. It does show their maturity as a team, and it's kind of funny because it's only been a week since that happened.
So what do you take of this from the fact, bearing the fact now SK are now top of the league? Copenhagen Wolves have not won yet, but they've looked good every game they've played.
Well, I think SK is kind of focused on the last game of the day because they want to take that first place of the league right now, beat EG, take first place, and pretty much just kind of use that against them. Be like, hey, aren't you guys first place anymore? Oh, wait, we are. But yeah, Wolves, they're playing solid. They really are. They kind of just... They need that little oomph. I can't even think of a word for it, but just that little oomph to kind of get that final victory. And that might happen next week with Bjergsen coming in, since he will be hitting 17 this week, and will be replacing cowTard, who will be going to sub.
Well, SK certainly had that little oomph in there, and really the key man that got the highest kills in that game is ocelote. So let's head over to Sjokz, who's standing by with him.
Yes, first off, congratulations, Carlos, on that game. Now, in the beginning, your team was put under a lot of pressure by the Copenhagen Wolves, and I heard hyrqBot, the jungler, apologize for his early game to you. So run us through how you got the game.
Well, as I always say, sometimes we just play bad, you know. Sometimes, well, this game, John didn't start pretty good. But this is how a team works, you know, we have 5, we carry each other, and this time he got carried. The other day against Fnatic, I got carried. It's how it works, you know. One day you play bad, one day you play good. It's how it works. That's why you got a team behind.
Absolutely. And can you say how your team got together with having hyrqBot as a jungler, having CandyPanda back? How did that all come together?
Well, they were both pretty focused into being really good players this season. So I was like, this is a no-brainer, you know, just get them. And I know they are pretty good guys as personalities. So we can go ahead with this. And I had a talk with CandyPanda as well. He promised me he will be like crazy 80, and he's demonstrating that he's being really crazy. He's really, really good right now. And everything is perfect right now. Like, I don't care even if we lose this game, we lose whatever next games. I'm pretty happy with this team, yeah.
All right, now going into the game, about the picks, you picked your HosaN, which went really well. We had Nyph picking Sona. Did you think, well, we can take on these wolves if we just pick basic and pick what we're good at, instead of maybe counter-picking or going for a little bit of cheese?
So at the beginning, we were a little bit hesitating because we know that Kayle corners HosaN pretty hard in lane. But I don't know, I was like, I feel pretty comfortable just pick HosaN. And even though it doesn't match too much the team setup, we're gonna do good, and that's what happened, you know. We had a really good combo, except for HosaN. HosaN is a really, really strange hero, if you ask me. And at the end, it turned out good, you know. This time it turned out good. I'm very happy actually, because that game was really hard actually at the beginning.
Yeah. So you say you would pick HosaN over the fact that it might not be good for your team comp. Is that something we'll see going into the matchup against EG too? That you would choose something you like to play over what is good for the team comp?
Well, I got 3 champions that I will play them no matter what I play against. One of them is HosaN, and the other 2 you'll figure out.
So finally, what are you feeling going into the match against EG?
I feel very prepared and pumped up, and I know they want the revenge, but all I want is to repeat the feeling we had the last day, which was awesome. So see you next game, man.
All right, thank you very much, ocelote. All right, we heard from Carlos, but remember that we want to hear from you. We want to hear your answer to the following question. What champion do you think has had the most impact on LCS so far? You know, you can tweet at @LOLesports, #LCS. Same if you have a question for any one of us here in the studio. For now, we're going to a short break, but when we come back after the break, we'll see the first showing of Against All Authority as they take on Gambit Gaming. It will be cast by Joe Miller and Jason Kaplan. See you in a bit.
Welcome back. The next game is going to be against All Authority, making their debut up against GAMBIT Gaming. The question is, can Against All Authority win their first game here, Jason, against one of the strongest teams in Europe?
I guess we will find out indeed. We saw them playing at the LCS qualifiers, and they played a lot of interesting compositions. It evolved around the top lane playing bottom lane 1v2 with an AP character. Is kind of really interesting to see. Maybe we'll see a little bit more of that. Maybe we'll catch GAMBIT Gaming off guard. I guess we'll just find out.
Well, GAMBIT Gaming have been upset already. Can they recover, really? I mean, that's the real question here. They suffered 2 losses. They were second from bottom coming into this one. And can they take down a team who's going to be hungry for it? Against All Authority in their first match, they're going to be starving almost for a win, Jason.
I think so. I mean, we've seen it twice out of them. Until she matches Katowice, day 1, they went 1-2, I believe it was. They got through on time. They came back 2 out both the Zubus at that time. And then we saw them week 1. They lost really heavily to EG, came back against Fnatic, and just dominated them. I think they have it in them to do that. I mean, towards the end, they played against Giants, and it was a really close game overall. I mean, they didn't play bad. They didn't play amazing, but they have that ability to. We've seen it time and time again, and I'm sure they can do it again if they want to.
Well, here we see both lineups for the teams. Of course, for Against All Authority, we have Freddy 122 flying the English flag here in the European LCS, ShLaYa, Nono, Corralius, and Virtual.
Yep, and over for GAMBIT, we have Darian, Alexich, Genja, Edward, and Diamond. And I'm really curious to see what Diamond's going to run this time, because we saw him run Volibear and Udyr so far. The Volibear worked out the first time, and the Udyr didn't work out at all.
No, it was more of a, oh dear moment. Sorry for that one. I had to get it in somewhere. I tried last week, but it didn't fit. But yeah, 2 great teams coming in. Against All Authority, obviously, are going to be the underdogs here. Let's take a quick look through their team. Obviously, Freddy 122 in the top lane, ShLaYa in the middle lane, Nono and Corralius in the bottom lane. I say in the bottom lane, it could be anywhere as the AD carry and support, obviously. And then Virtual that we had up there as maybe one of the more important players in the team. Obviously came in to replace Linak, who was a naughty boy and wasn't allowed to play anymore. So there's going to be a lot of eyes on Virtual to see what he can do.
Yeah, but we did see at LCS, him and even his team said they play a lot better together with him as their jungler. I mean, he just seems to have more synergy. They played pretty damn well. They went it was 5-1 overall in that. They it was a 2-1 against DRAGONBORNS to lock their spot in. But you know, anything can really happen. I'm curious to see what he's going to actually run though, because it is a 3.0.1 patch, and it makes a lot of tweaks to certain champions. So it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen, what they actually want to play.
Let's have a look at the team that we're most familiar with here. Of course, GAMBIT Gaming, Darian in the top lane, Alexich in the middle lane, Genja and Edward, the AD carrying support, and the man on your screen, Diamond, who is their jungler, a ferocious jungler as well. You know, we've seen him playing his Lee Sin. He was banned. We saw him bringing Shyvana into the limelight all the way back at Intel Extreme Masters Kiev. Recently, we've seen him playing Xin Zhao to an amazing level. That in fact, it's just been banned against him pretty much the entire time. As you said, Udyr didn't quite work out his way. Volibear, on the other hand, a champion which we didn't expect him to bring out in week 1 of the European LCS. You know, that worked out for him brilliantly as well. Good to see the bear in there, flinging people around. Flippity-floppity, I think is what Deman called that one. But this is the 2 mid-lane players. Going to be an interesting one to watch, of course. ShLaYa, is he going to be as experienced as Alexich? No, probably not. Is he going to be up there with skill? Yes, definitely. The problem is, what is Alexich going to play? We've seen him playing a lot of Ryze recently with Teleport. He's been an absolute menace, actually, getting into those other lanes, really helping them to snowball on. But GAMBIT are a little bit of an unknown, it sounds weird to say, an unknown package in terms of what they're going to pick out in this game, because they have been going for some more little weirder compositions and different champion picks.
Well, that's the thing. They can play pretty much any champion they want to. They have a large champion pool, and it is early on in the season, so they want to kind of try some things like the Udyr. It was really unexpected. Didn't really work out, so maybe we won't see that this time. But try some new champions, try a couple of new things, and maybe it'll work out for you in the end. And Alex, versus ShLaYa, it's going to be really interesting because ShLaYa plays quite a bit of champions. He played 4 different ones at the LCS, and then Alexich, he played Ryze last week, and he also played Twisted Fate quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how that one goes. Obviously, we saw GAMBIT getting rolled over by EG, which was not a really happy time for them, it has to be said, going through in that first week. But again, they managed to beat Fnatic as well. So it was kind of a mixed bag for GAMBIT in week 1. Anyway, but we're going to be going through to have a look here in a video exactly what these 2 teams said before we see them face off today.
I don't know much about them as a team.
I think they are counted as like outside team, but that can count for them. Like some team, for example, we or SK or Fnatic or Evil Geniuses will not prepare for them as much as they are preparing for us, and they can win. That's how the league system works.
It was a miracle that we got here. It was a miracle that we got out of the group stage, and it's like even bigger miracle we were qualified.
So, against all authority, the team of miracles, it seems. A miracle that they got out of group stage, a miracle that they got through. Are they going to need a miracle today to beat Gambit Gaming? I don't think it'd be a miracle, but it would be an upset if they could take them out.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of disappointing because that shows their kind of mindset going into this game. It's a miracle they got here. They don't feel like they deserve to be here, and you kind of have to do that. You have to feel like you're, one of the best in Europe. And it kind of just gives you that total bad mindset going into that game. It's like, oh, Gambit, we're not going to win this game, so why really even try? They need to get out of that as quick as possible, and they easily could have a chance, as other teams have proved.
But I'd take that the other way as well, to say that they know that they've got work to do as a team. They know that they need to train hard, that they probably need to theory craft a lot before they even think about going into the training. And that means that it's almost a no-pressure situation at the same time. If you say, we're not going to be able to win this one, then you take all the pressure, all the expectations away from what a lot of other teams have. The likes of SK, Fnatic, Gambit, EG, they are teams that have in their head, we have to win this game. We have to win this one. And we'll see how that really all affects against all authority and how they're going to be going forward in this game. Happy to see, once again there, we can see Freddie on your screens, an English player finally in League of Legends. We got Snoopeh, but he's Scottish, so he doesn't really count at the end of the day. But hopefully Freddie is flying the flag that me and Deman would like to fly if we weren't actually pretty rubbish at the game ourselves. So, that's why we ended up being commentators, which I'm sure is fine for you guys at home as well. And there's Diamond Prox, as we said earlier on, his champions. He was one of the big junglers that had so many bans targeted to him. Obviously the first one, the biggest one that came to mind at the start, was that Shyvana that he broke out. That event back in Kiev, a lot of teams said, we know how to beat that. We know how to beat that. They left Shyvana in there and they lost. And then the next team said exactly this. We know how to beat Shyvana. We know how it works. And they lose again. The only way to beat that Shyvana was to ban it out. And then you had that Lee Sin doing exactly the same. You've seen his Xin Zhao now being banned out as well. And he's really proven that he's got a lot of champions to bring to the table. Some a little bit more successful than the others. Obviously, Udyr didn't really work out in the first week here in the European LCS, but really interested to see what a week has done for Gambit.
Well, the thing is, going back to Diamond just real quickly, is that he's a real innovator of the jungle, we have to say. I mean, that Zen he brought out, no one was really playing him. I think Malunoo was the only other one at the time from Curse, but he came out with that, and the Lock of the Iron Solari build mixed in with the Renekton, and they had so much armor pen built up with that it completely caught teams off guard, and now it's being banned out against him strictly. I really am proud to see that kind of stuff because it really makes you think as a jungler on another team, should we try, Jungle Caston, as St. Vicious was talking about over in North America, or some other new kind of champion?
Yeah, and while we're talking about, armor penetration and shredding, Renekton, we've seen it in this top lane. We've seen it a lot. In fact, I say a lot. We've seen it 100% of the game so far in game 1 and 2. We saw it over on Thursday in the US, all 4 games. And we know that Darian plays a mean Renekton.
Actually, I don't think he's been banned out today. Actually, he's been out in one game, the last one, but he hasn't been played, which is kind of really interesting. I mean, they did nerf
Renekton?
Oh, no, Olaf, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're throwing Olaf out there now. I'm talking about Renekton.
Oh, okay.
He was in the last 2 games.
Sorry about that. No, I was kind of looking at the Olaf because he did play him, and it did exceptionally well with him. But I mean, with the recent nerfs, because this is 3.0.1, like we were saying before, it doesn't have that flat armor pen anymore on top of that ultimate. The Renekton, I mean, we saw in that last game, build him straight tank. All he had was that Hexdrinker as damage, and you can still do quite a bit. You have a lot of disruption in the fights, getting the stuns down, getting the slice and dice, as long as you hit it with the Fury, get that extra armor pen to help out your AD carry. It worked out very well for them, especially with the Misfortune. I mean, he stacked up a Last Whisper, even a Black Cleaver. It's so much armor pen that you really can't even build that against him. You have to build that health.
Yeah, and that's why I think that Jarvan really worked so nicely in combination as well with the Renekton last time. Aside from the fact that hyrqBot did some things in the jungle that you don't see every day of the week from junglers. Actually, Diamond, we saw it last week flashing in for an early dragon.
Very early.
We saw the ganks from hyrqBot in that last game coming through the dragon pit. He did his combo through the back of the dragon pit, slid his way up to the back of that middle lane to try and come in, and did it twice in a row. Actually, he went, okay, that didn't work, and he got the flash out of him. Let's just go straight back around, and they did it again. So it will be interesting to see where the Gambit focus is going to be in this game, where that jungler is going to be camping things out. Obviously, Alexic in the middle lane, such a competent player that I think is one that demands less, I think, from his jungler in terms of how much time he spends around his lane.
And the thing is, he doesn't even really get... I mean, he gets some kills in the mid lane, obviously, but that's not really where he focuses on his kills. He tries to help out his other lanes, help the top, help the bottom with his teleports. If he's running Rise or maybe Twisted Fate as he comes around the map, he really tries to set up ganks. And he even tries to bait teams in. We did see him ult into the back line of an enemy team, and they would all turn towards him. He's like, hey, I got Zhonya's. Not really going to hurt me, while the rest of his team just keeps hammering away at them. But yeah, he's really a rock on their team. And one thing that I'm kind of thinking about is Against Authority going to play a reactionary game, or I can't even think of the other one of that, but are they going to be the ones to really set the tone of the game, or are they going to be reacting to how Gambit's playing?
That's one thing that I honestly can't really answer you right now. I'm not going to pretend that I know how Against Authority have planned for this game, because I'm not sure. For me, their first game of the tournament up against one of the favorites to, you could even say, win Season 3 as a whole, they could come out with really anything from this one. That could be an ultra-aggressive style. It could be an ultra-passive style at the same time. And that's something that we're going to have to, I think, learn a little bit from Against Authority as they do go through.
And we did see in the video just now is that Alex was talking about how, you know, Against Authority has to research them. They're not even going to bother with them because that's the way it kind of it happens. So it looks like they're going to play something, I guess, they're more comfortable with, that instead of trying to pick something that will counter anything Against Authority can kind of use against them. But then that gives Against Authority some sort of an advantage. They've seen Gambit playing this past week. They saw them playing before that. They know kind of what they like to run. So it gives them that ban advantage and potentially the composition advantage if they can use that.
Yeah, and again, I made this point in the last game about the whole league system, that you can't underestimate these teams that you think are an easy win almost. I'm sure that the Gambit don't think that, but they'll be banking on the points from this game. And you see in every other sport, the top teams spend their time scouting the top teams. That's just how it is, because they're the important fixtures. But these games against the teams that you consider to be, you know, a three-pointer right in the bag for you, you've got to be able, you've got to win those games if you want to win the championships. These are, you know, traditionally games that if the big team gets upset, that can hurt their chances in the championship later on.
Yeah, and I mean, they have the advantage too. They don't have to research them too much, but they have to make sure they don't take them lightly. I mean, we saw last week with the Giants, they might have taken them a little bit lightly, ended up losing that game and going down to the bottom half of the entire standings. And, you know, at this point, even though it's just week 2, you can't really afford to be there. You want to stay towards the top. You don't want to have to play those relegation matches, and you want to secure your spot for the second half of that season.
Yeah, and one team, I'm sure, by the end of it, one of the big names that we expect to be up there fighting, maybe right at the end of the Season 3 World Finals, you know, they could be one of those teams down near the bottom, really scrapping to actually keep their place, never mind anything else going into that. So it's really important that you keep your focus against your EGs and your SKs, but also against the teams that you would expect to be beating. Anyway, obviously, DRAGONBORNS were the other team that were making their debut today. They lost their first game earlier on against EG, and Gambit are going to be looking to go 2 for 2 and climb a little bit further up that ladder.
And that's something I really enjoy about this entire league, is that you can have these upsets. You can have these teams that not necessarily weren't unheard of, but weren't really in the limelight, come back, you know, beat these big teams, potentially secure their spot into the second half of the season, and really catch people off guard, you know, catch, or, you know, maybe build up a bigger fan base, because this is their opportunity to show that they have what it takes to compete with the best of the best, and they're in fact doing it.
So what are you expecting from this game, Jason? I mean, I talked about that I wasn't really sure what to expect from Against Authority being the, I guess we could say, massive underdog in this game up, and maybe even the biggest underdog in the Season 3 European LCS as a whole, actually.
Yeah, you heard him say it was a miracle that they got through
well,
that.
They certainly think that, so I'm sure, you know, they're not hurt by the fact that I am calling them underdogs here, but that can also work. You look back towards Gambit's time, before they were Moscow 5, when they were still Empire, when me and Deman casted the online qualifiers for that tournament, and we saw them pull off that brilliant Nono ultimate from the bush, which became, you know, doing an Empire. No one really knew who Empire were. That, yeah, I mean, Alex Hitch had been around, I mean, in other teams previously with the likes of Flash in the Night and players like that. But when they really came out as a team for that qualifier, no one really knew what to expect from Empire going into Kiev, and that can be a really big advantage for you, and maybe, just maybe, against All Authority have that here.
Yeah, and look what happened off of the back of the Empire. I mean, they got some momentum for their team. They, you know, got some really high place finishes. They kept building up, getting a bigger fan base, becoming better and better. And that momentum, you can't really underestimate that. Giants, I mean, I'm curious to see if they have that same momentum built up after defeating Gambit against Authority. It definitely has that chance. And, I mean, we both agree that they're kind of the underdogs in this entire game. But if they come out big, you know, they could get a lot of new fans and really show everyone that you can't really underestimate them. And what do I think they're actually going to be going for here is, we saw Virtual during the LCS qualifiers. He played Shen every single game. Out of the 5 games, Shen every time. Corrales played Sona as well on support every single time. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see that. But the real big thing is that Freddy122, you know, their top laner, he was playing bottom lane 1v, well, almost every single game, except I believe it was one when he was playing Nidalee. He ran a Karthus, he ran a Elise down there trying to, you know, 1v2, try to, you know, kind of set the other team off guard. And, you know, Quickshot and I were casting the first game versus Copenhagen Wolves, and they ran something really interesting with the Karthus, Lux, and Ezreal combo. And what they do was they would hit someone with a light binding and then kill him instantly. They would use Ezreal ulti, the Lux ulti, and Karthus on top of that just to erase him from the game. And even though they didn't have a stronger 5v5 composition, they could win 5-on-4 very easily.
And speaking of stats here a little bit, obviously you can find them all over on lolesports.com. A bit of an interesting one here for you in terms of KDA ratios for Gambit Gaming. So their highest KDA ratio right now is Edward, who's got a
That's kind of expected.
And they were all kills, you better believe it. They were all secured by Edward in that one. And then you look at the AD carry, Genja 2.6, Alex Hitch 2.7, Diamond 2.9, Darian 2.5. So Edward is an insanely good support. You'd put him up there with one of the, with the best in the world. Maybe you could even argue the best in the world. He's very aggressive. One thing that we always used to see is Edward being the aggressor in the bottom lane, Genja being more of that passive player. But Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice, 2Ks getting mixed up. He came back again with that whole aggressive style, and he was so good in that tournament, Genja. We saw glimpses of it last week again, but I think that's his playstyle. I think that's what Gambit really can do, being that such aggressive bottom lane that they've got on. And I'm wondering again just what they end up picking up in this game, because there are a lot of things open, and after that Volibear pick last week from Diamond, I guess we can't really expect anything for granted.
Yeah, I mean, Genja, you're definitely right. I mean, he kind of changed up. He was playing very passive, and he's matching the aggression that Edward puts out. And that KDA you mentioned on him having 6 ratio, that was because of his Sona crescendos. He had the most amazing crescendos, hitting 3 or 4 every single time. He was flashy to just get the perfect position. He's definitely a top-notch player, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see that Sona be a contested pick, actually maybe even a first pick for both teams, because they both really highly value that. The Nono, unfortunately, in this patch, he was nerfed down, so the Blood Bowl doesn't give you the same attack speed or the movement speed. So because of that, they kind of want to maybe, you know, push him aside. That's why we haven't seen him much today. It's all been about the Leona, the Lulu, and the Sona.
And you saw there, just behind Gambit, obviously they have a manager in there, which is not too common for League of Legends teams these days. Not everyone has a manager who, you see Groove, he's a very, very vocal man. He was traditionally actually a Counter-Strike professional player, and he did some coaching there, managing there, and, you know, came in then with a League of Legends team when they were in Moscow 5, and I think he is a big addition actually to this Gambit lineup. He's someone who can, you know, get them fired up when they need it, maybe pick them up or knock them down if they're being too confident. So, you know, this is a guy with years and years and years of tournament experience itself, and I think that's some other League of Legends teams might want to learn from in the future, is having someone, not necessarily a League of Legends professional, but someone who's got the experience in terms of managing a team, and maybe more importantly, managing the emotions of a team around a big game situation like that.
Yeah, and Joe, you were actually a manager, if I'm not mistaken, at one time. I believe it was for Fnatic. Can you kind of tell us what your roles were? Because, like you're saying, it is
I
really
used to scream a lot. I could always get them up, but I could never knock them down when they were too confident. That was always my problem. But, you know, it is in my opinion, a very important skill to have as a team. Some teams have that naturally built in. I'd say ocelote is a prime example of that one. He's able to build people up. Not sure if he's able himself to knock them down, because he is, you know, one of those people who is very loud in game himself, and I actually think that CandyPanda is more the Nyph, more the chilled guys in game. They're like, shut up, ocelote, concentrate on the game right now. So you need those people in the team, whether that's as a coach or whether it's someone in your lineup. Obviously, every team has a different preference that goes across any sport. That the management style of every team is going to be done that little bit differently. But for Gambit, it's definitely worked out for them. You know, we saw famously in Katowice, he had that belt behind them. I hope he doesn't use it, but
I kind of want to see that. Yeah. Put Edward over his leg and just get a couple of whippings.
If you go to the new Gambit Gaming website, all right, Jason, we don't need to hear about your fantasies on air today. If you go to the new Gambit Gaming website, it's got the Gambit Gaming logo and then the belt right next to it, just to remind you that they have groove behind them to give them that power. But no, it is definitely important to have someone like that to be able to, you know, discipline the players when they need it, because, you know, at the end of the day, everyone's pretty young, and you can be hot-headed and annoyed sometimes, and down and kind of depressed at the same. So you need someone in there that's able to level it out, and I think Gambit have that.
Yeah, when we were in Brazil, I believe it was, LGIM, they lost one map to Wickd, it was, Wickd Ben Q, and their manager told them, if you lose one more map, then you're a disgrace to your country.
Yeah.
And that kind of hits really hard.
It hits as hard as a leather belt, I think, is what it does. But yeah, that's the entire point of it, that I think some teams might need that in the future. I mean, it's a long season. You have to stay very, very dedicated, very focused. You know, it's all well and good coming to play your games, winning or losing for some teams. And then, you know, not following it through in that week as a practice schedule and looking at the games and saying, okay, we were brilliant till this point, then we messed it up. What do we do this week to make sure that doesn't happen? You've got to have that discipline going in because it is, like I say, a long season. And if you end up getting relegated and you're out of it after half a year, then, you know, you've lost a big opportunity.
Yeah, and I mean, going back, or we'll talk about managers a little bit more, the third-person perspective of the entire game. I mean, we watch games all the time, casting them, and we've talked to pro players, you know, why do you do this kind of thing when you could kind of do this? And they're like, oh, I never really thought about that way. And it kind of opens up their eyes to a new strategy or potentially a new way to play to, you know, defend against aggressive play or something like that.
Yeah, well, teams themselves actually should do that. That comes from watching replays as well. I mean, if you don't watch your games afterwards, you're never going to realize. But either way, that's enough from us. Let's get into the bans and the picks. Here we are live with them. Obviously, we can see that Against All Authority on the blue side get the first ban and the first pick. And unsurprisingly, their first two bans rise towards Alex Ich, Xin towards Diamond.
Yeah, and that at least is targeted at Freddy, 122, even that Nidalee as well. They're really trying to take him out of the game since he was so able to play top by himself or play bottom 1v2. So getting those bans out, I wouldn't be too surprised to see maybe a Soda ban if they're not going to pick it up right away, but they do go for that Kale. And that's, I mean, that can be pretty much going anywhere. You can go in the jungle, obviously, you can go in the mid lane, which we've seen quite a bit today. But Gambit with their last ban, I mean, they might go for a Shen since that's all virtual play. They might potentially go for the Soda if they want to, or maybe take out the Ezreal. And instead, they actually ban out Twisted Fate, which they were playing quite a bit last week.
Yeah, there's ShLaYa, and there's the Sona first pick, as you said, and that's why they didn't ban it out, because they wanted to get a hold of that themselves for Corralius, their support. What are Gambit going to go? There is a Kha'Zix, obviously, was touched in the patches, actually before this patch technically, but he is still Kha'Zix at the end of the day. He's still Demon's doing floppy arms and all sorts of stuff. His noise not just yet. I'll leave that to him. But there is a Vi as well, another one that's left open that we've seen to be very devastating. There's the Kha'Zix as well to be added in on top. Demon's going crazy because he loves his Kha'Zix. But Vi and Kha'Zix together, that's pretty mean.
Well, we did see Alex actually playing Kha'Zix in Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. Did phenomenally well against Azubu with him. Came in last second as an assassin, picking up kills left and right and getting that reset. The Vi, which we saw hyrqBot playing from SK, did exceptionally well. It's been banned out quite a bit today, and I wouldn't be surprised if Diamondback's actually been practicing this because she's such a strong jungler. She has such strong disruption, and in fact, that does get locked in. Going over to Against All Authority side, I wouldn't be too surprised to see the Shen pick up right here since it still is available. You don't want to give that over to the purple team because that's, you know, a really strong champion to have with that ultimate. As well as Nono, who's been playing quite a bit of Ezreal. Maybe lock him in. Don't really need to, but you kind of don't want to show your top lane. You don't really want to show that mid lane just yet.
Well, let's see from Against All Authority what they go for in this one. As we said, Sona was locked in. There is the Shen, which, you know, Virtual. He's definitely a very, very strong Shen player, but could also go anywhere. There is a Kennen pick, which we saw Kennen being picked up by Giants. Now, Jim Bones' Kennen has been a terror, but also you have to factor in that Kennen can go in the top lane, can go in the middle lane. Don't know if you're going to run him in the jungle, but certainly he's one of those champions that you can pick at this stage and still leave the opposition guessing a bit.
Yeah, I really wouldn't put it past Freddy since he has such a large champion pool to play him, especially towards the AP side. So it might actually be in that top lane, like you're saying, it might be AD. They might be taking a play out of Giants' playbook there to kind of counter Gambit a little bit. But with the next two picks going for a Lulu, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see a Caitlyn coming up next since that's such a strong combo, or they might even want to pick up an Ezreal themselves to kind of get away from any sort of stun Kennen can put out here. And as we know, Genja is a really good Ezreal player if he decides to go for that. But looking at it so far, actually does go for Caitlyn. Okay, so look at it so far, we have a strong initiate out of Vi, and then we have that Lulu ultimate to knock them all back up yet again. So they have a lot of disruption that allows Alex to get around as much as possible on Kha'Zix, and then leaves Genja in the backside just able to pretty much get free damage down. But they might need to pick up someone a little bit tanky as their last choice.
Well, we'll see what that is here in just a little while. What are Against All Authority going to finish off with? We've got that Sona, who pretty much given as a support. You've got Shen, could be in the top lane. A Brand,
I'm not sure that's actually
not quite falling for that one just yet. Although, you know, we've seen Volibear, so why not Brand, I suppose. But yeah, your point earlier about, I wonder if Diamond's been practicing Vi. If he's been practicing Volibear, I'm pretty sure he's been practicing Vi at this stage, because she is one champion that you definitely want to have in your pool at this stage of the game. There is a Graves, who, to be honest, we've not been seeing all that much of, sadly enough. He's not, I want to say, fallen out of favor, but certainly has not been up there with the most picked. They've got an Ashe in there as well, which is going to be either him or Graves. Changing Orianna would go in there. Obviously, Kennen. With Orianna, you can get straight in there, and you've got those two big AoE spells with the Crescendo as well, but looking like it's going to be the one.
Yeah, we did see Lux played by ShLaYa in the LCS qualifiers, played exceptionally well with him, and we'll see he's actually going to be running that again. So it looks like Freddy will be running that Kennen in his solo lane as
Edward.
That's his like coin champion to pick when he's trolling right there, getting that victor.
But one day he's probably going to lock it in. That's the great thing about it.
Yeah, there we go.
There is a Volibear.
So if that does get locked in, we will have Vi most likely in that mid lane, I want to say. Very strong champion there, as he's still rolling around into other picks. I even want to like talk about it because he hasn't really chosen a champion yet. He always seems to do this. But looking over Against All Authority yet again, so we have the Lux, we have the Graves, and we have that Kennen going to be in the solo lane. So they have a lot of CC with Kennen's ultimate, with the Crescendo out of Sona, and they actually go for a Karthus, so someone relatively squishy. They have an overall squishy team, but if Downprox does keep that Vi, going to be building maybe an early Brutalizer, then going straight tank right after that, just to be his big meat shield for his team.
So the game that we saw Vi in the jungle last week was for SK hyrqBot, actually first-blooded Lux in the middle lane. So who knows, we could see a repeat of that kind of thing coming down. It's all situational, of course, but which lineup do you fancy most here, Jason?
It's kind of confusing. I mean, Gambit, they have that really strong initiate with Vi, but seeing Kennen again, I mean, I can't even remember the last time I saw him played in that top lane. It can kind of really catch you off guard. I mean, as AP, can kind of really catch you off guard. I know Wings of Death likes to run him a little bit of AD, builds a couple of Doran's Blades, and builds AP right after that kind of thing, but you know, looking at it, I'm going to have to say I get over to Gambit just because they have that strong initiate. They have so much burst on them with that Lulu, with the Lulu to pretty much get that knock up and give them that extra health, which they currently are lacking.
Well, there you see on your screen, Freddy 122. He's going to be playing that Kennen here in the top lane. Interested to see how he does with that one.
Actually, it looks like Gen just switched over to Ghost Cleanse there at last second.
Ghost Cleanse.
He did, in fact.
Wow, didn't expect that one coming out. Obviously, we do see a lot of last-minute switches in terms of those summoner spells. Alex Ich this time not going for the teleport, so we won't see any teleport out of that mid lane. In fact, there are no teleports on the entire map. For Graves going with Flash Barrier, but that's an interesting one there. Ghost and Cleanse. I mean, if you've got Ghost on, you can cleanse any stun that comes in, and I suppose, you know, it works out plus when you've got that 90 caliber net to escape as well. But either way, we are going to be getting into this one. It is the first game of the European LCS for Against All Authority, taking on here GAMBIT Gaming, who are currently 1 for 2. No, they're not. They're 2 for 2, aren't they, because they played earlier? No, they didn't. What am I on about? They're 1 for 2. I'll get there in the end, don't worry.
Well, something kind of interesting looking at Against Authority right off the bat. Nono, he's running that flat armor pen not yet again, this is his first game. 15 flat, which I believe Genja was the other one that does that. We have yellowpete who runs 13, so it gives him that extra damage in lane mixed in with the poke from Sono could be quite interesting. But GAMBIT currently setting up just for a defensive kind of level 1 right now. But looking at who has a stronger team fight, it depends if Virtual actually levels up that taunt or not, because that creates a lot of problems for GAMBIT. Like, GAMBIT does have pretty much the upfront damage you would want out of your team.
Yeah, this could be a very interesting game. We've said it before, Against All Authority coming in. They said themselves in that pre-match interview video that it was a miracle that they even got this far, that they are even here in the EU LCS, which is a very interesting statement to make. We'll see how that all ends up panning out here in their match against GAMBIT Gaming. But it looks like we're not going to be seeing any or too much, if any, action here at level 1. GAMBIT just around their own blue buff. The Caitlyn Lulu combo are there, and we can see that Grave Sona are actually going up and Kennen is coming down. So this lane switch is going to come down for Against All Authority, which, as you mentioned earlier, Jason, is something that Freddy did a lot at the qualifiers.
Yeah, he did, and it's not a bad idea to shut down Darren as quick as possible on that Kha'Zix, because once he gets rolling, he's going to just trail through your team. But I love what GAMBIT Gaming's doing. If you look on their side with the ward control, they're just ensuring Diamond can get an easy jungle, get his easy double buff, and then get around for the ganks, like you were saying before. First blood on looks from hyrqBot in his game on Vi. We might see that yet again happen. And GAMBIT, they're playing really defensive, but they're trying to create an opportunity for them to just take this game early on.
GAMBIT going to get that red buff done, as are Against All Authority. Freddy giving a nice helping hand to Virtual here at the start of things. Both junglers going to be going smiteless by the looks of things for this first one. Darian, as you said, 1 versus 2. Jason, looking through the lanes, you know, who's going to be the strongest in this 1 versus 2 scenario? The Kha'Zix up there in the top lane, or is Kennen in the bottom?
Well, we have Kennen, who has no resource technically. It's energy, so it replenishes very quickly. You can spam the shurikens, as you're seeing him do that right now. But Darren, he has a sustain in lane because of his Void Spikes. He's able to heal off of them and really just kind of keep up in CS. He can last it under tower very easily with him, but you do see him taking a lot of chip at this point. He has that Crystalline Flash just to kind of keep his sustain in lane, but overall, I really have to give it to GAMBIT in this switch. It's going to work out for them in the long run, as long as Darren doesn't get shut down too early.
Yeah, and just looking at the early items here, because we have got quite a few differences between each champion here. Kennen running that armor cloth, the cloth armor, plus the pots at the start, and Darian actually going in for the Crystalline Flask and pots. Virtual actually coming here into this top lane. They're looking for that 3-man gank, which is really, really obvious, to be honest with you, at this stage. And Darian shouldn't be falling for this one. They had a ward in that tri-bush. He's going to go in for that one and have no real problems with staying alive unless he gets caught out. But Against All Authority are looking for a super early first turret.
Yeah, and that's actually a great play by them, and that's exactly what you want to do when you go for this lane switch, but they have to be able to take that advantage throughout the rest of the game. They're letting actually a lot of minions going to get through here, so Darren should be able to catch up as long as they kind of back off, and they in fact will. So that push, it worked out very well for them, but it's going to give Darren a lot of money. In the bottom lane though, Diamond, he was kind of waiting around for a little bit, trying to go for a gank at this bottom side for a 3v1, just like we saw it towards the top, and he did take away quite a bit of jungle, as they are going for an early dragon right now, Joe.
Yep, dragon started here by GAMBIT. They say, you take our top turret and go home. We're going to pool our resources and head down towards this dragon area. You can see that Lux is headed south here. We'll see what she can actually do. The light binding coming in, plus the E as well, but that's not going to be enough. Diamond takes it with the smite. Nice little early pickup for GAMBIT.
And that pretty much just counters that entire top lane tower going down. It gives them the gold they need. They lost a little bit of a map advantage up there, but it allows Darren to free farm. So as long as they can hold on to this bot and middle turret and prevent the AD carry and support from kind of roaming around a little bit, or at least getting a couple of kills, then they're going to completely benefit off of this this first tower and the dragon going down.
So have a look at the early CS here. Obviously, Darren's having a bit of free time in that top lane. He's now 16-12 in the lead. Vi ahead in the jungle. Mid lane pretty even, with Karthus having a slight advantage. Similar for the AD carries as well, 27-21, with Graves having the lead from that one. Interested to see what Against All Authority's plan's going to be now they've got that early turret. Is it going to be settling into a more normal game in this bottom lane with the Sona Graves trying to bully out Lulu Caitlyn, which has got great pushing power here, as we can see Virtual coming around to this middle lane, going to get in towards Alex Ich. Have they got the damage to finish him off though? He's just going to be walking himself away. Virtual not going to be able to get in there, and Gambit not losing anyone.
Yeah, great gank right there. And you were mentioning if Against All Authority is going to kind of maybe be a little bit aggressive here, and if they don't, then they're kind of pretty much conceding that early advantage they got. Darren, he's still free farming the top lane. They're holding on to the bottom turret right now as you see them up against it, trying to farm all these minions. But if they can't kind of take that that early advantage and push it on through the rest of the game, they're going to start to lose these fights when they finally do start to break out. As you see, Gambit still with the gold lead at this point.
Against All Authority though are hammering away on this middle turret. Diamond just trying to get them away from that one. And they will have done enough there with those minions running out. But Against All Authority, probably going to be happy with that amount of damage. In the meantime, they're pushing this bottom turret as well. That Graves hammering away at Coralius, using that poke damage coming out. And now the sustain as well that you get from that Sona lane is definitely not to be underestimated in the long run.
Yeah, very true indeed. And it's kind of interesting is that Diamond isn't really swinging around towards this bottom lane. It looks like they might even concede this turret to trying to get Genja as much farm as possible. But if he's not going to come down to the bottom lane, he's going to let it fall, but that must mean he has some sort of strategy in mind later on.
Well, again, they force the wave through. Edward actually below half HP now, and they need to be careful once Nono hits level 6, obviously, and he's got that collateral damage. That's when you get an incredible amount of burst damage coming out of the Graves, just throwing that smoke screen down to stop him from recalling home there, just delay it that little bit more. And to be honest, that might just be what they need to have that tower away now with only Caitlyn left to defend against that one. It's already got about a quarter of its health, so Against All Authority could well have it away in this wave. Obviously not super attack speed or damage just yet coming out of AAA, so will take a while.
Yeah, even though they didn't get on that last wave, they're playing slow but steady, going to get that tower probably on this next wave unless Edward can kind of help out with that. We do have Alex Ich. He is level 6 right now, so if we see some sort of engage, which surprisingly, Diamond hasn't really put much pressure on the map on Vi, which he's such a strong early game champion, has such strong CC, hasn't really made much of that, but they do get that turret now up 2-0. They have the gold lead back in their favor. And Joe, taking back a look at this top lane with the solo laners, I'll say in the top lane, we have 48 CS currently on Darren to the 34 on Freddy. Darren was getting a huge lead on him, but Freddy was able to kind of get it back in his own favor. He has that Doran's Blade to just kind of last it a little bit easier and harass a little bit more. And we'll see if he can kind of keep the CS income or coming in, the money coming in, so we can get a couple of items. So when they do need to start fighting these team fights, he's going to be tanky enough and have enough damage to lock down the enemy team.
AAA going very textbook here, actually. They've moved their AD carry support on towards that middle lane. Unluckily for them, obviously, we have Gambit with plenty of decent wave clear ability. Darian now coming back into his top lane after doing those golems as well. Like you said, he's got a substantial lead here in terms of that CS. Got himself the tier already finished, plus he's got that ruby crystal in there as well, the crystalline flask he picked up earlier on. Also for Karthus with the tier, looked picking up the chalice, which is all pretty standard stuff right from the start. The AD carries do have a bit of a difference about them. Graves got the Vamp Scepter, which makes him even harder to get out of lane, because obviously he's got the heals from Sona, plus what he gets back from the Vamp Scepter. Caitlyn, on the other hand, gone for that damage spike straight into a pickaxe.
Yeah, and Nono, I mean, he's sitting on 1,400 gold when he decides to actually back Genja, just sitting at 400 at the moment. It's going to create a lot of problems for Genja to compete in terms of damage with Nono, who has that insane amount of burst. And I'm still kind of interested, actually, as he's engaged a little bit onto Genja, but a nice night kill net does help him escape, as you see right there. But it's kind of interesting is that Darien didn't build any damage items with that advantage he had in his lane, so he kind of went more towards a late game kind of build. The Ruby Crystal most likely can be going into a Warmog's armor.
Yeah, gonna get in healthy there. He wants to be that big tank that we've seen being so successful recently. Darian now is actually waiting there. Diamond's gonna join in the party as well. They're gonna try and lock down this Kennen, who's not an easy champion to lock down anyway, as they do see Darian jumping in there. Diamond coming from the side. Ultimate used out of Freddy, but can they lock him down for this one? He's gonna flash away. Ultimate coming out of Karthus. Shendid coming to join as well, and Freddy will survive.
And that CC was just insane out of their team right there. You had Darren get the slow. Diamond Prox got a nice knock up to prevent it from going where Freddy, all he had to use was that flash, and they had that Shen ultimate just to make sure he survived, but still in the end, coming out ahead since they kept Kennen alive now. And Virtual going to get a little bit of farm here in this top lane because he's starting to fall behind. He's 27 CS to 40 at this point, and he needs to start catching up, needs to build a couple of items here just to be tanking up to deal with the burst damage Gambit has, but it looks like Gambit is kind of just buckling up for the long run here.
Diamond heading down towards this middle lane here. Once again, Wall of Pain goes down. ShLaYa actually will flash away from that one. He wants no part in that little party. He says, you're not going to kill me from that one. And then takes the rest of the minions in his creep wave as well. So where Against All Authority going to go? Dragon is up, obviously was taken already the first time by Gambit Gaming. Fairly early pickup for them, but Against All Authority aren't going to want to surrender the second one. They've got that lead in the turrets. They're actually behind in gold, even though it might be only around about 200 or even less at this stage. This Dragon would be a big pickup for them in the big scheme of things. As Darren, you can see the Void Spikes already here at level 8 doing good damage.
Yeah, it really would indeed show that, and it kind of shows how confident they are in their team composition to go against Gambit, because they should be stronger than them right now, and they're not really forcing that Dragon. But if they can keep Gambit off of it, I mean, even if they don't grab it, as long as they keep Gambit off of it, they'll keep some sort of lead and be able to pick that up whenever they want to. We have Nono in the bottom lane, solo pushing himself. He's getting quite a bit of farm, 104 CS, clearly leaps and bounds beyond everyone else so far, as we have 3/4 men in the mid lane for Against All Authority, just trying to create a little bit of pressure and allow Nono to keep applying pressure towards that bottom lane.
Yeah, and that's a dangerous thing as well for Gambit, having the AD carry here of Against All Authority, having so much time to free farm. Obviously, Genji will get that back somewhat as the waves start to push up against his turret. But Against All Authority, again, they have 4 men in this middle area, but they're just not keen on going towards that Dragon area just now. Sonar is going back, which could indicate a pink ward pickup, and then coming down. Yep, there is the pink ward being secured. So I'm guessing that's exactly what they've got planned here. Get the ward down, clear out what vision Gambit have got of it, and then try and take the Dragon.
Yeah, very true. That should be exactly what's happening. But the problem is Gambit, they have a ward in the bush, a pink ward there, so it won't be spotted if Against All Authority puts it in a pretty much standard place. We do have Darren in the top lane, still trying to push as much as possible. He's trying to create even more of an advantage, as he has 89 CS to that 52. And if he keeps doing this, I mean, once he has that first, damage item built, Gambit could easily engage and create a huge opportunity for them to kind of snowball the game.
Well, Darien already hammering away, but in the meantime, they know that Vi was there. They could still see that Darien is there, so they say, well, let's take the Dragon. And actually, Darien is coming down, so they're not going to have that turret away right now. They're going to try and contest for this Dragon instead. Kennen just waiting off in the wings. So Against All Authority have pretty much all 5 men there, but in the end, I think they're a little bit too scared to throw away what they've built up until now. And we're 12 minutes 45 in, no first blood as of yet.
Yeah, I mean, relatively early right now. There's no point in giving some sort of advantage away, because they did create that with those 2 turrets going down so far. But they are being a little hesitant to engage against Gambit head on, so that actually might come back to bite them in the butt later on when they start to kind of potentially lose these fights, just because of Gambit building up the damage. Like I was saying, they're going for the long run, so they want to build up the damage, eventually. And when they get to that point, they're going to be so strong that Against All Authority is going to have a hard time dealing with them. But we do see ShLaYa, he does have a new large rod now, so they could actually easily take this Dragon if they do decide to go for it. They have that pink ward down, but still not spawning the one Gambit has.
Yep, and now Gambit actually working their way in for that one. Lux is just waiting on that top side with the light bindings of Void Spikes coming over. The Wall of Pain will actually hit Corellius, but that Dragon has been taken by Against All Authority. Now they're going to turn a run though. Assault and Battery comes in. Corellius going very low. Put the Crescendo down. Didn't do a whole lot. It may have slowed Gambit down for a while here, but they switch over on towards Virtual. He will flash away, but Karthus is still up. Virtual goes down, and they're going to keep pushing. They're going to try and trap Nono here underneath his tower. There are traps down to try and get him. He is going to die. Diamond will flash, actually getting the shield there. He'll be fine from that one, and that was 3 kills picked up. So, they picked up the Dragon there, did Against All Authority, but at what cost? They've lost 3 men early on. 2 kills for this Kha'Zix, who, whenever we seem to see Kha'Zix, he gets beastly. And also that one for the Karthus, who's got such a monumental CS lead already in the middle. That's only going to help things out.
Yeah, on top of that kill, he has those 2 assists. It's going to give him his Catalyst right now. He's going to have, even extra lane sustain insane, but the thing is, the laning phase is pretty much over. But yeah, I mean, that Dragon, it was what they kind of needed to do, but they didn't escape in time. That Diamondprox's ultimate just completely caught them off guard. Corrales got exploded on. The mid turret actually is getting very low right now, as you see ShLaYa pushing it, but Gambit looking very solid right now, and if Kha'Zix keeps getting a couple of kills or maybe assists, he's going to have the items he needs to pretty much dominate the other team, and he actually has a Zeal as his first item.
Yeah, interesting choice.
It looks like potentially a Triforce. Potentially.
What else do we have coming in off the back of that one? As you said, Catalyst was finished for Alex. He also bought a Blasting Wand, by the way, at the same time as that one. So his gold really going through the roof after that one. But that's it. 3 kills at the start. We waited a while for that first blood, but they came thick and fast.
Yeah, and the Blasting Wand with the Catalyst is going to go for Erotic Ages, obviously, but that shows their game plan. They want Alex in the middle of the fight. They want him to be pretty much tanking and yet doing a lot of damage, so they need to give that kind of item onto him. He's going to have the Saris Embrace eventually, which gives him that nice little bit of a shield, but that kind of shows you what their game plan is, and it's up to Against All Authority to kind of prevent that or at least counter it.
Yeah, and they've got the Lulu in there, which helps even more for Alex. You know, he's in the middle. That's your job as a cards, is to get in. As we see Darian going heavy on towards Freddy, who will pop his ultimate there just to stay safe. And just about works out for him. We see Virtual coming around the back, will get the taunt down, but honestly, I don't know if he's got the damage. And they've got Diamondprox here. This could be a genius bait coming out for Gambit, as we are going to see Sona coming from that top side. Darian had managed to leap away. He flashes away from the Lucid Singularity as well. And that will be him staying okay for now. Against All Authority didn't notice Diamond either.
Yeah, and the bottom lane actually do have Alex is trying to go head-to-head against Nono right there. Decides to back away, but that was really funny because Diamond was just waiting in the bush. He's like, all right, we're gonna bait this in, we're gonna get a kill, and he sees the entire enemy team. He's like, you know what?
I'm just gonna
back
press
here.
B and I'll see you later. Hopefully you get away from it all, which he did. Credit to him. I mean, Darian doing a really good job there of chaining everything he had to actually escape that bit of a tricky situation. So that leaves Gambit Gaming just 1,000 gold in the lead. I mean, it's not a massive amount, but if you look at the global objectives that have been taken by Against All Authority at this stage, it's no real wonder. 3 turrets. They took that last dragon. Okay, Gambit had the first one. If we look at the gold between all the champions themselves here, just to kind of get an idea of where that leaves us at this scenario, we have actually 5,300 on Alexich in the middle lane, and on his opposite side, 4,500 for Lux. So that just gives you a little bit of an idea as to how that leaves us on the in the grand scheme of things. So question is, Jason, what's next here for Against All Authority? They've got that turret lead. They had the last dragon. They've lost you know, these kills right from the very get-go, but where do they go from here?
The thing is, they're running against time at this point. You saw the Rotted Ages picked up on Alexich. They're really counting on ShLaYa to be able to burst someone down as quick as possible, mixed in with the damage that Nono can do. And the thing is, if they can't kill someone like that, they're going to have a really hard time killing anyone else on Gambit, because that's their whole thing. They try to burst someone down. They have Freddy to come in with his AoEs. He has a Seeker's arm guard, so he's going for that Zhonya. So Against Authority, they're going to need to start forcing some fights, or Gambit's just going to get too tanky, too healthy to do anything about it.
And right now we are going to see Darian diving into the middle. Ultimate coming out all up from everyone, in fact. Nice crescendo, actually, from Corellius. That may just be enough to save any kills going down, but will it be enough to save a turret here? We are going to see the laser surely come out. There it is, on towards Edward, but the Void Spike's coming in. Here is Freddy. They've managed to pick up Edward. Nice recovery there from AAA.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they needed to do. They landed that light binding. They put all their bursts down onto Edward, ended up killing him, and create a 5-on-4 advantage right now. However, they're not looking too healthy, as Corellius doing everything he can kind of heal them back up, but they have to kind of defend this turret. They're still on the back foot. Corellius, I mean, he's not really tanky right now, and as you see right there, he's taking quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, just those layaways really knocking him low. And the thing is, at this stage, when it's 3-1, and they've had that turret advantage, if they're to lose this middle turret right now, pretty much negates any advantage that they had from that one. Yeah, okay, they've still got that top turret, but these middle outer turrets are what really makes a big difference. As we see Genji here putting damage down onto Freddy in the middle. Darian was off to the side. We've got Diamond coming in here as well. So another big amount of pressure coming down from the Russians onto this middle turret. They want to get results from this.
And the thing is, I mean, the pressure they're putting mid lane is one aspect of it, but then you have the pressure of Alex each. He's at 177 farm at this point, 102 to his counter. He's pushing that bottom lane by himself. He's building up so much damage, so much tankiness as he has 1,200 gold he's sitting on as he backs out. It's really hard for Against Authority to do something about this, and they need to try to create some sort of pressure. The thing is, every sort of pressure they're trying to create, like every lane they're trying to push, it's getting countered by Gambit.
And we can see there that ShLaYa actually, rather than finishing off that Athene's Unholy Grail, has gone more the, okay, I really need damage at this point of the game. I'm going to go for that Rabadon's Death Cap, because we need to be picking up these kills when we get involved, and he can't wait to you know, finish that Athene's and then move into Rabadon's. Dragon is now available once again for the taking. You see the ward coverage there for Gambit is very, very strong around that area. There is one ward in the back put down by Against All Authority, but will they be able to hold off? Kha'Zix is actually leaving from that top side. Kennen is in the top lane. They know he's there. He's not going to be involved.
Yeah, I mean, you have AlexEach, Karthus, who's probably one of the strongest, you know, objective takers as they do secure that, as Lux almost took it away. So that gives them those 2 turrets to 1. But yeah, I mean, Karthus, he's one of the strongest objective takers with that single target damage from Defile. Not to mention he has that blue buff on top of that. So it's pretty much impossible for them to do anything to kind of steal it away. It was actually a great play of them to hold back on damage and then finish it off with that smite.
And Alex again then just going straight down into this bottom lane. He's got the blue buff on. He can spam all day long and push these lanes out, and someone is going to have to come down in there and try and deal with him. This time it's going to be Nono. Wall of Pain will block his entry in towards Alex, and he will be quite happy to just say, all right, stop farming, Alex, stop pushing this lane, and you know, let's neutralize that one a bit. We can see Trinity Force has been finished for Kha'Zix, so interesting route that has gone in there, Jason. We've not been seeing really Trinity Force coming out. Obviously, this is the patch where Trinity Force's combined cost was knocked down to 3 gold from the 300 that it was before, so maybe that's why he's thinking, okay, we can go in for that one. What do you think to that?
I mean, it gives him quite a bit of good stats. It gives him a little bit of AP, which gives him a little bit of extra healing from his Void Spikes, but it gives him the health. It gives him a nice slow. It helps out for, you know, sustain in fights because they're going up against so much burst. He had to build health somewhat. Really curious why he didn't decide to go for a Warmogs instead and go for the standard Brutalizer Bloodthirster combo, but so far it's working out for him as he sees 2-0-1, has a huge farm advantage over his his opponent, Freddy. And, I mean, it's just not looking too good for Against Authority. They're losing that window they need to be able to burst someone down, as you saw, like you were saying before. The Rabadon's Death Cap picked up on ShLaYa just so they can kind of lock down a kill and secure a kill.
Well, if we look at the CS again, it tells a bit of a sorry story for Against All Authority at this point. 170 to 123 from the top lane, as Lux just going to clear out that minion wave in the middle. Middle lane, 208 to 128. That's their massive leads. Yeah, on the other side, a 20 CS lead for Graves over Caitlyn, but that doesn't quite match things up. That doesn't really equal things up in the grand scheme of things. And Gambit, they really want this middle turret. Diamond's doing the war dance there at the front of it, saying, come get us, because they want to take this middle turret down and grant them that big boost of vision.
And they easily could take this down if they want to. The thing is, Genja, who's kind of not even there at this moment, taking on those Wraiths, they have the items they need. They have those big items. They have the Infinity Edge done on Genja. They have the Rotted Ages and the Seraph Embrace done for AlexEach. So they have the ability to tank the damage that's going to come at them. But it's all about them, you know, engaging when they want to, or creating an opportunity when they want to.
Well, we've got the pause. No information as of yet in game, actually. So we'll just wait and see what they say. It was actually Gambit who paused that game, so I'm assuming issue lying over on their side. But while we've got this time, I guess we can have a little bit of a look down the items. We'll start with the AD carries because there's a big difference between them and the routes that they've gone. Graves, Bloodthirster, Static Shiv. Still got those tier 1 boots and a Doran's Blade in there as well. On the other side, we have Infinity Edge plus the Berserker Greaves and Doran's Blade Cloth Armor coming out for Caitlyn. Middle lane, Rod of Ages, Xerath's Embrace, Sorcerer's Shoes for Karthus compared to Rabadon's Death Cap and the Chalice of Lux. The junglers, again, different path that they've gone. Diamond, we've seen him time and time again with his Xin, with that Volibear going straight in for that Locket of the Iron Solari, being a very effective item for him over the course, and also that Spirit Stone as well. And we've got the Warmogs finished on Shen. Top lane, which again is another lane with big CS difference, currently bang on a 50 CS lead for Kha'Zix. We've got the Seeker's Arm Guard in there. He's, as Jason said, going to be building up that one up towards towards that Zhonya's Hourglass now. Obviously got a different build path with the Seeker's Arm Guard coming in than before, and the Trinity Force plus a tier on Kha'Zix as well. 28.3 to 31.4 thousand gold, 3-1 in turrets still in favor of Against All Authority. Jason, where are the next big plays going to come, and who needs to be making them at this point?
Well, I mean, the big plays, it can go either way. I mean, if Against All Authority can make some sort of big play happen, burst someone down on Gambit, they can start to take an advantage, start pushing, maybe get a couple of turrets and some extra gold in their hands. But then again, Gambit, they've been sending Alex to kind of split push, get some extra farm in, you know, just kind of keep the bot lane pushed in, get some really key items. And now they're sending Virtual to kind of, you know, push out that bottom lane. The problem is that if you do send Alex down towards that bottom side, Nono's the only one who can really stop him. With his damage, as long as he has that red buff, he can actually take Alex on 1v1. But Gambit, I mean, they could push turrets right now. They have the ability to. They're tanky enough. They have the CC they need if Shen does come in, but it's not really going to cause too much of a problem. They're just going to ignore him. He is tanky enough with that Warmong, but that's about it. I mean, if you can't protect Lux, if you can't protect Graves, and can't even Zhonya's just yet, you're going to have a really tough time winning these fights. So it pretty much can go into either one's favor. It just depends on how they execute it, Joe.
I can see that Against All Authority sat pretty much in silence as far as I could tell. I don't think anyone was really talking there. They know the position that they're in and what they need to do. There's Diamond on your screen having a scratch of his chin. Not because he doesn't know what's going on, but, well, probably because he wants to get there and go, oh, he's got an itchy chin, which is probably more likely to be the scenario for doing that. But yeah, no information as of yet. Hopefully we'll get that relayed to us here in a second as to what's going on, so we can let you guys... apparently someone's got a nosebleed, which is never a good thing to happen, I suppose, in-game. Actually, Deman was playing a game yesterday. He was having a different kind of nosebleed with his illness, but that's why he benched himself today. But yeah, someone, I'm guessing from Gambit here, having a few problems, but hopefully that will be sorted out here.
That just shows you how intense the game is, Joe, is that one of the players got a nosebleed.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it is intense, and when you're focusing that hard, you probably don't even notice it for 5 minutes. You're like,
there's a pool of blood in your lap.
It's just like, wow, I've got blood everywhere. I didn't even realize that's how much I was focused on taking this game. But you can see Moscow 5, Gambit, the former Moscow 5, staying, again, very, very focused. That's a trend that you'll see that I don't really even need to mention, to be honest, when we get to these pauses, that everyone's so focused. If they talk, it's about the game. They're, you know, not really much joking around and things like that. They want to get this one going. Of course, this is Against All Authority's first matchup in the European LCS, and they want to stamp a mark on it right from the very get-go.
Yeah, I mean, it's very true. And during this pause, it gives them the opportunity to kind of talk about it. However, you don't really see much talking going on their side, but gives them that opportunity to, you know, take a second, you know, take a breath and look at the situation at hand and kind of come up with a strategy to counter that. But as you see, you know, Darren, he's talking away right now. It looks like they're focused on this game. They really want to close it out and kind of get out of that bottom half of the bracket.
Well, I'm not sure who it is who's got the nosebleed, because I've not seen anyone even missing from the chair right now. Actually, I think GosuPepper's the only player that we've not seen. Obviously, now known as Edward. Going back into the old school, calling him Moscow 5 and GosuPepper, but you guys know who they are. But we should be getting on here. There we go. Finally back from the pause, so we can get back into the game, figure out exactly what is coming next. You see Pink Ward put down there right in the middle, then another ward just a little bit further, slowly but surely edging their way to the turret.
I think if that was Edward with the nosebleed, that's the blood of all the champions he kill stole from. Okay, that was a little awkward. Anyways, though, Joe just leaves me hanging, goes quiet.
I left you hanging on purpose there, Jason. You need to learn about these puns. You need to learn.
It wasn't even a pun.
Well, I know.
Just a statement. God. Anyways, though, we do have Vi in the top lane going for a push here. And, I mean, Virtual having a hard time doing anything against Alex in that bottom lane. Doesn't have that blue buff, so he isn't able to keep pushing as much as possible as he's trying to go head-to-head against him. But as the top side, as you're looking right now, trying to hold on to that turret, but it looks like it's going to go down very shortly.
And Virtually just trying to dodge those layaways, pretty much just walking into them as he went. And I think there's a problem here for Freddy in the fact that Vi is so tanky that I don't think he could kill him, even if he threw like everything that he's got in his arsenal at him right now. I mean, he's a level behind. That's the top laner who's been solo for, you know, quite a while, is a level behind the jungler from Gambit Gaming. That doesn't tell a good story right now for Against All Authority. They're going to lose this turret here with Genja actually coming in there to help it, and that will bring us back to 3-2 in turrets.
And this is starting to give Gambit a nice little bit of gold lead, as they are up about 4,000 at this point. And this lead they're getting seen, I mean, they can use it to their advantage. They're going to pick up a couple more items, maybe get a little bit more tanky if they need to. We have Genja sitting on 1,600 gold, so he can buy whatever he wants to when he backs. So probably a BF sword or maybe a Zeal for some attack speed. And then Deman, who has quite a bit of gold in his pocket too, sitting at 1,800. So Gambit, I mean, they have the opportunity to go back and buy, as he does pick up Aegis of the Legion, but they can go back, they can buy, and then start forcing these fights if they want to, or just kind of play it slow and push these turrets.
Yeah, and from Gambit's side of things, you know, 1 to 2 currently in the group stage, or in the league. They don't want to be losing any more games. They don't want to be throwing another one. You know, obviously they've lost to Giants last week, which was the upset, the biggest upset that we've seen up until this point of the European LCS, and they don't want to be the focus of another upset here 2 weeks in a row. That certainly hurt their confidence a bit. We can see that against Authority here, actually getting a pink ward down as Edward going to take a lot of damage, everything coming his way. He's going to ulti himself and flash away. He will actually stay alive from that one, so good reactions actually coming out there, but they threw so much at him, and Jason, that's the support that they've just thrown all that at, and they still didn't kill him.
Yeah, that's a very good point, and now with this opportunity, knowing all these ults are currently down, obviously Lux doesn't have really a long cooldown, Gambit can make a really strong push here. They do get that middle turret, but yeah, I mean, if they can't kill Edward, how do they expect to kill anyone else on the team who's already building tanking up? You have Genja, who doesn't really have any life still just yet, but he's not really going to get in a position to get caught because he has the ability to get away with that 90 caliber net. He does have Cleanse and Ghost as well to dodge out of anything.
And his Caitlyn, you know, he's got that massive range. He doesn't need to be as close as anyone else would be to those fights that are going down. So once again, gold going to be creeping up for Gambit Gaming. They've equalized the turrets now finally. That's what we said about against All Authority in the early stages. Great stuff from them to pick up those 3 early towers, but if you can't turn 3 towers into 6 towers and then into Nexus turrets, then you're going to lose the game at the end of it.
Yeah, we've seen that happen, though, with pretty much, I want to say almost every team that qualified through LCS minus Fnatic. They have that hard time of getting, I mean, they get their advantage. They can do that, but they can't take that and roll with it the rest of the game. They can't push that advantage and kind of, you know, create the opportunity for them to win the game.
Oh, Genja just doing his red buff. Freddy going to be helping out here for ShLaYa, who's going to be taking that blue buff away. Dragon is now up, and we can see that Gambit Gaming are going to be headed down there. Actually, there's a pink ward down, no wards down whatsoever from against All Authority. However, they're up by Baron, and that's something that Gambit are very conscious of here, that they definitely don't want to be trading a Dragon pickup for a Baron, as Darian here just unknowingly, I think, avoided all the skill shots that came out of against All Authority. He's like, well, got away scot-free from that one, as Diamond here coming around the side, and that's not position you want to be fighting in there. Those close walls, they're going to dive in, and you know, the fact that Kha'Zix can cover all of you in those void spikes. He's going to be jumping in there all in your face. In the meantime, actually, Dragon was taken by Alex down there with Karthus.
Yeah, in the mid lane, we do actually have that whole CC going down.
This could be bad news. I'm not sure that against All Authority really want to get into this one. I mean, it is 4 versus 5 there, but still you can see that Gambit forcing them completely away from that. The Karthus ulti was enough to scare them completely off it.
And the thing was, I mean, Corrales, he has an Oracle. He can create an opportunity in their own jungle for them to fight where they can lock down the entire enemy team. But they're just holding turrets because Gambit is not giving them that opportunity. They're not going to go into the jungle. They're going to push the turrets straight on. We have Lux's ultimate now down. So is Nono's. Kraus is the only one with his currently up. And there's not really much they can do against this push that Gambit's really doing. And in the meantime, at the bottom lane, Alex is still pushing by himself.
Yeah, he is still down there, hammering away on that turret. It's going to go down to half. Graves is going to be seen coming down to this bottom lane. Question is, can Graves actually take on Alex H? Wall of Pain dodged nicely there by Nono, but Alex, look at this, he's going to turn around into him, puts the exhaust down. These layaways over the top of the wall, enough to really force Nono to back off, and he thought that he could have Alex H there.
Oh,
okay, he's forced him away. Yeah, Diamond is not finished just yet. Will dive in there. Is he going to be able to get the kill? Quick draw away from Nono. And Diamond actually backs off in the end.
Yeah, Nono, I mean, with just the amount of farm he has, his only on his team who's currently beating his lane partner, he's the one that has to make the plays happen. As you saw, I mean, going head-to-head against Alex H, he almost killed him. He almost died on top of that as well, as you do see Genja going head-to-head against Virtual. But, I mean, even with just that Infinity's Edge and that Zeal, he's able to take Virtual on 1v1.
Yeah, Virtual can't stand and bang with him here, especially with that red buff on as well. If you get into a fight, he's going to make you pay for it. The trap was just walked over there, so that bit taken away. If you look at the items, Kennen has finally got that Zhonya's Hourglass finished, got the Haunting guys in there as well. But to counter that, there's now that Warmogs added into the Trinity Force for Kha'Zix.
Yeah, it's pretty much for against Authority. They're like, okay, we got that big item we needed for Kennen to start getting the engage on the fights, but then it's like, oh crap, Darien has a Warmog, so they have the items they need to counter it at that point. So against Authority, they have to pull something amazing out, and they honestly could. I mean, you can't really say they're out of the game just yet, but they have to make some sort of big play happen if they want to get back in.
Yeah, Karthus also getting that Void Staff in there, as we are going to see Darien.
Was that Reginald?
Sorry, completely fails his jump. Hey Jason, I think you've been bashing on TSM enough lately, son. You need to calm me with that. But yeah, obviously failed his jump over the wall there, which happens to the best of us, except Deman. He never misses a jump whatsoever with his Kazakhs. But that can happen to anyone at the end of the day. But still, Gambit, he was scary there, Darien. He forced him away at least. That's what he was trying to do, just jumping up and down just to scare him off and claim control over that area of the map, or something like that at least. But yeah, Gambit here, Baron is available for the taking. They're up to, level 16 now, with Kazakh 17, with the Karthus level 15. And if you compare that over, I mean, it's pretty close on that. They've got like a 1 level advantage in some places, but the big difference is Karthus to Lux, like 4 levels.
Yeah,
that's big.
And he almost has double the farm. He has the Seeker's Arm Guard now done. We'll have that zone is done fairly shortly. Has a Void Staff as well, so he just wants to get in the middle of a team and just say, come at me and try to kill me, because even if they can, he's just going to sit there in his dead form and just put tons of defiles on, tons of lay waste, and just create it so Gambit can pretty much pick them up one by one. We do have a little bit of magic resist, but it's at that point where it doesn't even matter. I mean, once you're at that 80 MR point, the Void Staff's going to give you much more of a benefit, and that's the item he currently has picked up. We do have the Oracle still on Corrales at this point. Is about to run out, though, and they didn't really create an opportunity with that, which is a shame, because that's what they were trying to do.
Well, that's what you've got to do now with the Oracle, that 5-minute timer, making it a very situational item, not something that you can just pick up and know, okay, I'm probably going to survive for a good while, so I can just leave it there. As Alexic actually just coming down here to stop virtual split pushing, and he's not really had much of an opportunity to do that, which obviously as a Shen you really relied upon to do that kind of thing by your entire team. Alexic also got that Oracle Elixir on right now. They're pinging into the middle of the jungle, and we are going to see Darien dive in here. They're going for Freddy. Actually, the ace in the hole will land onto him. Shen going to come into the fight, but again, against all Authority, don't want to fight there.
And it gives Gambit that confidence knowing, hey, if we do engage, they're going to run away. They don't really feel like they can take us on, which they honestly can't at this point. And we do have Shen going for a ton on Diamond Procs, though.
And he's managed to land it. We are going to see the ultis chained together here, but the knock-up from Lulu again really pushed everything back from them. Saved Gambit from really losing much, to be honest. Diamond lost half of his HP, but at the end of the day, he's got loads of health, so half of it is nowhere near enough the damage that they needed to put down in that situation. As we are going to see them here moving in again towards that turret as the minions come streaming in with Genja. They should be able to take it away pretty quickly. And, well, it's just a matter of time, to be honest, before that one drops.
Yeah, it was really interesting right there, because Diamond, he did get caught. He did have all the ultimates used on him, but with that little ultimate, with that locket of the Iron Solar, he was able to sustain it long enough to pretty much just make AA back off. I mean, after those ultis are down, they still can't even fight Gambit, which, if they can't get someone low, if they can't kill him, first of all, and if they can't get someone low, then they're going to have such a tough time picking up any kills or converting it into anything for them. But Gambit, I mean, it's really interesting. They set Alex off by himself to go push a lane by himself, and that's kind of something you see, the AD carry do to kind of farm up, because, APs obviously are strongest in the middle of the game, and look at his farm right now. I mean, 339, what other items does he really need besides that Zhonya's, where his AD carry only has that Infinity's Edge and Phantom Dancer.
That's such great farm coming out as well from Alexic. I mean, you compare that, well, you can't compare that really, can you, to Lux, and that's the big point of it. You see the Phantom Dancer on Genja along with that Infinity Edge now as well. He's got 1,500 gold to spend, and just to have a look at the gold here on the scoreboard, 12,000 compared to 7,900 between the two AP players in this one. Obviously, with Alexic having the leaders, we are going to see Nono in trouble down at the bottom. Ace in the hole comes down. The jump not quite enough to get the kill, but Darien's chasing anyway, and he finishes off there in the end. Nothing that Nono could do about it. Actually, Alexic was coming down to join in the party if needed. In the meantime, Genja and Edward picking up a dragon.
And that is the 4th dragon of the game. We only had one over against Authority as they picked up the second one, but Gambit, they're in the driving seat right now. They have a 9,000 gold lead, sitting on almost 10,000, which I'm sure they're going to get very shortly. We do have Freddy in the top lane trying to push as much as possible, create an opportunity, but Diamond is going head-to-head against them.
Yeah, actually, Freddy turning around here, but look, he doesn't really do that much to Diamond, and Diamond's going to keep pushing in here. He's going to be looking for this kill. Can Freddy survive this one? It certainly doesn't look that way. Karthus ultimate actually will come down. Diamond finishes it off before Alex can steal it.
I think Diamond's saying, no, this one's mine. I want it, as he just picks it up in the last second. So Karthus ultimate pretty much wasted right there, but we do have an engage on the mid lane.
Oh, that was an amazing play out of them. He jumps in, gets a Lulu ulti for the knock-up as well. Have they got the damage to finish off? Corellius is going to flash. Darian flashes and jumps over after getting the reset. ShLaYa does get the Stand United just in time for that one. And there comes the laser as well. That's not going to be enough. In the meantime, though, while all this is happening, Diamond and Alex Ich just going to be taking the Baron down all on their own. And look how fast it goes. With a blue buff Karthus, that Baron has got nothing.
Yeah, very true. That was such a really, well, I'll say cool fight out of Darren right there, because he dodged that Lux Snare with that flash, picked up another kill on top of that, but that just shows how far ahead Gambit is right now. We have Darren trying to go for engage again onto Virtual, but I don't think he can take him on.
Well, he might be able to when Vi's joining the party. Karthus coming down. Wall of Pain lands. Ace in the hole is down as well. Virtual forced to flash away. And he does get away in the end, but Gambit, they've got the Baron on now. They're going to be regenning everything back. They've got minions coming in. That inhibitor turret is going to be taking a lot of pressure.
And Gen just sitting on 3,000 gold right now when he does decide to back. Darren backed with about 1,900, picks up a Spirit of the Elder Lizard just for some extra damage. And I'm curious to see if Gender's going to go for a Last Whisper as his next item. No, there's not too much armor in the enemy team. They do have Freddy with that Zhonya's, but Gambit looking so solid right now. Looking pretty much like they, you know, talked over that entire week and pretty much fixed any kinks they had.
They're looking like Gambit, aren't they? Yeah. You know, they're looking like the team that we all know that they can be, as the pink ward's put down here in that middle lane. Actually, I thought they'd started hitting it before, and if they'd just put it down, yeah, they saw it being placed, and that's why they stuck that pink ward right on top of it. Always good to have the visions in there, the vision in the lanes as well. I mean, when there's no minions coming through and what have you, why not stick those wards in there? Have complete vision. So, Gambit are going to be pushing again towards this inhibitor turret. Virtual is the tanky one on the team for against All Authority. Obviously does have that Warmog's got the Sunfire in as well as they go in towards a fight. We are going to see Darian jump in. Alex Ich is right in the middle. The Lux laser not going to do enough as the Zhonya's does go down. ShLaYa is going to fall. The rest of the team being picked off here slowly but surely as Karthus is going to be losing himself in that. Ulti comes down. Can they get kills off this one? Virtual going to get hit. Ace in the hole will give the double kill over to Genja.
And such a great little ultimate coming on to Alex right there. He overextended on purpose just to kind of get in the middle of the team, and with that little ultimate, with that Zhonya's, he's able to survive long enough that the rest of his team can pick them off one by one. A 1-for-3 trade in favor of Gambit, and now they can pick up this inhibitor on top of that, and they still have a crap load of gold to spend, as Genja's sitting on 4,000 at this point, and Darren's sitting on 2,000.
Yeah, that is a lot of gold to be sat on here. But they're not done just yet. Red buff is up for the taking, and they're going to strip every last bit away that they can. Meanwhile, Darian is actually hammering away on that top inner turret as well. I don't think that Kennen can really do anything, as Nono may be in trouble here as well. 90 caliber net from Genji will pull him in, but he is not getting away from this one. We'll use his barrier, but that's only prolonging the inevitable.
And it looks like Diamond's trying to pad his KDA right now as he keeps taking a couple of kills right there, sitting at 205. I mean, look at the entirety of Gambit. There's only 2 deaths, one on the support, which we saw happen earlier, and then one on Alex, because that's exactly what he wanted to happen anyways in that fight. So Gambit, they're playing these fights exceptionally well.
They certainly are. And if you didn't watch the early stages of this game, you're probably thinking, well, this is a boring one, you know, 10-2 in kills, they're up 7-3 in turrets. But the actual fact is, in this game against All Authority, took the first 3 turrets. But then they lost 3 kills, and it all just kind of rolled on from there. So it's not like they've been super outdone in this game, but Gambit showing their class. And as you said, the difference between a great team and the best teams is being able to take an advantage and really push it home. And speaking of advantages, Freddy certainly doesn't have one right now. He's right in the middle of nowhere. Diamond and Alex Ich on top of him. It's Alex that picks up the kill.
And this just shows the confidence that Gambit has, because they have 2 people in the bottom lane. They have Genja coming back from the mid lane. As we do see Darren actually going in over the wall.
He's not messing around from this one. Actually, he's going to be popping that ultimate here. Can he get away? Lulu's shield comes in as well, and he didn't lose any health in the process of that one. And now he's going back in again on towards Virtual this time. Darian having a lot of fun with his Kha'Zix this time, jumping all around. What are they going to go for? Bottom lane is actually being pushed out as well. Corellius, you see, it's about 1/3 of his health taken there when he goes through that wall of pain, and the and the Q hits in there, the Lay Waste from Alex Ich. There is the second inhibitor going to be falling down as well. There are super minions in the base. Gambit could probably go for a final fight here if they really wanted to.
Wow.
See the poke damage coming out. Virtual down to less than half HP. Darian, Edward, Genja all hammering away. They should probably focus one of these these Nexus turrets. They've done good damage to both, as we are going to see the flash and crescendo coming out. It's not going to do really anything for them though. We've got Karthus here having to use a Zhonya's Hourglass. Virtual will die. Kennen is right in the middle of them. Freddy taking a lot of damage. Karthus ulti comes down and he just about gets out in time for the Karthus ulti to hit him. ShLaYa trying to get back onto his fountain. Darian right in there, does actually get Lightbinded there in the end. Genja here taking damage as well, but he is still alive. Look at the Nexus turrets. One's down, second one will fall. Gambit Gaming here going to focus in on the Nexus. The surrender vote comes out and Gambit Gaming are able to take out Against All Authority in their debut game with a very, very convincing performance.
Yeah, as you saw in that last team fight, they've used everything they possibly could against Gambit, lined up their ultimates, and yet they still couldn't do any damage because of because they fell behind early on, and Gambit taking a very decisive victory.
Well, falling behind early on, they took those three turrets.
They had the advantage, but
they lost all the CS after that. They lost the kill. It was, I'd say, a bit unfortunate for Against All Authority. I think they had a solid foundation to start with, but
yeah,
alas, a team like Gambit, if they can find an opening, they will, well, find a bigger opening than you thought you'd given them. Anyway, that's enough from us here at the commentary desk. We're going to throw it over to Deman and Quickshot to break down the game.
Yes, thank you very much, and well, Quickshot, very quick finish really, once they got finally that advantage, but as Joe just basically alluded to there, Against All Authority they had the advantage, but they just don't know how to drive a wedge into it. I think that's the word he was probably looking for. They can't widen that opening they have, whereas, you know, the game was slowed down purely by the fact that they got them 3 turrets, and then they couldn't do anything else. Yeah. And this is something we're seeing a lot of from the newer teams.
The problem came in, they got that advantage, they got the towers, they got the map presence, but they fell so far behind in CS, they weren't able to battle. Now that they were pushing past the tower, or you know, into the enemy territory and needing to push beyond their safety net, they needed that itemization advantage to really press home any sort of victories that they'd gained early. And unfortunately, it just did not work out for them. And
we have a replay here, and this is really where things started to turn against them. Because actually, they got really early turret. I think if I look at my notes, it was 4-minute turret there, 4-minute 10-second dragon for Gambit. So it was very early stuff. You know, it was looking like a fast game. And then things slowed down, basically off the back of this replay.
Yeah, pretty much. So we jump into the matchup here, and you can see that Against All Authority are setting up to take Dragon. So they've poised us around 13 minutes in the game. We're bang on even in terms of gold. And you can just see that Gambit decide to move in for the engagement here. Dragon is going to go to Against All Authority. And I just want to pause at this exact point here. Look at the way Gambit are collapsing onto Against All Authority. Corellius is, you know, towing the line on the back there. He's defending his team, playing that sort of bait position. If you're going to get a kill, pick it up on me. But Gambit are not lining up for a crescendo. They specifically spread themselves apart to make themselves less likely to get caught. At this point now, you see the ace in the hole being targeted onto Corellius, and a big mistake comes out from Corellius. He flashes into his team. Now, this is the exact point that I lost it. I jumped out of my chair because Vi's assault and battery, you'll see she slams Corellius into the ground, deals damage to absolutely everybody, and Against All Authority do the best that they can, chunks him down, splits everybody apart, and here comes the damage burst. Corellius is removed from the fight. A good crescendo is at the very least going to kill them, as we do have a bug splat, unfortunately. But, you know, the crescendo completely locked them up, held them in place, and they landed the final spark, the Graves ulti, as well as Buckshot, and it did nothing. It chunked away about 30% of the HP, and unfortunately, it wasn't enough. You know, Kennen, they were on the back trot, they were running away, they didn't dive in with those ultimates, and because they were behind in items and in gold, they could not win that engagement, even with hitting their ultimates on absolutely every single member of Gambit Gaming.
And then slowly but surely, of course, Gambit just drove home that advantage once they started to claw it back. So, to speak about those advantages, we're going to go over to the main stage and we're going to grab a word with the Captain Glorious. You've seen him, he's got a Superman picture on the stage on the website, so let's check him out. It's Alex Ich.
Thank you. Yes, I'm here at Alex Ich from Gambit Gaming. Now, Alex, Against All Authority came into this one strong and pushing those 3 towers. How did you strategize against that?
It's like, well, we kind of expected that, but
So when they were pushing the turret, we decided to go for Drake. So it kind of equaled our gold. Our bot lane doesn't like to push turrets that much, so we were just like a bit behind because of that, but we still got more solid team comp, and I think I got like 100 creeps advantage against their mid lane, so I was hitting hard and they couldn't fight us 5 versus 5, and we were like always splitting them, so after they pushed the turrets, they had to split to all the lanes, and even like they got Shen, but I kinda negated his global presence because my ultimate was as hard as like his presence in the team fight.
So you kind of counterpicked them there? Did you strategize specifically against All Authority? Or did you just play your own game? Did you research them up front?
It's like we researched them in case of their best heroes. So we knew the heroes that they are playing that are really hard against us. It's like Nidalee and Alice. We didn't want it at all because Freddy like carried 2 games against Dragonborns with Nidalee. So we decided that it will be good ban. And ShLaYa plays a lot of Twisted Fate, and we saw it got banned like all the games. So we decided to not check if it's good or not. And after that, we just picked our heroes. I knew that my cards was really good against Lux, and we decided to swap Darren to Kha'Zix. It's not his usual hero, but still it went really well.
Now, last week you suffered 2 losses. Did you train differently this week than you did the week before?
Our schedule was like 4 hours per day, like from 4 to 6. We changed it to 8 hours every day. So we trained a lot and trained hard and came in much better form this time.
Thank you very much, Alex. Now, we're going to have a short break right now, but after this short break, we'll be back with our last matchup of the day. These 2 teams brought down the house last weekend and had every single spectator at the edge of their seat. It's SK Gaming versus Evil Geniuses coming up next. Welcome back to the League of Legends Championship Series in our studio here in Cologne. Our crowd is excited. I'm Sjokz, and we still have 1 match to come. But first, I'm standing here with a member of our lovely audience. It's Michael. Now, Michael, who did you come here to support?
I love really EG. It's my favorite team. But I also like SK.
Yes. So you're in for quite a pickle here tonight.
Yeah.
So who's your favorite player then of those 2?
My favorite player is Krepo because I main support, so...
A lot of love for Krepo. You main support, and what is it that attracts you on Krepo? Is it just that he's a great supporter?
Yeah, I love his Leona gameplays.
All right. Very good. Thank you very much, Michael. Now, of course, in the beginning of the show, we asked you to answer on Twitter, which champion did you think has had the greatest impact on the LCS so far? And I've got a couple of answers tallied up here. There's Bularo45, and he says, Tarek has definitely had an enormous impact on the series so far. A support being banned or picked every game says it all. And Shmiko says, Xinzao has definitely had a massive impact on the LCS because his strong pressure on the map makes him either a ban or a common pick. And then there's this third one that really applies to our matchup between EG and SK from Ashef. He says, well, definitely Olaf week 1. Pre-nerf Olaf completely wrecked. Kevin's Olaf is the only reason SK beat EG. Well, is Kevin's Olaf the only reason SK beat EG? Let's ask Jason and Joe.
Well, it's a good question, Jason. Olaf, for me, I think he was an instrumental part in that. As he said, pre-nerf Olaf was indeed a bit of a wrecker. We've not seen him yet today, you know, the post-nerf Olaf. Right. But I think he could be quite, just as strong, to be honest with you. I don't think the changes will have impacted him, especially late game, that much.
I think he was definitely instrumental to that game, but I have to give it to ocelote on Kassadin because he shut down Wickd single-handedly. With those silences, he wasn't able to get in, wasn't able to do any damage, and because of that, like, Wickd was pretty much useless the entire fight. But then, you saw Kevin. There was this one team fight I'm thinking about in particular when they were fighting their own jungle. He was just running around, as in EG just let him do what he wanted to, and he just chased down Caitlyn, and he pretty much took people down one by one. But SK, I don't think they're going to get that lucky this time on their picks.
Well, I'm interested to see whether, an Olaf is going to be banned or picked this time around in that game. Obviously, time will tell, but there are some other champions in there which we've been seeing played here brilliantly. There's the head-to-head of these two teams. For EG, of course, we have Wickd, Froggen, yellowpete, Krepo, and Snoopeh.
And then over on SK side, Kevin, I guess that's ocelote as he's screaming at something right there. CandyPanda, Nyph, and hyrqBot.
Yeah, two great teams here with already history in the European LCS. We saw them in week number 1. We had that Olaf. We've already touched on it and why it was so great in there. He was a real rock for this SK team.
Yeah, it definitely was. He built up so much health, so much tankiness that there's nothing EG could do about that, and that was their downfall, or part to their downfall. But I'm really curious to see what EG is going to kind of pick up this time because they have so many champions they can play. But SK has so many champions they can potentially counter them with. I mean, we might see Froggen and Nivea this time, as we did see ocelote lose against xPeke when he was playing in Nivea. We had a Caitlyn versus a Nivea standoff there. But I'm really curious to see what EG is going to go with because they've actually had time to practice. Like I was saying before, I mean, we talked to them and they were saying they didn't really have much time to practice because everyone's still moving into the house and all that. But you see Wickd right there for Evil Geniuses going to be in that top lane. Froggen, yellowpete, Krepo, and Snoopeh. And I think Wickd is kind of the person to watch in this game because if he doesn't get shut down, he can really make an impact.
And he has made an impact already today. Obviously, we saw him in that first game. He was so very, very strong on that Renekton again. I can't remember his exact stats by the end of it, but they were big. He had a brilliant, brilliant game on that one. But let's have a look, a more in-depth look at SK Gaming and what they're going to be throwing our way. There is Kevin trying to do that ocelote pose, but not quite got the lion roar going on. But he, again, has been a rock for SK, and it's going to be interesting. Again, Kevin versus Wickd. Of course, we do have ocelote, CandyPanda, and Nyph in the bottom lane, and hyrqBot in the jungle, who also today really impressed me.
Yeah, and I have to say, I mean, you're saying hyrqBot really impressed you, but Nyph is the person that really impressed me last week because his crescendos were, and there was I think 1 or 2 that weren't amazing, but the rest of them were really spot on, and it set up SK to win those team fights. It was really well played. I don't think he's going to get Sonar this time, though, because he's been playing him pretty much every game.
I can't see him getting Sonar again. It's been really a big part of their lineup. Obviously, in the jungle, we've had Snoopeh branching out a little bit more. He has been traditionally that more utility support type of jungler, the Maokai, obviously, which we saw him in week 1. But he has played Xin Zhao. He has played Kayle in the jungle as well. And he's been impressive. He's really stepped it up.
Yeah, I really have to agree. I mean, you kind of get, it's kind of at that point where you don't necessarily need to run a support jungler to win these games, as you've been seeing Kayle and Xin, like you've been saying. I mean, you can just build straight tank on Xin, do a lot of damage, and still provide a lot for your team.
So let's have a look then at the 2 AD carries here. 2 players who are, well, I used the word instrumental before, but these 2 teams definitely, these 2 players definitely are. yellowpete, obviously for EG, CandyPanda for SK Gaming.
And the thing about them is that they never do something amazing. They never play extremely bad. They always play solid, and that's not necessarily a bad thing for your team because if you have someone playing solid like an AD carry who's so important late game, it's going to benefit you as the game progresses. Obviously.
Yeah, they're 2 players that both of their teammates can really rely on to get in there, do the work, get the CS under their belts, play it safe when they need to, play it aggressive when they need to, and come out at the end, with that victory sewn up.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can do it yet again this time. I'm really curious to see if yellowpete maybe plays Varus. I mean, he played that earlier in the first game, and then he's been playing Caitlyn Lulu combo all last week, but I guess we'll find out very shortly.
Well, obviously this is a rematch, our second time that SK Gaming and Evil Genius have had to face each other. We're going to go and have a look, see what they said earlier about this game.
I'm not disappointed. Well, if we play with the same strategy that we did today, we're bound to lose. I know why we didn't win. I don't think it's hard to beat a team twice, and we never actually had the follow-up that we wanted, and that was the biggest problem. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to playing SK this weekend. We had a feeling that we could actually beat them if we could play our best.
So they had a feeling, Ocelot had a feeling that they could beat them if they play their best, and certainly can. I mean, they proved it there. They are on par with Evil Geniuses, maybe not over the the long run in terms of results, but they showed it last week that if they hit that form, that plateau, then they can definitely take them down. And
as we saw them play last weekend, you saw Snoopeh in the video talking about how they had the advantage early on, which they did. In fact, they shut Ocelot down completely by having Froggen on Jace in the mid lane. They had the easy top turret. They had that sort of advantage, but the thing is, SK kind of held on long enough to the point where they can fight them back and create opportunities for themselves. And we have to talk about this a little bit. SK, they've been mentioning how they have a hard time closing out games. We did see them finally with Copenhagen Wolves close out that game. We saw last weekend against EG, they had a tough time, but they eventually did do it. Do we think they're at that point where they can start closing the games out a little bit earlier and feel a little bit more confident towards the late game?
Well, it's one thing being able to close out a game, but you've got to be really careful. SK have shown time and time again that they're prone to making those mistakes when they're trying to finish off games. And it's not necessarily that they can't finish off games, it's that they risk maybe too much whilst they're doing it, and that's something that they have definitely worked on here. We heard from Ocelot before that that's something that they've really focused on as well. We're going to take a little bit of a look at the stats here, which again you can find over on lolesports.com, and they're really interesting. Obviously, this I think is the first game today where we can really compare them because both teams have played 4 games now. Both 3 wins, 1 loss, tied at the top of the European LCS table. Now, the first stat that really strikes is a real even one. Average gold per minute for both teams, 1.6 thousand. Exactly the same on both sides of the things. On the other side, though, the KDA ratio is fairly heavily in favor of SK Gaming, 7.1 average per game compared to the 4.7 average per game of Evil Geniuses. The average gold total between the two really close, 72,000 for SK and 68,000 average gold per game for Evil Geniuses. So, a real touch and go on, a hard game to call. Even after the picks and bans, I think this is going to be a hard game to call, depending on how things go out. And this is don't get us wrong here, this is a top of the table clash. This is, your Manchester United against Arsenal or Liverpool. I suppose I say that for Deman. Just
no idea what you're talking about right now.
Yeah, sorry, Jason. Soccer. The
49ers and the Raiders. All right, got it.
Yeah, something like that, exactly. It might, obviously my American knowledge of sport can't quite go that far. So yeah, you see SK on your screen, Ocelot, with his trademark scarves on. I wonder what happens to Ocelot if you steal his scarf. I wonder if all his power is kind of stored up in the scarves.
I just wonder if he has a room for all of his scarves.
He has a scarf room.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking. But, we do have to keep in mind that this is a very big game for both teams. They have to be very focused because if you win this, you're at the top of the rankings, and that is a good feeling to go on with, only being 2 weeks into the season.
Yeah, and this is the first time that we can, really say, we're only, at the end of the day, halfway through week 2 by the end of this match, but there will be one team clearly at the top from that one. One of these teams will be 4 for 1, the other one 3 for 2. So we are going to have a leader by the end of today. I honestly cannot call which of these 2 teams it's going to be. Both have had good games so far today. They've both been able to close out their wins. The question is, who is going to be feeling strongest coming into this? You can see Snoopeh there, so concentrated right now. They know they need to get into this one flying, and what we saw from him in the video is really looking forward to facing SK today. And as I said, it is one of those top team clashes that if you can't get fired up for a game like this, then, well, you're not going to get fired up for anything, are you?
Yeah, very true indeed. And the thing is, these 2 teams are really close friends, so it's kind of a little bit of bragging rights against each other to say, hey, you guys beat us last weekend, but we just absolutely destroyed you this weekend for EG, obviously. For SK, they can use that and hold their heads high, being, we 2-0'd EG. And they did that, obviously, at the Season 2 regional qualifiers. They completely demolished EG, obviously CLG EU back at that point. But they're both fighting for a lot of honor here besides, the top of the rankings because they want to be able to brag about that to each other.
Yeah, and one thing that we didn't really touch on is the fact that, there's a lot of history between these two lineups in terms of the players themselves. Snoopeh used to play for SK Gaming. Wickd used to play for SK Gaming. You know, these are two players that know ocelote, CandyPanda, and Nyph inside and out. You know, maybe just out. But you looked at me funny, Jason. Come on. But there's a rivalry between these two, a friendly rivalry. Given, you know, these as Deman said earlier on, that after last week's proceedings, we all went out to relax, and both teams were there, and it's a really friendly vibe between the two. But I mean, don't get me wrong, once it comes into game, they're not to be talking about being friends. They want to beat each other.
Of course. And yeah, I mean Krepo, I talked to him that night, and he wasn't in a good mood. I mean, it wasn't like anything extremely bad, but he wasn't happy that they lost because of the reason. You know, they didn't have time to practice, and they had that advantage early on, and they wanted to be able to take that and win out the game. But I'm sure they've had time to work on it this week as everyone finally did move into their apartment and finally got some practice in. And I really have to say, just looking at, you know, EG's faces, as you saw Froggen and Snoopeh earlier, they're so focused. They really want to get this game. I believe he's on... Is it Krepo on Facebook or something right there? I'm not too sure. And then over on the SK side, just the same thing. They want to win these games, and it's going to be a long, I'm going to have to say, it's going to be at least a 50-minute game, a long, drawn-out battle. I think it could be a long one as well. I mean, both teams have that kind of play style, that longer games are probably more likely than a 20-minute, 25-minute kind of affair. But as you can see, the players getting themselves into game, they need a little bit of time to have that warm-up and make sure all the settings they got on those PCs are going to be right for them as we get into our fourth and final matchup of the day. And what a game it is as well. EG versus SK, a rematch from the from last week, from a game that we saw obviously from the regional qualifiers, or the Season 2 regional finals at Gamescom last year. So a lot of history between these two teams that I think we're in for another cracker. Yeah, and very true. I'm trying to think about, before we get into champions select, what kind of champions we're going to see. And I really have to say, I don't think we're going to see anything similar to last week. I'm going to go on a limb, because there's no point in showing the same cards twice. I know EG definitely has that last strategy kind of worked out and have a counter to it. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see just something completely different. I don't really think we're going to see Olaf this game. We might see Kevin playing, you know, something a little bit more DPS heavy. Wickd, though, I mean, he played a Kali. He had an amazing game on Shen. You know, his Brickit, I think was the name we went for, or the brick wall, pretty much. I'm not sure if he's going to go for that. He's been branching out quite a bit, and you have to give him some credit, because he had the standard 3 in Season 2, but now he's, you know, adding all these different champions into his pool, just like the rest of his team has, and it should really open up that top lane for him. Yeah, and obviously EG played the Lulu Caitlyn lane in that game last time. Every game that weekend. Yeah, and Ezreal Sona on the other side, and we actually saw there, I think it was yellowpete over the top of his shoulder. He was actually warming up there with Ezreal at the start, which, you know, you can read into that whatever you like. Obviously, both teams have their ideas. We saw Ocelote's playbook on the desk there with a lovely flower on it, but they've got a plan. Both teams have got a plan for this game. Whether the picks and bans mean that they have to change that plan is obviously up to the next few moments. Yeah, there's only so much you can really plan out ahead of time. You have to, like you're saying, you know, bans and picks are really going to affect it. Seeing if you can kind of get a similar composition to what you're trying to run, and executing it is obviously the hardest part of any kind of strategy. Yeah, definitely. As I said, if you get the right composition that you've been planning for, that's one thing. If you can actually pull it off, yeah, that's totally another one. And EG said that, you know, they've done a lot of theory crafting this week. Sadly, they've not really been able to put everything into practice hours that they would have wanted to, but they certainly are ready for SK here. They want to get revenge for that last week's defeat. Yeah, and I guess we'll find out in about 50 minutes if they'll in fact do that, depending on how long the game actually does last. And I really want to see what the bans are, because, you know, if they're assuming the same thing I am about, they're not going to play the same kind of champions, we might see some crazy kind of bans. I'm curious to see if Froggen's going to play another AD champion bruiser mid or not, or maybe go for a little bit of AP on his Anivia. Guess we'll find out very shortly. Yep, we are going to get then into the bans and the picks here for SK versus Evil Geniuses. As I said, a repeat of last week's game. If you've not already seen that one from last week, don't forget you can find them all over on lolesports.com, and there's that good old spoiler button at the bottom left-hand corner as well. So if you don't know the results from the North American or the European stuff, then you can hide all the results. So anyway, into the bans. Evil Geniuses on the blue side obviously get first ban, first pick. They've knocked Vi and Kassadin out straight away.
they don't want ocelote playing that Kassadin again.
Yeah, I mean, it was very crucial, like we were saying with the Twitter question, is that, you know, not only was Kevin a really big factor, it was ocelote on that Kassadin to shut down Wickd completely, but that Vi completely targeted at hyrqBot. They don't want to let him have that jungler. The bans are coming in very quickly from EG, as we do have a Kayle and a Nivea picked up as a ban for SK, and Olaf as a last ban for EG, which is honestly kind of surprising because he hasn't really been played at all today.
No, he's not, but as we said, you know, with that Twitter question, I think that he's still very, very strong. Yeah. I don't think that nerf is going to really affect one, especially when he gets that late game, his power to get right into the AD carry and really take him down. Kayle banned out, and Nivea banned out, as you should always expect against Froggen, and also the Shen taken out. So they don't want Wickd being able to get in there on the Shen. But now we get into the real interesting stuff. What are these two teams going to pick? You can see EG there in the top left, just agreeing on what they're going to pick up, and it's going to be the Renekton again.
All right, well, he feels very solid on that since we played amazingly well on it earlier. We do see Xin being signed up for SK, which actually did squeak by, surprisingly. It's such a strong jungler that ability on your ultimate to spread everyone out, it can be amazing for your team. Obviously, on the other end, it could be very terrible, but most teams have been using it to their own favor. As Kevin now switching over to Vladimir, I was actually thinking that Xin would actually get locked in. And surprisingly enough, they do switch it up. And I mean, it's up to Kevin to kind of counter Renekton because he's so strong early on. We did see at least for versus Renekton, and at least did, you know, pretty good in the entire time. But towards the late game, kind of fell off. And I would love to see that Singe actually get locked in, Joe.
Well, I always loved me a bit of Singe, but it's not going to be a Singe just yet. At least Sinchao and the Rat being picked up there. Twitch, we saw it being played twice last week by CandyPanda. So obviously wants to get that in action here against EG as well. What are they going to be putting in now with this Renekton, Jason?
Well, they did see CandyPanda play Twitch with a Sona and a Nono support last time. Obviously in this patch can be a little bit different, and I was going to say they probably want to pick up that Sona just to deny him that kind of support. And we did see, you know, this Varus Sona combo played early on. It did pretty well. I mean, they lost lane because of their opponent. They just wanted to survive, but still they carried it into the late game. That CC of locking them down is so insane, and I wouldn't be surprised if they actually do lock in that Sona. But over to SK right after that, I mean, trying to think about what are they potentially going to pick up, because they don't really need to go for support, but kind of why not at this point? You don't want to show your mid lane, you don't want to show your potential top lane, so I wouldn't be surprised to see, you know, maybe Leona, because that is quite a bit of damage, but they'll probably play someone safe like maybe Lulu, just if they do dive on Twitch, they can, you know, knock them up and keep them alive.
Well, we'll see. So far, EG running exactly the same comp that we saw from them earlier on today, which obviously resulted in a victory for them in our first match of the day, obviously against Dragonborns, that one was. Oh, okay. And there's a Taric going in with Twitch and an Irelia. Wow, Irelia straight in there. They were obviously ready for that one, and we know that Kevin is a phenomenal Irelia player.
The thing is, if you're going to pick Irelia, though, I mean, he's up against Wickd, and that was and probably still is his main champion. That's a very deadly thing to kind of do, kind of a cocky thing as well. We'll see how that works out, but that Taric pick, very, very good, because you're against so far two heavy AD champions. Most likely another AD going to be coming in a second, but it gives you that extra armor. It gives you that stun, so you can land, you know, potentially those 6 stacks of your poison to get that expunge off to kind of burst him down early on, which, you know, they potentially could go for some early kills. That's where Twitch kind of excels, is in that early game.
So what are EG going to be finishing off with here? What will they go for?
I might be surprised with a Twisted Fate, actually. Oh, wow. He's actually might be busting out that Lux, which we saw him at DreamHack do amazingly well with. And I know the crowd and people at home are probably very excited to see if that does actually get locked in. However, you're up against that time. If you don't kill them quick enough or you don't end the game early enough, they're going to get tanky to the point where Lux can't do the damage she needs to. And then, of course, that Maokai being picked up for Snoopeh, so he's going to go a support jungler here. And that's a pretty strong combo. I mean, that ultimate Maokai is going to reduce the damage out of Twitch. It's going to help out with any other AoE on top of that. So it's going to help quite a bit overall. Not to mention, he has very strong early game where you can get those ganks up with that Twisted Advance. You have a nice lane at the top with the stun. You have a mid lane with a stun as well. And even the bot lane at level 6 will have those stuns to help you out.
Well, let's see what SK are going to finish off their lineup with then. We've got Sinchao for the jungle, Irelia for the top lane, Twitch Taric combo. What are they going to be putting up for ocelote, obviously, against the Lux of Froggen? Obviously, Kassadin banned out. That's one a big favourite of ocelote that we've been seeing him play time and time again. Honestly, Orianna is another one of ocelote's most loved, and it wouldn't surprise me to see that coming in.
Oh, actually going for he's going for a little bit of a poke comp right there. So as long as he can farm up in that mid lane, he can easily create an advantage where they can just poke them down as much as possible and then go for a hard engage right after that. But I guess we'll see how that eventually does work out as they're going to switch around those champions. And he's going to be running a cleanse in that mid lane just to get away from the Twisted Advance and the Light Binding out of Lux. But, Joe, looking at this, since you're the one that always asks it, who do you have as a stronger team comp?
I really like EG. I really like Renekton right now. I think he offers so much into a team. I think Zinchao, on the other hand, against him could be one thing that causes them a few problems. Obviously, that did manage to sneak through. They were more concerned with getting rid of that Vi out of there and the Olaf that Kevin did. I'm just interested to see how Kevin's going to do with this Irelia. I mean, up against Renekton, like you said, Wickd was known for his Irelia. Wickd has not been allowed to since forever, basically. And I think probably even stopped playing him because he realized that after a while, just no one would ever let him have that Irelia pickup. Snoopeh on Maokai, obviously they had success with it in week 1. Question is, will it have that impact today? And then you've got Froggen on Lux. We know he's a fantastic Lux player. It's always good to see Froggen on Lux. I think he pulls off some of the most spectacular stuff that we see in the professional scene.
Yeah, I completely agree. And it's just all down to that time, that window they have to potentially kill SK with that burst that they have. I mean, Renekton is going to build extremely tanky. Even Snoopeh is going to get tanky on that Maokai. And it really comes down to how well they can work together. If they can land that Light Binding followed up with all their CC, that person is not going to escape. Doesn't matter who it is at this point, or eventually in this point. It's all just really about if hyrqBot can kind of spread them out right after they group up on you to really create an opportunity for your team to turn that fight around.
So, Jason, what about level 1 here? What are we going to see between these two teams?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if EG is aggressive. They did that earlier on today. They had that Cho'Gath. They took the race away from the enemy team from the red side. Wouldn't be too surprised to see that happen yet again. They have a nice amount of CC. They still have a lot of damage as well on top of that. But the thing is, you have SK who has the spears if they want to, but I think ocelote's actually been living up those traps. Hasn't really chosen anything just yet. But with the Taric stun, with Xin, who, if he goes for that 3 talent strike and get that knockout, obviously did go for Audacious Charge instead. I think they're just going to play defensive here, but I don't think EG is going to let that happen.
So here we go then. We're in game. EG versus SK. A rematch from last week in which SK were victorious. We'll see if EG on the blue side here are able to get revenge for that one. And they are going aggressive here right from the start. Headed up in towards that red buff area as we see the ward come down there for Taric just to grant them that vision. Will EG stick around, or is it going to be a case of warding and then leave again?
The thing is, they already kind of create a little bit of advantage. They actually do put a pink ward down, so they really want to control this upper jungle. They really want to deny hyrqBot the possibility from getting that early red buff, and instead they decide to back away. So a little bit of a interesting move on their part, though. They are kind of sticking around. They might go in through that top side.
Yeah, Krepo has been doing that a lot on that initial pink ward pickup just to deny vision in the early stages. EG actually did decide to back away from that one though, and they are going to be headed down to what seems like more of a passive start to things here. They're going to spot hyrqBot and Kevin's position. They're going to be starting off Wraiths with the help of Ocelote, and on the bottom side we can see there Snoopeh, Wickd doing the Wolves.
And seeing it yet again, looking at both AD carries, CandyPanda sitting on that 15 flat armor pen is going to help out so much in trying to burst down the enemy AD carry or even the support. And then yellowpete going for that 13 armor pen. He's gonna, he has to run armor pen somewhat just to kind of eat through that armor that Nyph will give him with that Taric. Guess we'll see how that works out in lane phase. And I really have to give it to SK to have the early victory in the bottom lane, but it's up to them to kind of, win the other lanes as well.
hyrqBot here taking his red buff, using the smite actually for that one. And Snoopeh doing the same over by his blue. They're going to be crossing the jungles and heading to their second big buff to pick up there as well. So let's go through the lanes here. Top lane, Jason, Renekton versus Irelia. What are your thoughts on it?
Well, and the thing is, Irelia doesn't beat Renekton too easily in lane. Renekton's one of those early game champions, can completely shut him down, even though that stun doesn't last too long against him. See right there how much damage it really does, especially if Kevin isn't level 2. But with the items Kevin picked up, the health pots, the rejuvenation beads, he's not looking to win the lane, he's just looking to survive it and get that farm up.
So let's move through then. Middle lane, Lux versus Nidalee.
It pretty much comes down to who can dodge skill shots better. I mean, there's no way they're going to kill each other up front unless you get a couple of good spears out of Ocelote, or maybe Froggen landing a nice combo, and then we see Snoopeh coming in from the side. Froggen won't have the damage until later on to really burst him down.
And finally, at the bottom, we have the Twitch Taric lane versus Varusona, and we actually do have hyrqBot in the bush there, but there is a ward.
Yeah, I'll have to give this lane actually over to SK because of that early damage that SK can do with the exponent on Twitch. He's so strong early on, especially with the stun. It's going to pretty much guarantee you can get that 6-stack or close to that 6-stack up. hyrqBot, though, he's trying to babysit this bottom lane just a little bit, moving up towards that second bush, but obviously they do know he is there.
Yeah, they're pinging in that one. Krepo actually down towards the bottom side. hyrqBot shouldn't be able to do anything in there. Meanwhile, Snoopeh coming through the bushes in this top lane as well. He's going to try and get in on towards Kevin. He's level 3 Snoopeh, still with those double buffs rolling. We'll see if he's able to pin down Kevin, who you can see is playing very passive from this one. There's no way that he wants to get caught out.
Yeah, the thing is, he has an equilibrium strike now, so if they do dive him with a turret, as long as his health is under his opponent, he can stun them there. And we've seen so many kills happen because people forget about that or underestimate as he does hit that level 4 Snoopeh. He's soaking up some XP right now, which kind of give Kevin a sign that he's currently right there, since Wickd hasn't hit level 4 just yet, but they do go in on him.
Yep, we are going to see him coming. Twisted Advance coming down. Flash from Kevin goes down, and he's down to half HP. Actually, he's going to dive in towards Snoopeh. Ignite is running. It's not going to be enough to finish Maokai off. Well, Kevin not done just yet. hyrqBot coming around the side as well, but he's going to go the Tribush way, and Snoopeh might be in danger here. He's gone back up north. hyrqBot just about getting away as he does throw the sapling in there, and Wickd is going to lay the stun down there onto hyrqBot and say, nope, you're not coming in for this one. Well, hyrqBot actually going decently low, as we see in the bottom lane as well. Nyph and CandyPanda taking damage.
Yeah, and EG doing a great job of actually winning this lane so far. They're up in CS at the moment. They have SK on the back foot with, you know, barely any help right now as CandyPanda. He went for the early damage with that Vamp Scepter. And Nyph won't have really the heals to keep him alive as Krepo. I mean, he's sitting on 75% mana right now, has that Fairy Charm. He's even helping push the lane a little bit. So EG, I mean, they're pretty much proving my predictions wrong right there, and they're winning that lane.
Yeah, doing a good job. 36 to 26. Yes, nice early 10 creep score lead for yellowpete there, as we are seeing early Expunge just wants to get that damage down, wants to try and force yellowpete somewhat away from that one. Top lane actually again exchanging a bit of damage as we see the E coming out from CandyPanda. yellowpete earlier on did put most of his points early into that E, but later on obviously going in more towards his Q. Let's see what he goes for this time around, as there are pings onto Krepo's position. They know he's there, as Maokai and Xin both going back in unison there, and are going to be doing their first round of, or second round of shopping actually. Boots being picked up along with that Madra Tracer for Xin and the Philo Stone. Obviously the Hunter's Machete from earlier already from Maokai, plus a couple of wards and pots.
And the big story so far actually is ocelote. He has a huge deficit in that middle lane. He was down over 10 CS previously, as we did see Froggen go back, pick up a tier, but he has that Chalice. He needs to catch up here. He can't really afford to get too far behind, as Wickd just going through those minion waves over and over with that slice and dice. And so far, I mean, SK is not looking so strong. They're down by 800 gold, or sorry, 600 gold at this point, and it's only 6.5 minutes in. That really is a large deficit.
We'll see how much that comes back to bite them later on, as ocelote putting wards down, and perfectly timed as well, as Snoopeh comes around that corner. ocelote going to get the early warning from that one. He is now up to, not quite level 6 there. That's my eyes deceiving me. And he won't be too far away from that, only 1 or 2 more minion kills, and he will hit level 6, which obviously then gives him a lot more mobility and survivability as well when he gets ganked.
Yeah, very true. I mean, Italy's probably one of the slippiest champions besides Singe to really, lock down. And it gives him that ability to really burst Froggen down if he does land 1 or 2 nice spears. Also, as you saw right there, to dodge Lux's E, so he minimizes as much damage he's going to take.
He actually went inside it there to finish off the CS and then came out before he exploded. But again, yellowpete and CandyPanda down in this bottom lane. That CS lead is maintained. It actually has grown slightly at 51 to 39. ocelote did start to work his way down there with hyrqBot, but they pinged it earlier on. They'd spotted that they were coming around.
Yep, and I mean, ocelote's having a hard time trying to gank. Snoopeh actually going to be taking a lot of damage here, but he should be able to escape freely. The thing is, ocelote, he's used to roaming around a little bit and creating a couple of opportunities at his other lanes. He's also used to just farming up his lane as much as possible and becoming really impactful towards the late game. But so far, he's been shut down on both fronts.
And what do you think to this CS lead in the bottom lane? I mean, moving forward, if this lead is to stay like this, I mean, who's going to have the advantage later on in the game between Varus and Twitch?
Well, I mean, I'll have to give it to yellowpete on Varus, because he'll have an extra item or 2 over CandyPanda. He'll have, a great CC with his ultimate and the crescendo on top of that. If they stay in the lane that long, yellowpete should be able to lock CandyPanda down, because he lost that early advantage. He's taking a lot of damage right there.
Oh, and they're actually going to flash in here. CandyPanda will manage to flash himself away as well, and Krepo thinking he could maybe get in there to get that kill sorted for them. In the end, doesn't quite work as Kevin is able to force Wickd away in that top lane. They've gone different ways. You can see that, you know, Kevin working firmly up towards that Warmogs early on. He's going as quickly as he possibly can that direction. On the other side, we see the Chain Vest coming out for Renekton, so he's headed up towards that Sunfire Cape first.
Yeah, but back down to this bottom lane, we do have level 6. We do have action engaged by hyrqBot.
Yeah, Krepo in a lot of trouble here. He's put the exhaust down, but it's not going to be enough. First blood picked up. It actually comes over for Taric there. Nyph securing the kill.
I guess I'm a little bit proud of that. Going to get a little bit extra gold to spend, but that was actually really surprising because we could have saw EG engage very quickly right there. We had yellowpete at level 6. He had the ultimate down. He knew CandyPanda didn't have that flash available, but hyrqBot in the perfect position at the perfect time set up that first blood for SK and closes that gold deficit that they had.
Nicely done, and that will bring us to just a 200 gold lead as our air conditioning unit has just started raining right on top of us. So that'd be nice if someone could come and give us an umbrella or something.
All right, well, I can't do anything
It's
right
raining on Summoner's Rift for the first time in history, ladies and gents. But either way, anyway, back to the game. Where are we at? Obviously, that first blood coming in, as we are seeing Wickd and Kevin here just constantly bashing away at each other. And the stun comes down again. Wickd forced to slice and dice.
It's hitting me in the face.
I cannot keep my concentration. It is literally raining on top of our heads right now.
Anytime we do have a top gank coming down right now to hyrqBot, they might be able to secure this. When the bot lane, actually a lot of action, CandyPanda being forced to cleanse.
Let's stay on this top lane for now, though. Wickd is going to be hit underneath the turret. Well, actually, ultimate in there. Let's quickly switch over to that bottom. In fact, he's already gone there. Wickd did manage to survive that one with his with getting his ultimate down. But here comes ocelote into the bottom. Krepo went very, very low. The heal just about saving him. Where's the spear? Doesn't need it. Expunge comes out from CandyPanda. And yellowpete, he's on his turret wondering what happened to his support in all of that one. And that will leave us at 2-0 in favor of SK Gaming.
Sorry, Joe, I did not see what happened right there because I was getting rained on pretty bad. But we do have the situation fixed. So we are finally back in the game, and still hyrqBot keeping a lot of pressure towards this top side, trying to make something happen, maybe an early turret, or just to really force Snoopeh to pay attention towards his top side. However, he is at that bottom, trying to create a gank onto SK.
So hyrqBot and Kevin, they're going to put that pressure down. Let's see how much damage exactly they can do to the turret as they walk towards Wickd, trying to force him away from that tower and getting involved in the action. But look at this, Snoopeh all on his own here by that dragon is going to have already started it off. yellowpete is going to come in to help. We're going to have the Froggen coming in there as well. Top lane is actually going to be a tower taken down here for SK Gaming. They've got it very low. There he is, taking that one off, and the dragon will go over to EG.
Yep, trading that dragon for that turret. Sorry, it all depends on what SK decides to do with it, because now you allow Wickd to free farm on that top side, but the RB still being very aggressive, trying to punish them as much as possible. Might be able to get a little bit of damage onto this turret. Wickd will be coming around to kind of stop them here, but still the damage will be done. They did get that top turret, and if they can kind of convert this into something else later on, it's going to be completely towards their advantage, but right now it's pretty much a mute point.
So let's have a look at that kill distribution for SK. One for Taric, first blood as well, which, you know, we make points about this, Jason, all the time that, yeah, it's not ideal for the Taric to take that first blood, but look at his items now. Yeah. Got that sight stone in there. Managed to get his Philosopher's Stone in, as well as Nyph is actually going to get cornered off here by Froggen. Have they got the damage? Krepo coming in from the side. CandyPanda trying desperately to save his teammate. Nyph gets a big heal off there. yellowpete coming in. There's the laser completely whiffed, but they'll secure the kill. Anyway, it's Krepo that picks it up.
That's a good job by him to stall as much as possible. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him. Also, wasn't able to come down just in time to hit anyone with that spear to kind of set up a turnaround, but still picking up one kill over for EG right now. We do have that BF sword and that Vamp Scepter done for Varus right now, so yellowpete looking pretty strong, and he has the same items as the other side, but does have that CS advantage. However, he doesn't have that kill to kind of compete with him. We do have hyrqBot visiting this bottom lane yet again, and he's really trying to get CandyPanda fed, because you have to say he carried the games where he did play that quite hard.
Yep, and he is 1-0-1 right now as well. Obviously got that BF sword, Vamp Scepter. In fact, pretty much identical to what yellowpete has, minus the boots of speed in there. The AP carries, we have Needlessly Large Rod, Chalice coming out for Nidalee. The Haunting Guys tier for Lux. And that top lane, you can see that actually Aurelia picking up that chain vest, so may end up going in towards that Sunfire Cape after all.
Yeah, the thing is that because attack speed became more expensive in Season 3, it really kind of fell off because of that, because you depended on that true damage from your Heaton style. However, if you just build a pretty much straight tank, it kind of makes you available and more reliable in these fights. So that's the kind of build he's going for. I wouldn't be surprised to see that Warmog coming as his next item right after that. And the thing is, he's not going to be, super strong until later on, obviously, but we all know Aurelia. If you leave her alone to farm, she's such a hassle to deal with in these team fights.
Kevin going back in towards that top lane. Let's have a look at the CS there, 114 to 102. Bit of extra farming time on that front for Wickd, obviously, as his turret did get taken out earlier. They're actually just going at it in that top lane. But again, Kevin, I think a little bit scary for Wickd at this point. That giant spell advantage that he has over him, causing him a couple of issues. Bottom lane again, 113 to 96 CS. So yellowpete, despite that the death of Krepo earlier on, is still managing to hold it up with his creep score.
And the thing is, we've seen so many games so far in the season that were very low kills very early on, but it kind of came to that point where the game exploded. And I really think that's going to happen here. I mean, you see the tensions kind of building up. You see not much of a kill lead in anyone's favor. The goal lead's still very close. And when that happens, it's going to go completely in one team's favor. I mean, Froggen, he is keeping up in items right now. He is winning his lane in terms of CS, does have that assist to match up with ocelote. But the thing is, it comes down to, can ocelote land, that amazing spear to set up a fight? I guess we'll find out as time does go on.
I see red buff here is going to be given over to yellowpete. Seals that up and we'll get down into his lane. hyrqBot has the red buff from SK's side. ocelote just being gifted the blue as Nyph stood on a ward. He'll actually realize that there because the minions were attacking him while he was stood inside of the bush. He's going to back away. Lots of pings going down actually from SK's side of things as the spears are landing somewhere there. Someone did go a little bit low. In the middle, again, to look at the CS, ocelote is still behind Jason.
Yep, the thing is, real quick, hyrqBot was trying to make his way down towards his bottom lane. They do have a pink ward in that first bush, so they're trying to create an opportunity. As instead, he's going to be coming in from river, and I don't believe he's actually spotted at all, and this could be a successful gank for SK.
This could be very dangerous from EG. Will they fall for that trap? We see yellowpete going back and forth. Bit of damage exchange, but he's still waiting there. hyrqBot is still looking to get involved in this bottom lane. Krepo and yellowpete are staying very, very cautious, not wanting to make that one fatal step that it could be in the end if you go that little bit too far and he jumps on you.
Coming down. Actually, might be very bad for SK. He might be able to get caught here.
They could actually turn this one around. Snoopeh is going to go head first into that bush as hyrqBot will dash away. yellowpete fluffs the ultimate.
Yeah, great play by, hyrqBot just to get out, not really force any fights, force any deaths that they don't really need at this point. But we do have the top and mid laner both just sitting in the middle right now. As SK obviously did get that turret towards the top lane. They did get the first one of the game. And Aurelia just coming down, just trying to keep that lane safe, not let that turret go down at all. We do have hyrqBot still sticking around in that in that first bush on the bottom side. And the thing is, if he can create an opportunity right here, it's going to be very devastating for EG.
yellowpete, though, his CS lead has actually started to fall away that little bit now. CandyPanda doing a good job of holding that one up, and they're freezing that lane there. They want hyrqBot to have the opportunity to get right involved and get in towards this action, because so far he's opened them up a couple of kills. But where's the next action going to come in here, Jason? Dragon is up in 24 seconds. We saw it being taken last time around by EG without any problems. They lost their top turret as a result of it. Does that mean that SK this time around are going to be more involved?
It really could happen. That is going to be the next bit of action because they really want to contest that dragon. Both teams are looking very strong now for a team fight, but it's all up to EG if they want to kind of give it away and let Wickd push that top lane and get that turret down. However, you see him coming down, so it looks like they will, in fact, want to contest this. But, SK, they're not really in a position to do anything about it just yet. But CandyPanda did back, ocelote did back. They picked up a couple of items. As you see, that death cap now done for Nidalee. So if they do get a good spear or two here, they really easily can open up that dragon or open up a nice team fight for them. It's just all about EG trying to dodge this.
Well, EG have backed away once again, and that's just enough time for SK to get themselves back over here as the spear comes through, lands onto Snoopeh, and you can see the amount of damage that it throws out there instantly. Not good. Don't want to be catching those spears.
Yeah, it isn't an insane amount of damage, but at this point in the game, that is a huge chunk. And with how the fights are going to work early on, it really does give you that nice opportunity. But Snoopeh, with his passive, with Sona, was able to heal it all back up. SK really didn't, create an opportunity to do Dragon just yet, but they still have 4 members in that middle lane. They have CandyPanda at the bottom, just in case they decide to do go for it. And yellowpete taking his double golems yet again, so he's trying to create a really huge gold advantage for him. But however, he still is down currently because of that kill over onto CandyPanda.
SK have seen now that that dragon is up and available for the taking. More spears, just trying to zone them out. They've got a ward in that back area of the dragon pit, so they know exactly if EG are coming from that route in. hyrqBot does have his smite up. Snoopeh does as well, though. So they've both teams got that available for this next dragon fight. Irelia coming down, and all 10 players going to be on the south side of this map. But you can tell, just because of how close it is right now, neither team really wanting to make that, all that commitment to go in and have the dragon.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, SK, they have that top lane pushing, so either they can just, kind of stall out at dragon, you see them taking it right now, or Wickd has to fall back and get it, or he's just going to fall, a little bit behind on farm, as he currently does have the lead. But SK going to pick up the first dragon of the game for them. That's much needed, and gives them that gold lead back.
Well, it's not over just yet. Lux is still in the general area. Got vision now. As you can see, SK just waiting out for this one. That dragon is going to be taken down, though. And SK get the pickup of it. That's a great one for them. That leaves them just 300 gold behind.
Oh, that was a smart play by them, too, to kind of hold off on that dragon, just to make sure Froggen couldn't steal it away if possible. I guess I missed... We'll calculate the goal a little bit, as they obviously didn't get that lead back, but I think as SK, they have the opportunity to start pushing a little bit if they want to, as you see that spear landing on Froggen, doing a good chunk of his health. Obviously not half just yet, but still, it really shows that if ocelote keeps farming, keeps getting stronger, he's really going to be a nuisance and really be hard to deal with for EG.
There was Kevin just coming back into that top lane as well. He's still 35 or so CS behind. Got a decent wave there to help him back off. And CandyPanda is also still behind, but it's really not a huge amount.
Yeah, looks like he's going for that Infinity Edge as his first item. With that spray and pray, going to give him so much damage as long as they can create an opportunity for the team to line up. But I'm kind of surprised at how long this lane phase has actually lasted so far, because we're 20 minutes in. We only have 1 turret down. We have 2 dragons taken. But it's kind of unusual a little bit for SK, and I have to say for EG to not take any more turrets at this point. But, after losing to SK in week 1, they don't want to kind of ruin any chance they have. They don't want to give the game away.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. I mean, both teams will be a little bit cautious about this one. You don't want to be throwing games, certainly. But, I mean, neither team's in a situation to throw it at this point, obviously. But you don't want to give away that opportunity where you think you're building, a successful match in your favor. But as you said, 1-0 in turrets. Not really seen too much turret action. We've got EG here piling up the middle, though, with 3 men. Zinchao already coming down to cover that one. Irelia is going to come down from that top lane. Twitch and Nidalee are moving in. Taric moving up, who he's been spotted there. They actually did just ping his position. And to be honest, if they had the support and AD carry, they could probably take that middle outer turret away.
Yeah, very true indeed. And I'm trying to look at items right now and what EG kind of needs to build in the next couple of items, as it looks like they will get this bottom turret. But a ShLaYa, Joe, that would be such a perfect item for Snoopeh to pick up, which I'm sure he will be picking up, within the next 5 to 10 minutes, because it gives him that opportunity to get that hard engage onto SK, because they want to poke him down with spears. I see that another turret going down. So, within the last 2 minutes, we saw 2 turrets going down for EG, and it gives them a little bit of a goalie there, and they're still not really getting any signs of stopping as they are now pushing this middle turret.
Yeah, but it was brilliantly played, to be honest, from EG. Actually, ocelote getting involved here is going to get hit by the laser. Will actually cleanse the bind enough to try and escape. Oh, yellowpete hits the ultimate. Here comes a crescendo. Brilliant flash crescendo. Nyph going very, very low. Krepo is super low here. That spray and pray just about having the damage there. That damn Twitch poison getting that final tick that it needed on him to get the kill.
Actually, that was also with a trap that picked up the kill, funny enough. Yeah,
okay.
Right into that. But still, yeah, the poison, very true. I mean, that's kind of a deadly thing. You knew he was going to die eventually. It just depended on how long it was going to last. But such a great initiate out of EG. And it's kind of unfortunate. ocelote blew that cleanse on that first little fight as he got stunned up by that light binding. And he can't afford to get caught out like that, because that's going to cost him the game.
Yep. Very interesting stuff here, but that move from EG, they piled in towards middle. SK all moved to middle to defend it. AD carrying support took the bottom lane, and then they went back into middle, and they just took 2 turrets without SK really having anyone, either of them, to stop it happening.
And it forced them to be in a bad position, not exactly where they want to. I mean, ocelote probably shouldn't have gotten caught there, but still, with all the confusion they were throwing around, they're able to lock him down and pick up a kill on top of that. So you do see item build's going to be progressing a little bit more. Wickd going to be going for that Warmogs as his next item, which, I mean, when was the last time we didn't see that item built second on him? We do have Ninja Tyrese actually done for Snoopeh, which is going to help out with CandyPanda. It's going to help out with Kevin as well. And we see the Depth Cap and the Hunting Guys now done for Froggen, and that means he's going to be so much more deadly. Doesn't have any CDR just yet, but as long as he keeps that blue buff permanent on him, he's going to have some pretty quick cooldowns on that ultimate, currently sitting at 40. But SK trying to make a play on this bottom turret, should be able to get it without too much harass, and they in fact will get it and bring the turrets back to even.
Yeah, hyrqBot actually walking in towards yellowpete. They're forcing to really back away. Don't want to get engaged on, but again, EG saying, okay, you have that turret. You have 2 men down now. We're going to try and push this middle inner turret out there. As ocelote barely missed that light binding coming through onto him, but they've got the damage here. They are going to finish off that turret. As we see Wickd go in, stuns Kevin up, but that's going to be all she wrote. EG not wanting to go too deep on it, but they've taken the turret lead, and more importantly, probably that inner turret in the middle lane.
Yeah, that was actually such a great play of EG as they saw hyrqBot and CandyPanda at that bottom lane. They forced some aggression. They really forced SK to respond to that, and they weren't ready for that. So picking up that turret, and you know, Joe, you always say that the middle turrets are the key ones to take out, and this you'll see very shortly why. The jungle for SK now is completely off limits to them as long as EG keeps pushing it and starts putting some wards down, and it really just kind of strangles them in terms of gold that they can accumulate. They have to extend pretty far on that top lane to get any kind of farm. Obviously, with how late and how tanky everyone is at this point, EG can dive on that turret very quickly. Their buffs are going to be very hard for them to take, and if ocelote doesn't get his blue buffs, doesn't get that CDR and that mana regen, he's going to have a tough time, hammering away with these spears to create an opportunity for them to win a fight.
And he's out of mana now as well, which is a bit of a problem.
It's a sign for EG to push.
Yeah, and we can see that EG has said, well, he's got no mana, he can't throw them spears our way. Why should we have why should we sit back and wait? As Wickd headed straight up towards hyrqBot. CandyPanda was there as well, and you can see those auto attacks not really doing too much damage there on towards Wickd. They keep pushing through as the light binding lands. Here comes the laser, and he's gone so low from that. Not quite enough to finish off, but maybe importantly here, they're gonna be able to push through in towards the base. hyrqBot and Nyph both getting hit. They're going for this one. Varus ultimate comes in. Great crescendo onto Nyph and Kevin. Can they finish off though? EG decide to back away.
Such a great play by EG right there. They knew they got CandyPanda so low, so they wanted to force a fight. hyrqBot, who has to be their rock, their tank for their team, just got demolished by the damage that EG can put out. Dragon is now up, so EG is playing so smart. Their game awareness is insane because they keep punishing SK for being out of position, and now they're going to be able to get a Dragon on top of that and just really increase their gold loot that they currently are sitting on. And they do have a lot of gold stocked up. I mean, Froggen's in at 1,300 and Wickd at 1,000. And you think if Froggen gets, one more AP item, CandyPanda won't survive that damage.
Yeah, not going to be able to avoid it anymore. Switch comes running in there, trying to mop anything up, but they'd already left that one. Now these two in middle need to be a little bit careful. hyrqBot, Nyph, and Kevin all coming in there, but they want the turret. That's the thing that SK want to reply with for this Dragon. They want that outer turret in the middle, and as I say that, they actually decide to back away. The entire team of EG were even backing away from that, but look at this farm for CandyPanda in the bottom lane. That is a lot of minions.
Yeah, he's got gold in his eyes for that, and the thing is, SK looking at right now, what can they do to kind of create an opportunity for themselves? And they can't push the mid turret because they have their own 2 down. So if they do get engaged upon somehow, they're going to lose that fight. They could push the top side and force Wickd to deal with that, and then they could finally push the mid lane, take that first turret down, but they've been limited on their opportunities because of taking that top turret so early and because of EG responding, taking those 2 middles.
CandyPanda is now finally ahead. Been tracking that throughout the whole game, and so how he's been getting back into the creeps. But, if you look down the items, Infinity Edge, Zeal, compare that over with a Bloodthirster already finished, the Phantom Dancer in as well for Varus. Let's take a check at these top 2 laners who we see going at it a little bit. Both of them got the Sunfire Cape. Warmock's finished for Wickd, Giant Spell, and that one Rejuve bead on to Kevin. And Wickd is actually going in here. He's going to put the ulti down. Froggen will miss the light binding, but can they get in onto Kevin? He's going to flash away from that one. yellowpete did come in as well. The laser actually missing completely there, but this is going to be another turret for EG.
And this is what we were talking about earlier. I mean, there's no way that SK can defend that top tier 1 turret because EG is just so tanky. They did rotate men up there just to kind of lock that down. They might have even picked off Kevin if he didn't run away as quick as he did. But we might see an engage here and they're going to have a fight.
They are going to go for it. Kevin is gone so quickly low. hyrqBot coming in from the side, but it's already a 5 versus 4. Snoopeh falling fairly low. Nyph will be forced to move away from the side as well as a laser comes through. Nyph expertly dodges that one, but can they get in there? Yes, yellowpete just about picks it up at the end. That is a 2 for 0 for EG.
And the thing is, EG, they're not letting SK play the game they want to. They're not letting them poke at them. They're just getting these hard engages, and every time they do, they come out with a win. And they do go 2 for 0 right there. Going to be backing with quite a bit more gold. But the thing is, EG, they have the opportunity now with the 2 middle turrets down, with that top one available. They can easily just ward up the enemy jungle. They could potentially force a Baron if they want to. They have Wickd so far ahead right now. I mean, he's 0-0-3. He's a brick now in lane, as you know, he was on a Shen in day 1. But there's not really much SK can do unless they can, you know, disengage when they need to, and then poke when they have to and create an opportunity.
And Froggen there actually just throwing his ulti CandyPanda's way. Want him to send him home once again to heal up. Didn't quite land on him though. What have we had bought since then? We have Nidalee with that Athene's Unholy Grail in there now with that Rabadon's Death Cap plus an extra blasting wand as well. AD carries, nothing too major being bought up in that last round. Actually, CandyPanda just picking up the crit cloak. And we are in a 42,000 to 37.7 thousand gold lead for EG. Obviously, this is a bit of a revenge game for them, losing last week to SK, looking to bring the score between them early Season 3 LCS to 1-1. But maybe even more importantly, to go 4-1 overall and be top of the table.
Yeah, very true. And honestly, SK could still pull it off. We saw in that last fight how strong CandyPanda was. I mean, he finished his fan dancer just now, but he just demolished all of EG as he just hit him with that spray and pray. And if he can get a good position yet again, they easily could drop EG down low enough that SK could just pull off a hard engage and win that fight. It's just pretty much all up to CandyPanda and also to create these opportunities. And if they do, I see SK winning these fights.
Kevin has just picked up home guard boots. Should have done that in Poland.
Oh, gosh.
Had to get that one out there again.
He's never going to live that one down.
He's never going to live that one down. We see them again sit back, soak everything up, but EG are in the SK jungle. They're getting those wards down. Look at the top side, already got plenty of vision in there. Bottom side's going to be a similar scenario here, and that's when SK really have to be so very, very careful. We've seen EG's this bush right here, obviously the famous bush which they won the game against Moscow 5 in when they face-checked it and ended up dying. Will SK do the same here? I hope for their sake that they don't end up doing something like that. But EG certainly have a firm control on the entire map. They're taking the buffs and everything.
And the thing is, Krepo has an Oracle, so they're denying the vision that SK is creating for themselves in their own jungle. If they keep doing that, SK can't afford to go in there. They're going to lose out on a lot of gold, a lot of buffs. Like we were mentioning before, if ocelote can't get that blue buff, he's not going to be able to throw those spears as much as possible. And it's really just EG just playing very systematically right now, denying as much gold as possible and pushing these turrets when they have that opportunity to, which they currently do because they see CandyPanda at that bottom side, so they will be able to get a lot of chip onto this turret.
Yeah, and they're going straight into this middle inhibitor turret right now. See the saplings thrown over there by Snoopeh. yellowpete gets hit with the spear. At least that's one thing that they've got going for them here, SK. Those spears are a real good deterrent for EG to be pushing.
Yeah, very true. Very true. But the thing is, Snoopeh, he has that Aegis of Runic Bulwark. Can't get the name down correctly right there, but that's going to give him a lot of damage resist for his entire team to finally defend off those spears, because they're not doing that much damage. If you look at it, we saw it looked like almost a full range spear on yellowpete, but he still only took about a fourth of his health.
Yeah, a quarter of his health is not going to be enough in the long run. Krepo here with that Oracle on, just getting rid of the SK wards and sticks one right over the other side there. And what?
Yeah, we do have Kevin though. He's trying to push as much as possible, get as much farm just to kind of catch back up, as he's still behind Wickd in this farm, but he does have some pretty good items. He's still very tanky, but we saw in their last fight towards that top side of the map, he just got bursted down so quickly that all that health didn't really do anything for him.
Well, right now, blue buff is being done by EG. Gonna obviously be going over onto Froggen. Question is now, where are these next pushes gonna be coming around? They've got a 5,000 gold lead. Not a gold lead that's maybe enough for them to say, let's go and push, 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 push. But if we look down the individual scores there, 11,500 to 9,500 in the mid lane, 11,000 to 10,000 between the AD carries. The supports, which is, you know, something that tells sometimes a more accurate picture there of the overall team gold, 6,700 to 6,300. So that in itself is fairly close. I mean, the kills are close. 5,000 gold, 32 minutes in. Yeah, it's over 10%, but it's still not a done deal, this match.
Yeah, very true. And the thing is, what EG's kind of stuck with right now is they can't really do a hard engage on this turret. They have to catch someone. They have to let Froggen finally land a stare on a CandyPanda and potentially blow him up or get him low enough that he has to back away. They can't just, you know, siege at this turret as quickly as they want to, because if hyrqBot goes into the backline, he can knock EG into his own turret and allow CandyPanda to just dominate them 1v1.
Well, once again, EG here are working their way up towards that inhibited turret. It's not got much HP left at all as Froggen just aiming straight in for ocelote there. Manages to land the E onto him. Are they going to just tank it up here and go for that turret in the end? They've actually caught the light bind onto CandyPanda. He will in the end use his cleanse to get out of that one. Doesn't want to be sticking around for too long as yellowpete does get hit by the spear once again. And there's another light binding in. Here comes a combo from Froggen. That is going to take down Twitch. And they moving on towards the turret. Kevin is in there as well.
And that was actually a really great play. And that's exactly what I was saying. They needed to land that, but the fight's not over, Joe.
No, it's not over. The crescendo comes down. Nyph very low. They're forced to back away. They're in onto the inhibitor itself. And that is a big, big pickup coming out for Snoopeh. And the team, obviously. He just got the kill on it, but...
Yeah, but that created the opportunity because Froggen landed that light binding. He erased CandyPanda from the entire game. He was able to get enough AP to finally be able to do that, and he's going back in, trying to catch that Tariq there.
Wow, good amounts of damage again. Not quite got enough to take Tariq out this time around, but CandyPanda, if he can take the AD carry out just with that combo, that's going to be enough for EG as they've started off the Baron. Question is here, what can SK do with 4 men only against 5? Spear's been thrown in here by ocelote as the binding will actually miss. They're trying to keep them zoned away from that Baron that's now down to below 4,000 HP. What are they going to do? SK start to move in. Spears go in as well, and they don't manage to steal. EG picking up. They turn around for the fight. Krepo going low. He survived for a little while, not quite long enough as yellowpete is going to take ocelote. Kevin and hyrqBot both still fairly healthy, but they both get hit by the binding. Kevin's still alive. He's low, but he's still alive. CandyPanda's here from the side. Kevin, it's still alive. Is he going to be able to escape? Wickd has flashed in. Kevin is still alive. He's survived it somehow. CandyPanda's still there. Can he get the finisher onto Snoopeh? Not quite. That was a massive, massive fight that leaves us tied up at 6 all in kills, but EG got that Baron.
And holy crap, I cannot believe... Oh! Oh, I cannot believe...
range.
Yeah, I cannot believe... SK survived that fight so long. Kevin going back in and out as much as possible. hyrqBot as well. I mean, you saw him finally escape, but he went right back in knowing CandyPanda was coming, and he just destroyed them. He just dominated yellowpete. Wickd, who actually just picked up a Thornmail, going to kind of potentially counter that. But still, I mean, SK, even though they lost that Baron, were able to get 3 kills off of it. They were able to deny the buff from some key targets, especially the AD carry, but Froggen was able to keep his alive, and that's going to create a really hard problem for SK if they can't dodge that snare. If CandyPanda doesn't build some sort of health, or at least have that cleanse off of cooldown, he's going to get pretty much destroyed instantly by Froggen.
So here we have 2 teams that have got a history of not being able to finish off games.
Yeah, I mean, well,
the question is, will EG, you know, we talked to them earlier on last week and they said, we tried in practice to finish out games early. We tried to finish them off, but we just weren't able to do it. We threw games because we tried to finish them off early. The problem is here that SK are not so far behind here. They can turn it around. We saw in that last fight how long they've lasted. That Thornmail for Wicked's probably going to help the grand scheme of things, but how far behind, you know, really are SK in this game, Jason?
Well, now that they have that middle inhibitor down, they don't have the Baron available anymore for them. They're going to have the Supermans pushing up. I mean, SK can win these fights, but the thing is, with the way they're set up right now, with the Supermans pushing, with this outer turret up right now, and the thing is, they can't really defend this. They need to back off as they finally do, and EG should be able to lock that one down. But as long as they can keep that inhibitor alive when it comes back up, they can defend against EG at these turrets because EG can't really hard engage unless they get that Lux light binding onto CandyPanda like we were seeing last time.
There is another inner turret taken down. The final one left up and standing for SK Gaming. Can they defend here on that inhibitor turret? Kevin gets hit with a light binding, gets the heal, and he is all back up to full HP.
Great pickup by Nyph right now. He picks up that runic bulwark to help CandyPanda out, give a little bit of more magic resistance. He can't afford to build that health. He needs that last whisper, and that's the thing. He needs last whisper, but he needs help, and he's going for that last whisper as his next item. It's going to help him out. It should be able to allow him to survive, but the thing is, Froggen's just getting stronger and stronger as this game continues. It's really going to be hard for him. As long as he can, play smart and dodge, then they can win these fights easily. That's why Wickd had to go for that Thorn Mail, and that's why EG can't really go onto this turret.
And throwing constantly those bindings and his ease out in towards the SK team as they get in there, do a bit of damage onto that tower. Nyph has taken a good chunk, but you see that he's getting stronger as well. That runic bulwark really helping things out from his side of things. Well, we'll see how that next fight really comes down. Nyph once again gets hit with a combo, but they manage to heal. Yeah, they just heal straight through. Yeah, better him than CandyPanda. As Kevin here is going to be doing good amounts of damage. Wickd was forced away. Nyph again going low, gets the heal from his teammates. Ocelote is actually out of mana right now. Has to back away completely. He's going to need to recharge himself, come back in so that he can constantly spam those spears, because he needs to land them to force EG to back off.
Yeah, but with this Baron buff, they're getting that regen that they need to kind of continue this siege as much as possible. You saw Snoopeh right there. He was taking the turret and a couple members of SK and still escaped with pretty good health. He's coming back, obviously, with full now because of that Baron buff. And the light binding landed on Kevin, but obviously not going to do too much damage to him. And honestly, EG could take this turret. I mean, look at Wickd. He has 306 armor at this point. He can face tank that turret. They could kill it off real quick and then just full-on engage onto SK, and yet they still haven't yet. CandyPanda, in that last little skirmish, he was setting up for a perfect position to get that spray and pray onto the right targets, but obviously they didn't go for that big fight.
Yeah, one problem that they have is that, they've got Taric for that heal, but the Ocelote heal actually is what's really, really massive right now. It's pretty much healing them up to full when Lux does get that Q-E combo off in the end. So we'll see how that one really pans out. You see the EG now going to be going home. Froggen probably sat on a good amount of cash to spend as that top inhibitor almost being pushed down by the minions. EG noting that Dragon has come back up in play. They're going to be taking that one, adding to their gold lead, which will be sat on 58,600 to 50,800. So a big gold lead that they have in here. They're going to need to be taking all these buffs away. Red for yellowpete, blue for Froggen. And we can see that elixirs are running on them as well. So EG really looking for that final kind of door opening that they need to get in and win the game.
Yeah, it might come when Baron comes back up in about 1 minute 30 seconds, but one thing we never really touch on is when that inhibitor is down, it allows a lot of farm for SK because those waves are going to keep pushing up against them. They have all their outer turrets down, but it allows them to farm under their inhibitor turret, catch up in CS a little bit. As you see, all members of them, I mean, Kevin was able to get a CS lead against Wickd finally, and then we see Ocelote, who's still down a little bit of CS, but every item he picks up making him that much more stronger, and every spray that lands is going to create a potential opportunity. But still, with that Oracle onto Krepo right now, is creating pretty much no vision for SK, which forces them to come out of their base. But but we could have EG actually just wait in there, bait him in, and if they do that, they can easily take that inhibitor and win the game off of that.
SK actually coming across here towards that red buff. Are they going to be able to have any opportunities? Kevin gets hit with a Q, gets healed up again by Ocelote, right back to full HP. And that's something that EG are having a little bit of trouble here, of having that sustained damage often enough to really get all of these players low. As a spear does land there onto Snoopeh. You see CandyPanda losing just above half of his health, but look at the heal coming in from Ocelote.
You can see though, EG, they're not in a hurry to end this game in any way, as they're going to be taking this blue buff away from Ocelote yet again, but they're not in a hurry. There's no reason to. You have the advantage right now. You have that 8,000 gold. You have Baron up. We do see Lightbinding not going to land. But, they're just taking it slow, steady, playing it the way they usually play the games, and they're just trying to be comfortable, which, they're doing quite well. Ooh, Froggen taking half damage from that spear.
Yeah, and if it that's the thing, if it hits the right target, that spear is pretty damn deadly. I mean, if it's hitting the likes of Snoopeh, of Wickd, it's not such a big deal. But if it does land onto Froggen, onto yellowpete, onto Krepo even, then it could become a problem if SK decide to just jump in there and go for the fight. They're currently hanging around in their own jungle, stood on top of a ward as EG here, waiting inside of that tribush. The sapling will actually give their position away, pinged down by SK. And they're going once again to try and force their way through middle as ocelote came around that backside. Obviously, with the mobility that you've got there with Nidalee, it's fine to do stuff like that as Snoopeh gets hit with another one. And again, EG not able to really find that door, that opening that they need to get in. ocelote going to take a lot of damage, but again, the heal actually saving him there. He cleansed up, healed himself up, and that's why he managed to survive that little encounter. But EG, I don't know where this door's going to come from because it's been going over and over. The Baron is obviously now up and available for the taking, and they may well say, okay, this is where we do it. This is where we win this game.
Well, we're at a very crucial point. I mean, one lost team fight right now could spell the end of the game. We could have, you know, if SK wins a fight, you know, 5-0, they could push those middle turrets down, get an inhibitor off of that. However, if EG finally does, you know, get that hard engage they need to on SK, that could potentially be game, or at least Baron, which would give them that opportunity to siege at these turrets. Because, you know, looking at SK's base, their top turret, 291 health, and their bottom turret currently sitting at 922. It just takes a couple of hits from a couple of members of EG, and that turret will go down, create another open inhibitor. The EG, they're still playing very passive, they're playing very defensive, and SK's on the push. They're creating some aggression here.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do. Seize every little opportunity, you know, see the inch, take a mile kind of thing. But you can see more and more items coming in there. Mikhail's Crucible going to be helping against the CC that SK can throw down to them. So he'll be able to cleanse that off one man. Now EG pushing that mid lane out once again. The spear flashing by Snoopeh, hits the minion in the end. Wickd leading the charge forward. Are they going to go in and try and catch one man? Obviously that inhibitor is open right now for the taking.
You have to give ocelote credit because he's trying to create these opportunities. He's trying to get into the side of EG, hit him with a couple spears, try to get behind him potentially as well. He's really trying to turn this game around for SK, and we might see an engage here on this inhibitor.
Well, more spears being thrown out. ocelote keeping his range max, obviously, to maximize the damage that those spears do if they land. And there's the light binding coming out again. This game really balancing on the knife edge as Krepo again will, by just a couple of pixels, manage to dodge that spear coming out of ocelote. EG, you can see they're worried about this one. They don't feel that they're that far ahead that they can just go for it. Actually, spear this time will hit Wickd, and look at Nyph, he's right in the middle of them. SK gonna go for this one. Laser comes across. SK doing good damage. There's a crescendo onto Nyph and CandyPanda, and they've taken the AD carry out. This could be the one that EG are looking for. They're gonna take down Kevin. hyrqBot is very low as well. Double kill coming up for yellowpete. The question now is, can ocelote and a very low HP Nyph hold on this game? What are EG gonna do? Surely they're going to go for the finisher. Pink ward put down. First Nexus turret is going to fall. 3 pink wards put down from EG. Second Nexus turret is going to fall as well. SK not able to hold this one out, and EG are going to get their revenge from week 1 and go 4-1 here in the EU LCS.
And that last fight was so amazing for EG. They flashed right on top of CandyPanda. They took him out of the fight, allowed him to get no damage in, and EG taking the victory off that. It was very... it was a very, I have to say, slow game. It was a very careful game on EG's part, but they came out with a victory, well played by them, and they will be topping the league in week 2, day 1.
And Krepo stealing ocelote's scarf there at the end. I think he did say, if I beat you, I'm going to have your scarf. I think that was a little bet that they had up there. And you see in ocelote's face there, obviously disappointed. Like you said, we kind of predicted that a long, thought-out chess game almost that we see between these two teams. EG looking more than relieved to actually finish that one off. But that's it for us for now here at the TheTess. We're going to throw it over to Deman and Quickshot to break down all the action.
Yes, thank you very much here at the analyst desk, or the caster desk, and maybe next week, who knows. But yeah, interesting game and a slow fought game. Who would have thought? You know, EG involved in a slow fought game. Who would have guessed?
But 22 minutes in, these teams were completely even. I think there was a couple hundred gold that separated them. It was like 3 kills to 2, 2 towers to 1. It's about as even as it was going to be, and probably the longest laning phase that we've seen out of any of the EU LCS matchups just so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was close, and actually, once SK had lost that inhibitor turret, I thought, okay, here we go, this is going to just snowball out of control, but they came back into it almost.
Yeah, they pulled themselves back in a little bit more. You know, EG, they had those advantages, but they weren't able to convert them into massive objective wins. Every time there was huge team fights, they'd only get one kill. Every time there was a turret going down, they couldn't push the next one. So, you know, SK did well to pull themselves back into it. There was one team fight around the Baron pit that they almost set themselves up, but they just couldn't convert it into any map objectives or anything further.
So let's check out this replay that you've selected for us. There wasn't too many highlights from that game, I've got to be honest. It was a little bit of a slow grind.
It was a slow grind, and it was exactly at this point around the Baron pit. It was at 34 minutes. There was about a 6,000 gold difference. I just want to show you the team setup right now. You can see CandyPanda is still in base. This is one of the key points of this engagement because, you know, SK, they pick the fight 4 versus 5, and they do very, very well. So we jump into the action. I'm going to run this at half speed. Keep a close eye on Ocelote's HP bar as this engagement happens. You see he's going to land a good spear into Krepo, and this is the signal to go. They pick this engagement and they dive forward. Now, keep close eyes here on the split for Evil Geniuses. The ultimate from hyrqBot has split everybody up, and SK do the best they can to blow Krepo up. So they start the engagement, they start picking the fights, and Krepo's going to go down. All 3 members of SK line up here, and you can see Froggen, he's sniffing the final smoke. He's about to throw that ultimate out, and SK do very, very well to get away from it. Ocelote flashes to the right after the cleanse. You can see the animation there. hyrqBot dashes over to Krepo, and Froggen actually doesn't connect with anybody on that ultimate. Now, Krepo has been dropped as finally Ocelote goes down to yellowpete, and it's around about this point now that CandyPanda starts to join the party. SK are completely split. 4 members of EG are grouped up, and this is where Cho starts going, Kevin is still alive, Kevin is still alive, Kevin is still alive. And with CandyPanda joining the party with a huge amount of damage, massive crits, he 2-shots yellowpete, turns his attention over to Wickd as Snoopeh's trying to zone him out of the engagement, and CandyPanda is really the story here. SK regroup up as 4. He's able to pick up a kill as Kevin still manages to survive after a flash auto attack from Nyph closes him out. And just a really, really good fight all in all for SK Gaming. Unfortunately, though, it was too little too late. EG got the Baron. They picked up a few kills, but they was too far behind to push any map objectives. And it didn't do anything to swing the momentum back into their favor, unfortunately.
Too little too late. Seems to be the story of the day, but some interesting games today. A little bit of a slow play. This is interesting how Season 3 is starting to swing. You know, they've all been pretty slow games, whereas, you know, we have seen a lot of really fast-paced games.
Yeah, it's a different style of play. I mean, you've seen the Against All Authority matchup started off super explosive. 4 minutes in, we had the tower down in the top lane. They were pushing the middle lane tower. And Gambit Gaming just slowed the pace down. They said, no, whoa, we're not ready for this. We want to farm it up. We want to pull it back and just really knock home the victory. But I think it's also still new week jitters, you know?
Yeah.
Gambit had the advantage, and after the 30 minutes, you've seen Darian back to his old self, just jumping all over the place with Kha'Zix, behind enemy lines, behind towers, wasn't afraid to pick fights, but they needed to find their groove after, you know, being 1-2 in the league.
Well, someone who did find the groove was Evil Geniuses today. They have managed to pick up themselves 2 victories, so let's get over to the main stage with Sjokz.
Thanks, Joe. I'm here with Snoopeh. Now, Snoopeh, the match is very important. There was something very important at stake, the scarf.
Yeah, when you come into LCS or a lot online, not quite the playoffs yet, but we're like items of clothing now for up to stakes now, so sorry, Carlos, man, but I look better with it, I'm sorry.
Harsh words. All right, having a little bit of fun with it, but of course, very important match. Last week you made some mistakes. Now you, straight off the bat, you banned out Olaf, you banned out Kassadin. What else did you have prepared strategically to beat SK this time around?
A lot of it came to analysing last week's games. We spent a lot of time over the past week looking over and over the replay, what went wrong. Last week we actually used a strategy that we hadn't actually played. Like it was all theoretical strategy, but this time we had a lot of games under our belt, knew exactly what we were doing coming in, and we knew their picks. Like when we seen the draw, we knew exactly what they were going to do, which was nice.
Okay, now you've also settled into your house this week. How big of a difference does that make that you can have that training schedule that might be more optimal?
It makes a huge difference. I mean, the last 1 to 2 weeks we've been very out-prepared because Krepo's been in Belgium, Wickd's been in Denmark, and it's been 3 guys travelling back and forth, and it's one of the biggest issues. Now that we're actually settled and we have 2 apartments now, we can get underway with proper training schedules, which I'm looking forward to.
All right, now you were joking with Ocelote a second ago. I know you guys are good friends. I'd like to refer to an interview you did a while ago, a long interview. You said, well, I like ocelote very much, but as a teammate, he seems to me that he is more focused on fame for himself than on strength of the team. Has that changed now that you lost to them 2 times, like at Gamescom you lost to them last week and now you had a hard time as well?
I would say that comment was more relevant last year, and I think he'll admit that himself. Last year was more focused on streaming. But you can see in the last month, 2 months, he's not even streaming at all. He's been really knuckling down and he's really focused on improving his team, so I'm happy for him.
All right, now you're on top of the rankings. Is this where you're supposed to be?
This is definitely where we're supposed to be. I mean, we had a little bit of a bad run the last couple of months, and now we're back in the swing of things. So, yeah, I'm happy where we are right now.
One final question. I know you tune into a lot of the NA matches. Is there something you say, well, this is a really big difference between the EU LCS and the NA LCS?
The European and Korean scene is better. I'm pretty sure my friend Cody Elements won't appreciate that, but I'd say the NA scene's got a long way to go, but they're steadily improving as they pick up their practice schedule. So I think once we'll see CBIT next couple of weeks' time, this will be a good testament to see how the European scene's doing in comparison to Korea. North American scene won't see that for a while until finals, but I hope they can pick it up.
Thank you very much. Now, the day was jam-packed with action and some memorable moments. Isn't that right, Jason and Joe?
That's absolutely right. I mean, we've seen today some long, drawn-out games. Deman made a perfect point about that. You know, they weren't the big, super exciting games that you may, you know, come to expect, but they were action-packed in their own right. You know, these two teams, especially that last game, as I said at the end, a bit of a chess game, you know, very, very tactical. No one wanting to make any kind of mistake this early on in the season.
Yeah, it was very slow and methodical. They just wanted to, you know, secure the win because you can see what's at stake at this point already. It's only week 2, and yet teams are being very cautious, very careful because they want to win these games. And now, you know, EG with that win, top of the league now. I mean, SK is second, but still, I mean, second weekend being 4-1 is not bad in any right. What?
No, you're right.
Okay. Yeah.
You're right. That's it. That's why I was smiling, because you're right. We're going to take a look then at our results for today then. Obviously, we kicked off first of all with Evil Geniuses going 3-1 in the group stage and taking down DRAGONBORNS. We moved on then to SK, also doing the same, beating Copenhagen Wolves.
And we saw Against All Authority come very close to beating Gambit early on. They had that advantage, but, you know, kind of let it slip away. And then, of course, that last game, Evil Genius has taken that victory over SK, propelling them to 4-1 so far in the league.
So it's about time we called an MVP for today. We've seen some great play out of him. We decided this one just after that game had ended there. And I can happily announce that the MVP, brilliant performance today, as I said, is Wickd. Those Renekton performances, specifically in the first game, I thought was incredible, incredible stuff. And Wickd just showing that, you know, he got a bit of flack in the League of Legends scene, but he is without doubt one of the best top laners around.
Yeah, he really came true with his name. He was a brick wall in both those games. He built so tanky, there was nothing anyone could do against him to kill him, and he would just dive in towards the back line and create opportunities for his teams to win. He won his lane every game. It's an exceptional job, and that's why he is MVP this week, or this day.
Yeah, well, if you guys missed any of today's action and you want to find all those lovely stats that Riot have collected for you, you can go over to lolesports.com. That's it from me and Jason for this week. We're going to throw it over to Sjokz for some final thoughts.
Thank you. Now, this was just the first day of our LCS weekend. We have 4 more great matches for you tomorrow. It's Gambit Gaming versus Copenhagen Wolves, followed by EG versus Giant, SK versus DRAGONBORNS, and closed by Giants versus the Copenhagen Wolves. The show starts at 6 p.m. Central European Time. Thanks for all of us here in the studio, and we hope to see you all tomorrow.